Penguinz0 is one of the most popular commentary channels on YouTube with over 15 million subscribers. One video of his can make or break other creators' careers. And in this mega compilation, we're going to be diving deep into the creators who have been subject to his wrath. But before we go any further, former YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki lost her battle to cancer at the time of uploading this video. With that in mind, a portion of this video's revenue will be donated to Fight Cancer Foundation, a non-profit which provides accommodation for cancer patients and their families, as well as funds research on finding a cure. A donation link will be in the pinned comment, and I will share proof of donations on the community tab. With that being said, let's get into the video. The moment Maximilian0 decided to manipulate his audience into attacking Charlie's stream for no reason marked the beginning of the end for his very successful YouTube career. From being exposed as the ringleader for one of YouTube's most toxic communities, all the way to deleting his million-sub YouTube channel and disappearing for over a year. The name Maximilian0 has gone down in internet history as a creator who weaponized his platform for selfish amusement and paid a very hefty price. But how does a beloved Fortnite YouTuber known for making lighthearted trolling videos
in here, go get the car. There's a car in here. Spare car, go.
Oh.
Bye.
Wait. No.
Bye.
become one of the most hated YouTubers on the platform? Well, it all came crumbling down with just one Penguinz0 video. Max created his main channel, Maximilian0, on the 24th of August 2011. However, his story on YouTube didn't truly start until the 3rd of March 2013, when he uploaded his first video playing the Half-Life 2 mod Hidden in a video titled People Raging Over Friendly Fire. Despite not even having a mic yet, many of the traits that would go on to define his career were present in the first few videos. His ability to provoke other players to draw out a reaction, and a passion for shooter-type games took center stage as he transitioned from Half-Life 2 over to Team Fortress 2. While these video formats brought Max some attention, it wasn't enough for him, as he stopped uploading on the 23rd of May 2013. It wouldn't be until the 25th of September 2014 that a certain indie game named Five Nights at Freddy's rejuvenated Max's will to create content. Max didn't know it yet, but that game would go on to make for up to 90% of his uploads going forwards, taking him from under 1,000 subscribers to over 10,000 subscribers by the start of 2015. Throughout the year, Max didn't hesitate to make the most of Five Nights at Freddy's meteoric rise in popularity, with videos such as Five Nights at Freddy's New Chica Model and New Bonnie Jump Scare. He even purchased a microphone to further improve the quality of his videos.
Is this real or fake? What the hell?
For a while, Max enjoyed a degree of success that he only could have dreamed for at the start of his channel. But as Five Nights at Freddy's popularity came and went, so did the growth of his channel. Every subsequent upload brought in fewer and fewer views, until he had to abandon the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise entirely in late 2015. Once again, Max was in desperate need of a popular game franchise that would bring in consistent viewership, and with that being said, he spent over a year searching for one. Luckily for Max, a newly released team-based multiplayer first-person shooter called Overwatch would provide him with the engagement he very much so craved. His first upload centered around Overwatch was titled Losing My 10 Placement Matches in Overwatch, Road to Bronze, published on the 8th of December 2016. The video brought back Max's trolling nature from his TF2 days, and this time it was even worse.
So from the thumbnail and the title of this video, you probably guessed that I'm trying to reach the lowest rank ever. And what better way to do this than to lose all 10 of my first matchmaking matches.
Throughout the video, Max would do more than just trying to lose on purpose, but also trying to actively provoke his teammates.
Max, can you stop trolling please, man? Just play.
Oh, I'm not trolling. I'm playing serious. Where are the enemies? I'm new to the game. I don't know who's an enemy or who's my friend. Is this guy my enemy? Is this guy my enemy or is this guy my friend? I think that guy's my enemy.
The video was a massive hit with fans and garnered over 500,000 views. Naturally, this encouraged Max to continue with trolling other players for views. From December 2016 to July 2017, Max made a name for himself in the Overwatch community for being an incredibly toxic player who was willing to trash talk and troll everyone he came across. It was also around this time that a community began to form around Max and his strange brand of content. With this, he created a Discord server for his fans and like-minded trolls that shared his sense of humor. While this form of edgy humor garnered him an average of 300k views per video coupled with a loyal fan base, it also attracted the attention of the game's developers, Blizzard Entertainment. At the time, Overwatch had a serious issue with toxicity within its player base, and the developers were willing to take any method necessary to handle the problem. In Blizzard's eyes, Max was one of the players perpetuating the toxicity plaguing Overwatch, and they began to take action against his behavior. By the 12th of August 2017, Blizzard began monitoring Max's channel and banned each of his accounts as soon as he uploaded a video. In his typical comedic style, Max decided to make light of the situation by making videos with titles like "Banned for being nice in Overwatch," "Banned in Overwatch for nothing," and "Banned for being positive in Overwatch." However, the cycle of creating new accounts and immediately getting banned eventually took its toll on Max, which caused him to quit playing Overwatch entirely.
I need somebody to replace me. So if you're a fan, if you're a viewer and you've been enjoying my videos and you want to repay me somehow, just do me one favor and become an Overwatch YouTube troll.
For the third time in his online career, Max was forced to drop a game that defined the content on his channel. Only this time, it wasn't due to a decline in viewership, and instead was a result of his reckless trolling going too far. As hopeless as the situation might have seemed, Max would once again jump ship to a game that would take his channel to new heights in terms of subscriber counts and viewership. However, that same success would bring some unintended consequences that posed a threat not to just him, but to other creators around him. By the 27th of February 2018, Max diverted his attention to start creating trolling videos around Fortnite, with the first video being titled "Acting Dumb in Fortnite Then Carrying."
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me, bro?
Yes? Help me!
Oh my god, you died. Noob, noob, noob. No, you don't.
Yes?
No, you do not. Don't lie to me, bitch.
I'm not lying to you.
You are lying to me.
You're coming with that.
What?
Compared to other games that Max had showcased on his channel, Fortnite was within a league of its own in terms of popularity. For context, Fortnite had around 200 million players within its first years of release. This not only gave Max a limitless supply of diverse players to torment with his racist and sexist remarks, but also a massive viewer base of impressionable children who were interested in his edgy humor, a demographic that Max knew was gullible enough to follow his toxic lead. In the months that followed, Max's subscriber count skyrocketed, eventually leading to 400,000 subscribers in June of 2018. It was also around this time that Max uploaded a video with the title "I ran into PewDiePie in Fortnite and he was kinda rude," which would mark the start of two very prominent things in his career. One, his willingness to clickbait and manipulate his audience, and two, his trolling antics resulting in a viral meme. With regards to the first point, at the end of the video, Max asked his audience to lie about seeing PewDiePie in the video. As for the second point, a brief clip of Max saying "oh yeah yeah" over and over again would evolve into a viral meme.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Do you like my song?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, 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 oh yeah, yeah.
The "Oh Yeah Yeah" music video got over 13 million views within 8 months, and the sheer virality of the meme boosted Max's subscriber count to 426k to over 534k in only a matter of weeks. This showed Max that he had a great deal of influence and notoriety, especially when it came to his quote "loyal fans." By the 21st of June 2018, Max published a video titled "Watch This If You're a True Fan," in which he decided to test how much influence he had over his fans by telling them to use his profile picture.
Make this your profile picture and you will have eternal luck. You will always be happy. You will always be successful. Everything you do will be easy. You will be like a god. You've been sleeping your whole life, but I just woke you up. Be wise and make the right choice.
As you'd expect, thousands of his followers did exactly as he requested, and while this seemed like nothing more than a harmless joke, it was becoming obvious that his audience were willing to do anything Max told them to do. Combine this with the fact Max didn't seem to have any resistance when it came to regulating his own behavior online, it was only a matter of time before he decided to use that influence in a less than honorable manner. It started off small, with Max threatening to mobilize his fanbase to quote go psycho on KSI if he didn't change his profile picture and join them.
KSI, you mess with the wrong army. This is not Logan Paul or some dumb diss track. You do not understand how powerful we are. But since we're nice guys, we're gonna give you one last option before we go crazy mode. KSI, make this your profile picture or we will go psycho mode on your ass. You have 24 hours to do it. If you do not agree to our demands, too late.
Unfortunately, this would be one of the mildest ways Max weaponized his audience. By the start of 2019, Max would reach the 1 million subscriber milestone and immediately begin his campaign of harassment. One of his first victims was a streamer by the name of Weast, who spoke out about Max's toxic behavior. In retaliation, Max and his community routinely raided his stream and directed harassment towards Weast's girlfriend after her father passed away, with comments on the GoFundMe page stating, "Ron bout to be gone. Max is better. Ron looks like the guy from Jurassic Park if he had Down syndrome. And Max is better than Ron. ×2. To add insult to injury, Max also mobilized his community to impersonate Weast and go into various streamers' Twitch chats to spam hateful or racist comments, in hopes of smearing the streamer's reputation. To help remedy the situation and spread awareness, Weast made a Twitter thread to discuss what had been going on, and to apologize to everyone that was affected.
So, I wanted to apologize to any streamers on Twitch who think that I have been harassing them. So what is actually happening is this YouTuber that I've talked about many months ago, Maximilian Musk. He's a Fortnite YouTuber, and he is most notably popular for his "oh yeah yeah" meme. That's pretty much what people know him as. Well, I know him as a scumbag who uses his audience to harass people online, and I've talked about it before, and I personally interviewed this guy, and that's why he targets me, because he sees me as a threat. He is using his Discord server to harass these people, to go to their streams and say transphobic and homophobic and just general distasteful things. Now, he does this on Twitch specifically because he knows that these people are going to report my channel, and they're going to, you know, ultimately get me banned from Twitch, which would make me lose 90% of my income.
To fully get the point across, Weast shared some of the recent messages from Max's Discord server that show the true source of the never-ending harassment.
As these three who were sitting in the Discord server and getting Maximilian's a small Discord server full of very dedicated 12-year-olds, I can assume, to go to these specific streamers and harass them. Right here, Rich Campbell, Alinity of all people, my friend Bluestank. Also, this is not me. This is Max or one of his friends using my profile picture and my name. Even the yellow that I use in my Discord server, you can see it's actually the same, close to the same yellow that I use. To go to these streamers and tell his viewers to say terrible things in their chat and say that they're from me. And it's not. And I want to apologize to those streamers that are affected by this, because this is not me. This is a scumbag with over 1 million subscribers on YouTube who will never, ever, ever talk about this on his main channel, because he's a coward and he hides behind his anonymity and his audience, who he...
To cover his tracks, Max deleted everything on the server and moved his community elsewhere to continue the harassment campaign. A few days after the incident, Max was asked about the situation, and he had these kind words to say.
You're absolutely okay, even though you didn't think you were going to do it, with ending this guy's career. Is that correct?
Yeah. Let me tell you something, okay? I did this to piss him off, but if this got his Twitch taken down, I would have been happier than with what happened right now.
Really?
I really don't care that
you
much,
don't.
honestly.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I don't care in the sense that he tried to do this to somebody else, but
yeah.
in the grand scheme of things, it's wrong. You don't think it's wrong to do that, to mess with somebody's well-being, their livelihood?
Well, I think it's so over-exaggerated, because like, okay, let's say that did happen.
Okay.
What's next? He'll just get a job and move on, you know? It's not like I'm gonna ruin his life.
Max's quest for sick amusement was insatiable, as he would later force a mentally ill individual to eat his own body chocolates on a video call that he was broadcasting to his fans.
So, hold Mr. BTFO close to your mouth. It's time to eat them. Just don't eat them. Just push through. You don't give a fuck. Eat 'em.
Max had no remorse when it came to using his massive platform to harm the lives of others. If Max wanted to get a cheap laugh out of using his legion of loyal fans to raid your streams and ruin your career that you spent years building on, then so be it. It's more than safe to say that Max felt invincible, and that he could do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, without consequence. But unfortunately for him, there always are some type of consequences. And this time, it wasn't someone else's career at stake, it was actually his own platform on the line. On the 18th of February 2021, as Max was carrying on with his usual campaign of harassment, he decided it would be a good idea to troll Most Critical, aka Charlie's livestream.
Wait, just go here and type Maximilian Mus. Just type Maximilian Mus.
Alright, bet.
That's it. And oh yeah. Maximilian Mus, oh yeah. Wait, keep fucking type. Wait, a lot of people can still type though. Keep typing. Type Maximilian Mus. Type, we own this chat now. We own the chat now. This room is in 10-minute follower. What?
Wow.
After Max and his fans finished trolling his stream, Charlie decided to drop a very shocking allegation about Max and his community, one that could spell the end of his edgy career if found to be true.
Remember when he took over YouTube for a bit? Yeah, and then he started sharing child
pizza
porn in his Discord.
Oh my god, what is... Did you hear what he just said?
What?
The very next day, Charlie released a video titled "This is the Worst YouTuber," in which he brought to light many of Max's past wrongdoings, such as his numerous harassment campaigns.
His name is Maximilian Mus. He's the oh yeah guy. It's the only thing he's ever done. It's the 15 minutes of fame that he continues to milk the very dry titties of to this day, to command a troop of 13-year-olds to harass, dox, threaten, and do all kinds of deplorable shit to other people online. From all sizes, people that have 2 viewers on Twitch to big streamers to big content creators. He does some absolutely degenerate shit, and I truly think he is one of the most vile, foulest people to ever use the platform and abuse the power that he found online.
Attempts to humiliate people.
And yeah, this is some horrible shit, but it gets worse. He also would have his followers go to other people's channels and force them to do things, like there was a man that had a that he went to the channel and forced him to eat his own chocolate on stream. He was threatening and having his community threaten to find and kill him if he didn't do everything Max said.
Bullying smaller creators.
There was also this content creator that Max targeted, a very small creator who was just making some things because he was having fun. He took his whole community to bully the shit out of him relentlessly. He ended up crying and profusely apologizing, begging for the bullying to stop, which of course Max didn't.
Forgive me. Just please stop harassing me, please. I beg for forgiveness. Please have mercy. Please.
As well as presenting some new allegations regarding some activities on Max's Discord server involving cheese pizza.
And that brings us to the reason and the biggest problem I have with Max and why I'm making this video today. He's recently popped his head out after hibernating for over a year, stewing in his own bodily fluids and filth, and he wanted to feel powerful again, so he set up another Discord to have people go in and harass streamers, and I was one of the targets. And when they targeted me, I mentioned saying Max Gang is like saying you're proud to be a pedophile. And the reason why I said this is because Maximilian himself will tell you the reason he remakes the Discord so many times is because his community shares so much child pizza that he has to take it down because he worries that he himself will get arrested for it. Unfortunately, Max has scrubbed his entire Reddit and made it private, so all of the posts that were talking about the child plague that was sweeping through Maximilian's community, they're no longer there. His own posts about his stance on it are no longer there. However, I did find one thread that he overlooked where it does talk about it. It's this right here where they're talking about someone that was sharing child, and that was the reason it was taken down. This is the only one that survived the purge of Maximilian's subreddit, and I don't know how Max handles these things these days, but back then, he used to defend it, saying that the sharing of child is just an inside joke of his community.
While Charlie was yet to provide rock-hard evidence of Max fostering cheese pizza, there were countless times in the past where he either called himself a P-word or endorsed it.
Discriminations. Yeah. We need to end discriminations against smokers and
pedophiles. I'm a proud pedophile, and pedophiles discrimination. Or people too. Okay, let me ask you something. If pedophilia is wrong, then why is there a phrase that goes by the words, hello baby? Why do people say baby if babies aren't? How do you explain that one? Do you have a problem with my lifestyle? So what? I had sex with a baby. The baby liked it. If I'm not supposed to have sex with babies, then...
There was also the matter of Max claiming to find someone to quote kill Charlie because of the exposed video. Within days of Charlie's exposed video going live, Max lost a staggering 50,000 subscribers, and many more were soon followed. In a now deleted response video, Max attempted to counter Charlie's points by stating that there was no evidence.
Maximilian himself will tell you the reason he remakes the Discord so many times is because his community shares so much child
cheese pizza
that he has to take it down because he worries that he himself will get arrested for it.
This is literally just straight up a lie, hence why he doesn't show any screenshots or clips to back up his statement, because I've never ever said anything of this sort.
He claimed that he didn't even have a Reddit account.
Unfortunately, Max has scrubbed his entire Reddit and made it private, so all the posts that were talking about the child plague that was sweeping through Maximilian's community, they're no longer there.
There's just more lies. I literally don't have a Reddit account. I don't own my subreddit. And also, he's literally implying that if this was to ever happen, that people would only talk about it on my subreddit, therefore making it a very convenient thing for him to say, yeah, it happened on Reddit, but the Reddit's gone, so I guess all the evidence is gone. If this shit was actually happened, it would be all over. It wouldn't just be on one specific subreddit.
As well as attempting to defend his harassment campaigns on Twitch.
Having them go to streamers' streams and spam racist and homophobic shit by his orders and spam Max Gang with it, hoping to get the streamers banned for it.
Now this is true, we did go to a lot of streams and spam and do cringy stuff, but I don't know why he assumes that I wanted them to get banned. That was never a goal.
And from what I remember, some of them did get banned, but the ones that didn't just had a really bad time.
Literally nobody we rated got banned. I don't know why he's saying this, but it's whatever.
And finally, explaining why he asked someone to eat, quote, chocolate during a video call.
Also would have his followers go to other people's channels and force them to do things, like there was a man that had a mental illness that he went to the channel and forced him to eat his own chocolate on stream.
Again, this is straight up a lie. There was no live stream. It was a private Discord call.
He was threatening and having his community threaten to find and kill him if he didn't do everything Max said.
This is another lie with no evidence. There was no threats. There was no, oh, I'm gonna kill you, oh, we're gonna find you, anything going on. Before I continue, I want to explain the context of that call. This man is JMA. He's known for calling literal police stations and calling in bomb threats, claiming responsibilities for mass shootings, also sending pizzas to people's houses. It was my literal second interaction with him. I knew barely anything about him at the time except for these things, and he turned his camera on. He was already naked doing weird shit, and then I told him to eat his own shit, and I was acting impressed, and I was like, oh my god, you're so awesome. And this is what people are saying. I forced him, and that I said I was gonna kill him if he wasn't gonna do it and shit like that. Like, yes, I encouraged them. It was definitely weird, but there's a huge difference between saying, oh hey, eat your own shit, and somebody does it, versus saying, you gotta do this or I'm gonna kill you. Oh yeah, I'm bringing my fans in here, we're gonna kill you. There is literally nothing of that. I didn't force him at all.
Naturally, the internet was set ablaze, with people talking about the situation, and several other creators beginning to look into the events that had transpired.
Now, because of this off-platform behavior, Max's Discords are, they sort of come and go, okay? Like, they get removed, they get brought back, it's a whole wild case. There have been people who are sharing Maximilian Discord, like, proof of sharing inappropriate content. Now, Charlie made a video, you know, I mentioned earlier, where he made a bold claim that said that there's things like, you know, child material being shared on his Discords. Now, I'm not going to co-sign with that on Charlie, simply due to the fact that that is a very, very bold claim. Unless you have an actual, like, proof sitting right in front of you, then you can go and accuse as much as you want. But for me, I'm going to go with Max's explanation, as hard as that is to can say, where Max shared, this is the reason his Discords get taken down. Discord is focused on maintaining a safe and secure environment for our community, and our account has been flagged by the community for violations of TOS. What violations? Engaging in or posting content encouraging the harassment of individuals or communities, threatening to harm another person or sharing content which was threatening another person, or doxing.
Max was now backed into a corner and losing subscribers by the hour. But not just that, he was also receiving strikes to his channel. After receiving 2 strikes due to people reporting his channel, Max decided that the only way out of this predicament was to temporarily delete his channel, but that wouldn't be before making this community post. I'm gonna delete my channel. I'm not a P-word and I never said cheese pizza is okay, but I've done a lot of bad stuff over the years and I've broken YouTube's TOS like some ordinary gamers says. It's a miracle my channel's still up, because over the years I've probably got a total of 15 strikes. Some random innocent person is being doxxed because people think I'm him. My actual name is not even Maximilian, so the people trying to play heroes are being insanely reckless. But even previous to this, I thought about quitting a lot and I've been close to deleting my channel many times before. I haven't enjoyed YouTube very much, even previous to this, and I think this is the bang to end it with. Feel free to archive any of my videos you want. I had a great run. You'd think that this would be the end for Max, and for a time it was, but he only temporarily deleted his videos and posted all of his content. By the 23rd of March 2021, he reinstated his channel, and Charlie was right there waiting for him.
Max is a human pinworm, just an asshole shit-eating parasite. In response to the video I posted, he started losing a lot of subscribers, and his fragile insecurities couldn't handle his number going down, so he deleted his channel, and then put it back up today, hoping that enough people had forgotten the controversy so they'd stop unsubscribing to him en masse. Max has clearly tied a lot of his self-worth to the numbers on the screen and couldn't bear to see the numbers going down any longer, especially since it's entirely his own fault and it should take full responsibility for the actions that caused all of this in the first place, but he doesn't have that level of self-awareness. So when Max was seeing the numbers go down, he threw in the towel for a month, took a break, and today, just like a gopher, he decided to pop his curious little head out of his hole, and he saw his shadow and decided it's time for 2 more hours of YouTube drama.
For the remainder of the video, Charlie covered 3 main points regarding his allegations about Max. 1. He counters Max's claims of slander by providing further details regarding what went on in the Discord server.
So I want to get ahead of this and just do a full goatsy and just go fully in here and give you all of the information about Max that has also been shared with the proper authorities. In Max's response, he harps on 3 major things. The first being a screenshot I posted for a few seconds that he claims is a fake screenshot. Now, I'm not going to be here and get into the weeds of it and split hairs. It's entirely possible that is a fake screenshot. Screenshots are very easily faked, and I don't work for an FBI's crime lab. I can't verify the authenticity. I can't go in there in the fucking blockchain and piece together the puzzle pieces and see if it's real. I can't say with certainty whether or not it's real. So if it is fake, then I should have done more to verify its authenticity, and I do apologize for that. But what I can say with certainty is there was very clearly a problem with how women were treated when in his community. After posting the video, I received no less than 50 to 100 emails from victims of Max and Max's community in the Discord. These were women that came forward all sharing very similar stories and talking about the horrible things that they would encounter in that Discord when they would try and speak. They were oftentimes goaded into sexually explicit conversations and often baited for foods. They'd try and get like foods out of them or something like that. They shared a lot of information and a lot of disturbing screenshots of conversations in the Discord, none of which I will be sharing here to protect their privacy, but again, those have all gone to the proper channels. So there's very clearly a problem with the way that Max and his community would treat women that were inside of the Discord. Now, if this screenshot is fake, again, I do apologize, and I should have done more to make sure that I was sharing only the facts, the most accurate information, and this one is now questionable, so I shouldn't have put it in there.
2. He corrected his point on how Max was threatening a mentally ill individual and instead stated how Max manipulated him. And 3. Charlie brought forward some evidence to support his claims of cheese pizza being shared in Max's server.
So let's go ahead and really dive in. First, let me show you how it got to this point. Why was cheese pizza shared on Maximilian's Discord? Why were pedophiles encouraged to join? Well, because Max was pretty open with these kind of things. Like, here's a clip from one of his old Fortnite videos.
What?
Are you a pedophile?
Of course.
Me too, dude.
Awesome.
Yeah. I met a pedophile friend. Yeah.
There's probably like 2 other kids on our team.
I was gonna say let's test them, but then my video would get age restricted. And yeah, I'm recording a video. I have 200 subs. Say hello to YouTube, bro.
Hello, YouTube. Little boys in there.
What?
Yo, the doors, boys. Let's go. Taking home.
People are gonna watch this in the future. I'm live streaming for the future, man. Guys, when I say I have sex with the children, it's a joke. Wink, wink.
Of course. Wink, wink. Many winks. Where'd you guys learn?
Max used to, and still currently does, joke about being a pedophile, and like I said in the initial video, used to write off the sharing of child porn in his servers as a joke with his community, and that it wasn't a big deal. So, like I said, he used to defend the sharing of cheese in his servers as a joke, and I'll go ahead and show a few screenshots of that. But first, let me prove to you that it used to be shared. Mudahar, who's a man I trust dearly in situations like this, who has worked in cybersecurity for fucking years, it is his fucking profession. If anyone can verify the authenticity of something this heinous, it would be Mudahar, and Mudahar sent this message to confirm it's real, and this has of course been forwarded to proper authorities as well.
To close out the video, Charlie decided to directly address Max's attempts at garnering sympathy with a few wise words of his own.
Genuinely have no idea what you're talking about with this pity party you're trying to throw about being a better person. If you really tried, you failed instantly. Like it wasn't even close. There seems to have been no attempt to be a better person. Again, all the shit that started this happened a month ago, Max. That was the whole reason I even went back through your past, is because you were doing this horrible shit, having your community raid streamers, spamming homophobic and racist shit a month ago. And this SWAT was a couple months ago. You have not improved. You haven't come close. You haven't tried. You are still an absolute fucking scumbag. And I don't know why you're trying to even defend these awful fucking things you've done. They are indefensible. I don't know how people would even try and defend you. The guy whose video that you lifted in your own video, I feel like he is not on your side. He called you shitty multiple times. The only thing he didn't like is that I didn't share cheese pizza to prove your guiltiness. I don't know what exactly he was going on with there, but hopefully what I've shown here is enough to convince even him, because I feel like there's no way that you can possibly defend these things that you have done. And this is all your fault, by the way, Max. I'm not doing anything to you. I am just bringing what you have done to people's attention. People don't want to support someone like you, Max, that has done these things. People in your own community didn't feel safe, and they reached out to me to tell me some of the shit that you've done. Your close friends were reaching out to me to shit on you, Max, because of the things you've put them through, made them do, and the things that you told them and did together. Like, there is a very big problem with you, Max, and what you've done with the community you've built. And I don't know how you even managed it for this long, because this shit is heinous. It's fucking disgusting stuff.
There was no coming back from this for Max. His years of harassment and trolling had finally caught up with him, and now everyone on the internet was against him, and the channel he spent the last decade crafting was in a shambles. However, Charlie's representation of the story wasn't completely true, as shown in a video posted by the user BooBoo64 on the 14th of August 2023, titled "The Truth About Moist Critical, Life Ruining Lies." The video outlined many of the flaws in how Charlie handled the situation, such as exaggerating on the point about Max threatening the man to eat his own chocolate on stream.
Now that we're all caught up, let's start breaking down some of the accusations, starting with the claim that Max threatened the life of a mentally ill man on stream and forced him to eat his own shit. The full video of this incident is still publicly available, and although I can't really put it in the description for obvious reasons, if you do decide to watch it, you'll see that his claim was greatly exaggerated, because not only is the video in a private call and not on a stream, but also, and way more importantly, there are also no threats at any point. In his response video, Max pointed out both of these misconceptions, and even if Critical still insists that it was on stream, for some reason, he does admit that he was wrong about the threats. However though, what Critical says afterwards is what really worries me.
I was wrong to say he threatened him. He only manipulated him, which is, you know, that's a lot better. So congratulations, Max, you're taking steps in the right direction. You only manipulated a mentally ill man into eating his own. Wow, that's my bad. I didn't mean to misrepresent you and slander you like that.
I mean, yes, it's obvious that treating a mentally ill man to do what he did is awful, even if it's in private. But it's not nearly as bad as making him scared for his life as he is publicly humiliated in front of his own audience. And I think this one goes without saying, but the situation that Critical described is far more traumatizing than what actually happened.
Claiming that Max was sharing cheese pizza when it was actually being spread by other rogue users.
Proceeding, since Critical's first video had little to no relevant evidence against Max, I will only be focusing on his second, in which he showed 3 very important screenshots, starting with this one from Mutahar, where he essentially confirms that there was CP in Max's servers. And considering the video that I'm making, it might sound surprising to you that I actually 100% believe the content of this screenshot. Seriously, I have no reason to believe that Mutahar is lying, and considering all the Reddit screenshots, it seems hard to deny that there were people who at some point shared illegal material in Max's Discord. However, Critical didn't just say that there was child at some point, or that a few people shared that type of content in Max's servers. What Critical said is that there was a huge child plague, and that Max publicly defended it on many occasions, which is not at all proven by the Mutahar screenshots. And in fact, the only piece of evidence that Critical presented in his first video seems to indicate that there wasn't a child plague, but instead that someone joined one of Max's servers and posted illegal material which led to the deletion of said Discord. And if you take a step further and start looking into other posts that date back to that event, you find that what seems to have happened was that a group of people raided Max's server and kept creating new accounts to evade bans and post CP, which led to Max eventually deleting it.
And finally, not providing enough evidence to support his claims about the cheese pizza problem on Max's server.
Critical's accusation, how he described it, implies that evidence for Max defending CP should be relatively easy to get. However, while it seems impossible to obtain any of that, it's almost ironically extremely easy to find proof that contradicts the claims. By this point, it would literally make more sense to say that Max defending CP was an obscure secret that only Critical seemed to know about, because otherwise, and I can't stress this enough, the complete lack of evidence is an absurd phenomenon that needs to be studied.
With that being said, Max did try to come back to YouTube after disappearing following Charlie's second upload. In 2022, he tried to make another channel and Discord server, but that didn't pan out well for him, as he failed to regain the influence he had rightfully lost. Max A Million Miss will forever go down in YouTube history as the perfect example of what happens when you give a narcissistic troll too much power and influence. From raiding other creators' streams with hopes of getting them banned, to creating an extremely toxic community that became the breeding ground for some of the most deprived acts the internet has ever known. Max might have started with the noble intention of having a good laugh on YouTube and making a name for himself, but once he achieved that goal, ego and toxicity took over. A 1 million subscriber army of kids and nothing better to do gave Max the mindset that he could do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. But sadly for him, his joyride eventually came to a painful end. Today, Max is still trying to recover the power and notoriety by uploading lackluster trolling videos. However, it's highly unlikely he'll ever make a proper comeback, and his view counts speak for themselves, with him now struggling to get even 50,000 views on a video. Charlie's conflict with the morbidly obese YouTuber Nico Carter Avocado would go down as one of the most infamous controversies in YouTube history. From clickbaiting his content and faking injuries for views, all the way to filing false copyright strikes on smaller creators resulting in termination. It goes without saying that Nico Carter Avocado has one of the most controversial histories on YouTube. Mukbang videos have become an increasingly popular genre on YouTube. The videos involve creators filming themselves eating copious amounts of food while making jokes, telling stories, and developing relationships with their audience. While the niche originally started in South Korea, mukbangs would quickly spread across the globe, with several millions of viewers tuning in to watch their favorite creators binge on junk food. One of the most infamous mukbang creators on the platform is Nico Carter Avocado. Whilst on the surface it may just seem his channel as videos of a morbidly obese man feeding into his habits, it goes a lot deeper. His channel documents the decay of a man willing to risk it all in the pursuit of viral success and internet fame. This very pursuit would be what would land Nico Carter Avocado in a massive controversy with Penguinz0, aka Charlie. But Nico Carter Avocado wasn't always like this. Nico Carter started his content creation journey back in 2014, where he would focus on veganism and improving his violin skills. He emphasized the benefits of his plant-based lifestyle and criticized the meat industry. Alongside that, he was a genuinely accomplished violinist, showcasing complex arrangements on his channel. Initially, veganism seemed to be positive for Nick Ocado, aiding in weight loss and maintaining a slim figure. However, this soon turned problematic. He later revealed in a podcast that veganism brought immediate health issues.
No. And also, I don't think skinny always means healthy. I actually, honestly, Trisha,
yeah.
Everyone sees my old videos when I was skinny, and they think I was just this beacon of health.
Yeah.
I rotted a tooth. I had low B12 deficiency. My drive was terrible.
Really? I wondered that. Okay.
Terrible.
Wow.
I developed hypoglycemia. I don't know if it's directly related to the veganism, but I never had that before.
Nick Ocado also found the 2016 online vegan community to be extremely toxic, leading him to abandon veganism and the vegan YouTube community. After a month's break, Nick Ocado introduced non-vegan mukbang videos onto his channel. Despite initially incorporating meat, his diet remained relatively healthy, often featuring vegetables and rice.
So I'm gonna have, it's not that hot. I'm gonna pick it up with my hand. Oh, yes, look at that.
Despite being new to the genre, Nick Ocado would find relative success with his first upload, stating, "One of my friends told me to try it out. I thought she was crazy. Who on earth is going to watch me eat food?" Sure enough, my very first mukbang got like 50,000 views in a couple of weeks, which was a lot for me at the time, and everybody was asking, when's the next mukbang? The initial success would turn the one-off video into the main theme of his channel, and with the main theme of his channel being mass food consumption, aka mukbanging, his weight would also begin to increase. In Sunny V2's video covering Nick Ocado's transformation, he mentioned a case study which revealed a dark psychology behind the seemingly innocent content.
In The Psychology of Mukbang Watching, published in January 2020, the study found that the viewer's vicarious pleasure demanded a large quantity of unhealthy food to be consumed. The authors also claim that mukbang videos affect viewers' perception of food consumption and thinness because mukbangers who are very thin and slim consumed very large portions of food and did not gain weight, which is without a doubt the spell that Nick Ocado Avocado had found himself under.
With that knowledge in mind, it wouldn't be a surprise that Nick Ocado would begin to introduce not only more food into his mukbangs, but also replace the previously healthy food with fried and processed junk, with each video progressively getting more and more unhealthy.
School life as a kid, it was sad, it was lonely, it was fun. I played violin. I didn't have many friends. I had good friends and I lost them. I got new friends because their clique changed. I wasn't cool enough, or I changed my friends because
it seems like the more weight Nick Ocado gained, the more emotionally unstable he would become, with his videos going from lighthearted to distressing. Things would take a negative turn on the 18th of December 2019, when Nick Ocado would upload a collaboration video with popular mukbang YouTubers Zach Choi and Stephanie Su.
I just heard doing.
I heard like oink. It's not like
Whilst there was nothing alarming about the video itself, it would be the video that Stephanie posted 4 days later that would change the public perception for Nick Ocado. In a video titled "Why I'm Scared of Nick Ocado Avocado," Stephanie Su would share a negative experience working with him and being around Nick Ocado, with one of the first points she brought up being his alleged manipulation.
The past couple of days have been filled with just a lot of manipulation, in particular manipulating my own words against me to make me do things that I don't want to do and I don't feel comfortable doing.
She would also go on to claim that Nick Ocado used his platform to bully and threaten her.
And a lot of Nick Ocado Avocado using his platform to threaten me and to bully me. At this point, my home safety is kind of in question, so normally I wouldn't talk about stuff like this or make a video on it. I've been pretty vocal that a lot of things can just be solved offline, but because of how extreme things have gotten recently, I just want to share my side.
The video was over 47 minutes long and garnered over 15 million views, with comments in support of Stephanie stating, "He's a full-on bully. What a disgusting excuse of a person. I'm sorry this happened to you, Stephanie. He's the type of friend who keeps track of every bad thing you did during the friendship with screenshots so he can expose you later." As well as, "Nick is so disgusting. The fact that you had to apologize is even more sad. I feel bad for you. You're so strong. Nick Nick is such a bully. Nick Okado was already disliked by most, but it would be this video that would turn the entire mukbang community against him, with his channel's growth taking a complete stop for the following 2 months. Despite all of the negative attention, Nick Okado's views didn't go down, they actually increased, which reinforced the idea that any attention is good attention for his channel, as within 3 months he was already seeing significant growth. But with the growth of his channel also came the growth of his belly, as he would go from being very fat to very, very fat, which would lead to Nick Okado going on Drama Alert to discuss his various weight problems.
You gotta get on a diet, man. If you're bending over to pick up a sock and spraining your ankle, you gotta lose some weight, buddy.
There's some problems, definitely. I can't see my anymore when I pee. I have to see what's going on down there. You know, there's a lot of different issues. Sleeping can be a little rough. I have to sleep with this big old machine to pump some air into me. You know, my double chin is literally choking me to death. So I mean, there's some struggles for sure. But I think I should be fine.
It's just gonna keep getting worse, buddy.
His health would continue to further deteriorate, leading to a video titled "Returning to the Hospital, I'm Scared," where in the video, Nick Okado would address his recent health concerns with his viewers.
Burst hernia, now probably broken. We have to see what they say. I'm hoping it's like, well, it's, I don't know. Ouch! Ouch! Okay, keep my arm still, Nick. I'm hoping it's just one of those things that's like, it's a minor crack, but it'll heal in a week. I don't know anything about this. Ouch! It hurts to burp. Oh my god, my career is going to come tumbling down.
By this point, the entire internet was growing concerned for Nick Okado. Despite having a polarizing history on the platform, no one wanted to watch this man eat his way into a coffin in real time. This leads us to where Penguinz0, who I'll be referring to as Charlie, enters the video. On the 30th of September 2021, Charlie would upload a video titled "This YouTuber is slowly killing himself for views," where he would talk about Nick Okado's descent into morbid obesity.
I'm sure you've heard of. I've talked about him before. A lot of people have. He's been a big name on YouTube for a while. His name's Nikado Avocado. If you're on Twitter, you've probably seen hole floating around pretty often. For some reason, it was a big trend in meme to just post Nikado Avocado OnlyFans content all over Twitter. So I've seen his hole more times than I've seen him doing his mukbangs. For those that don't know, Nikado Avocado is a mukbang YouTuber. It's primarily what he does. Mukbangs are when you just eat on camera. And that's about it.
Later in the video, Charlie would showcase Nick Okado's recent unusual content.
This is from his most recent video. This is kind of what his content has become.
I wouldn't have become disabled if it weren't for you people who encouraged these videos. This is the $6, this is the $10. Ouch! My ribs! How many months are we gonna have to endure this pain? Alright, let's go for this. Ooh. This definitely looks cheesier. This one. And I'm allergic to this one too. Oh. But sometimes in life you just want what you can't have. I'm not allowed to have garlic. Or lots of onions. Or durian.
Now, to anyone that's familiar with this creator, you'll probably think that this is nothing special. This just looks like every other video he's ever made, just with less crying. You've probably even seen Nikado Avocado around other parts of the internet. If you don't even know who he is, you've probably seen some of his clips. He usually will eat something and then just start breaking down into tears and crying about something. He's notorious for constantly crying.
This is where Charlie begins to make his main points on Nick Okado, the first of which being how he blames his audience for his weight gain.
Outside of making some of the most revolting noises I've heard in quite some time while undergoing some kind of exorcism. He said, "It's your fault for encouraging these videos." Now, he says shit like this pretty often, and it shows me that there's still some self-awareness deep within him somewhere, locked deep away. But that rational side of him he keeps buried, locked in a cage, and still does this content.
Following this, Charlie would then explain the origins of Nick Okado and the reason why his transformation is partially his audience's fault.
Nikado Avocado didn't start as this kind of channel. Even 4 years ago, 2017, so 4 years ago now, he was a very healthy person. He seemed to be pretty mentally, sound. He wasn't breaking down on camera all the time and going wild and crazy from what I remember. He was even extremely good at an instrument. I think it was the violin, if I remember correctly. He was a vegan. He was just preaching some really positive stuff. But then he started to notice that the videos that gained a lot of traction were videos where he was just fucking gluttonous and eating 1,000,000 calories per sitting. So he stuck with it. And now he has a couple of channels where he does this pretty much every day, and it's been like this for the last 4 or so years. This is what he used to look like in 2017, and then when the videos really started to gain traction, he gained over 200 pounds in the last couple of years. And it's absolutely true. It's the audience's fault for this. They created what Nikado Avocado has become. Obviously, it's not all their fault. He is making the conscious decisions to completely throw away his health and well-being, which has now led to his disability, which he claims to have. Again, Nikado Avocado is not the most reliable narrator. He makes a lot of shit up sometimes. So, whether or not he actually now has a disability, it's anyone's guess.
Later in the video, Charlie would discuss the various injuries Nikocado claimed to have.
He claims to have 3 broken ribs, which is attributed to his incredible weight gain. Incredible being the wrong word, really just astonishingly upsetting weight gain that he's been putting on recently. He claims that the weight of his body has now broken a few of his ribs, which now has him bedridden. I think he also claimed to now have to have a full-time nurse in order for him to just engage in day-to-day activities. And he also has been diagnosed with sleep apnea, I believe, which is why you'll see on his most recent thumbnails, he has like that machine hooked up to his nose that makes him look like some kind of like cyborg from the future or something.
But next, Charlie would make the main point of the video, that Nikocado Avocado is ultimately deleting himself for YouTube views.
It seems to really be going downhill quickly for him. People have been saying for the last couple years that Nikado Avocado is literally killing himself for YouTube views, and it's absolutely true. He is slowly killing himself and documenting the journey the entire time while having an understanding of exactly what he's doing. He's well aware that he is throwing away his health, his well-being, his happiness, for the sake of some YouTube views because his audience continues to eat it up.
Towards the end of the video, Charlie would go over Nikocado's sad attempts at losing weight and his disability due to it. For those of you who aren't aware, Charlie has a bachelor's degree in human sciences and physiology, which gives him a level of credibility when discussing health-related topics.
He's also been saying for a little while now that he's going to be losing some weight, his weight loss journey has begun, but what ends up happening is for every pound he loses, he gains 10 more. I didn't play much of the video here, but he even mentioned that. He even goes on to say after the "your fault" speech that he started his weight loss and he lost a pound but then gained 3 more because he wanted to please his audience with more videos or something like that. So it's just truly a pretty awful thing to see.
The final point of Charlie's video highlights how both critics and fans of Nikocado's content inadvertently fuel his tendencies to push the boundaries even further, creating a dangerous cycle of turning his unhealthy behavior into a source of income.
The last 6 days he's posted a video each day talking about his disability and his new diet with it, and each one he has tons and tons of food from different places, and it's not clickbait. He really eats all of that food. Very rarely does he not finish his plate. He usually finishes it or gets very close to it. Almost nothing goes to waste. It goes right into Nikado Avocado's guts. And one thing you may have also noticed from that screenshot is his views are high, which is exactly why he does it. Yeah, most of them have more dislikes than likes, but even on the one I showed you, that's still like 4,000 likes, so there are 4,000 people dropping a fat like, leaving an encouraging comment, and he's usually peddling some merch, so the shirts you see him wear, he immediately pins in a comment for you to buy them, and I imagine he sells quite a few shirts. Even the people that get in there just to dislike, or just tune in to watch the train wreck, that's more views for him, that's more engagement, that helps him, and that keeps him on this wagon, keeps him going.
The video would go on to gain over 16 million views, and spoke the words that many of the YouTube community was silently thinking. But unlike your typical expose or generic commentary video, Charlie's dissection of Nikocado Avocado had a sombering tone, one that felt like he was genuinely concerned for Nikocado's well-being and future, and the comments would reflect this. I feel so bad for Nick, he probably thinks he won't die. This is insane. I've seen his clips here and there. didn't realize just how unhealthy he'd become over the last couple of years. Since I haven't really followed it, I don't see this stopping before it's too late. Very sad. As well as, every single second I see of him makes me feel terrible. Hope he gets the help he desperately needs. Despite the overwhelming amount of comments wishing the best for Nikocado, he would ultimately view the video as a direct attack, leading to a defensive response video the same day titled, "My response to Penguinz0's video about me, disabled mukbang." The video would start with Nikocado claiming that Charlie said he didn't have the right to exist due to his weight.
This person thought it would be cute to sit down on the computer and talk about my weight and my appearances and to fixate on how I look, as if I don't have the right to exist because I happen to be a little overweight, because I happen to have a little water weight, because I happen to be a little fluffy. This is an unfluffy person. Unfluffy!
Following this, Nikocado would share how despite looking healthier and skinnier in his older photos, he was actually extremely unhealthy.
He said something about me being vegan. Oh, look, he was so skinny, and he showed photos of me when I had just rotted a tooth out of my face, had to get surgery, had such low iron levels that I was anemic, that I had low libido, that I had brain issues.
Nikocado then highlighted how Charlie, at no point in his video, requested his audience to refrain from harassing him about his appearance or weight.
Hey, by the way, we're only in this video for like a couple of minutes. He didn't ask his millions of followers, don't harass him, don't make fun of his appearance, don't make his mental health upset, send him some support for nothing.
Nikocado would then make the claim that Charlie was trying to sensationalize his unfortunate situation for views.
People, it's the numbers on the screen. Bigger number, better person. Everyone's so desperate to squeeze as much milk as possible from those beautiful...
Oh, let's look at his thumbnail, shall we? Let's see what he's trying to achieve with my face like this and a title like this. This YouTuber is slowly killing himself for views. So, are you trying to play the high and mighty game all on your pedestal? That you're not trying to squeeze something out of something? Yes, let's sensationalize things about me at my expense. I don't even know who you are.
Nikocado would reiterate on the fact that his health can't be judged by how skinny he is, stating,
First of all, who are you to say that I was healthy because I was skinny? Does skinny equal healthy? Yes or no? Can you look at a person and say, oh, you're thin, therefore you must be healthy? You don't know what my blood work looks like, you don't know what my organ looks like. Let me tell you something. I might have been skinny, but I lost a tooth. I leached calcium from my bones. I had bad health because I was deficient in various nutrients on vegan diets that nearly sent me to the hospital. And I had problems with my liver. I had iron deficiency. I was supplementing B12 and couldn't retain it, and I had to get injections in my butt. And I had a low libido. But because I was thin, you have the authority to let everyone know that I was perfectly healthy. I was very healthy, and now he's destroyed his body.
Nikocado would then state that one of the photos Charlie displayed to show him as healthy was actually shortly before he went to a hospital.
This video, I was on an orange juice fast, and I was so underweight that I had to go to the hospital on an IV. This photo here, you can see every bone in my body. I'm smiling, I'm skinny, but this shallow individual, apparently that's all that matters. And that means that since I've gained a little extra weight, I might be a little bit fluffy. But that means that he needs to circle around and be like, well, he's so fat, he's dying, Did I ever say I was dying? Did anyone else say that? What? Who? My doctors, my dietitian. I have a dietitian looking after me, mister.
Later in the video, Nikocado would claim that Charlie was spreading misinformation by making the claim his disabilities are from his diet, when according to Nikocado, they were due to pre-existing health conditions. Another key argument Nikocado made was claiming that Charlie didn't do enough research before diving into a dedicated video on the topic.
If you were an actual viewer, which you're not, which is fine, but then usually you do a little research before you make content on your page. It's fine if you don't view me regularly, that's fine. that's fine. Leave a comment, leave an opinion, but to make it a dedicated video to send people to me, if you watch, you would know that I barely eat. I barely eat my food. I eat till I'm full. I don't deny. I know I indulge a little bit. I'm a little bit overweight. I'm a little bit on the fluffy side. I made jokes out of it. It's just water weight. I know it's not, mostly it is water. But yeah, there's a little non-water in there. But I have big presentations because this is fun. I like it big. I like it exciting. I like to taste test different things. I like various options. What if I don't like what I'm eating? There's something else to grab from. I like making this a treat for the viewers. I come every single day to share stories and to entertain people and share my life, to share someone else's life, to talk about whatever, to talk about the food, to help people calm down after work, to give someone a laugh when they're going through a divorce. I'm there for people every day. It's not even about the food. It's really not. I barely eat. That's the #1 criticism I get, actually.
Despite the video actually having some decent arguments, it would be received extremely negatively, garnering 73,000 dislikes in comparison to just 14,000 likes. And the comment section would reflect this, with viewers stating, "Skinny doesn't equal healthy, vegan doesn't equal healthy, but constantly doing mukbangs certainly does not equal healthy either. There's no way this is who you truly are, Nikocado. People just want to see you exist for a long time. Charlie's intentions were to help you, not attack you." As well as, "Charlie is not making fun of you, he is genuinely concerned for your health." The following day, Charlie would upload a video titled "My Response to Nikocado Avocado," where he would admit his wrongs and also create counter arguments to Nikocado's video.
That there are some things that he does bring up that I think are definitely worth talking about. But first of all, I'd like to say congratulations to Nick. It looks like his broken ribs are healing pretty well because he starts this video by stomping into the room. And I also checked his TikTok. He's been going kind of hard, so it looks like his broken ribs seem to be doing better now.
Fiddlesticks! Who is this?
The first point Charlie made was in regards to Nikocado's alleged broken ribs.
In regards to his broken ribs, in his response video he said I was completely lying and that his broken ribs had nothing to do with weight gain, which surprised me because I actually got that information from one of his recent videos. I'll just go ahead and play you the clip.
And before you make fun of me, please try to put yourself in my shoes. I cracked my ribs. Bitch! Fuck this fucking air sack from coughing excessively for over 2.5 months and my obesity, all 350 pounds of force. Ouch!
I didn't reach into my butthole and pull this out of nowhere. I got the information from him, so I don't understand why in his response video he makes it sound like I'm lying about so many things. Like he himself said his cracked ribs were the result of coughing for the last 2 months and his obesity, 350 pounds of pressure or whatever he said there. I didn't make that claim. I didn't make that up. It came from him, and you can just click on this video and it's right in the intro. So I don't know why he would say something like that in the response video.
One of Nikocado's biggest critiques of Charlie was how he never tried to stop his audience from sending hate towards him, which Charlie would later respond to.
But anyway, now to actually talk about the things Nick brings up that I think are very important to talk about. First of all, he talks about the people that went from my video to his to just be assholes. I always openly condemn this, and I should have again said don't go harass him because it looks like people need a constant fucking reminder to not fucking harass people. You're not some kind of internet vigilante fighting for justice. That angry comment you left on Nick's video isn't going to help him. You're just being a fucking douchebag. And I completely sincerely apologize for overlooking the fact that I need to remind people how to behave online. I always hate, absolutely fucking hate. I've made 2 different videos on how much I hate when people go and harass people, but just from like YouTube videos and shit. It sucks. It fucking sucks. 100%. And Nick is absolutely in the right in calling that out.
Following this, Charlie would hint towards the idea that Nikocado may have intentionally misrepresented his original video in order to boost engagement and create an aggressive response.
It's clear immediately that Nick misunderstood what I was saying in my video. I don't know if that's on purpose just for the sake of having like an aggressive response video for YouTube drama, or if he genuinely didn't understand what I was trying to say, but he makes it clear that he didn't get what I was going for.
Charlie would also call out Nick Ocado for creating arguments that he never made.
I'm being attacked for my weight, for my appearance. Apparently, I'm encouraging people to eat unwell. Excuse me!
I don't even understand at all where that last thing came from. I never made any point like that or even hinted at anything like that. I never said like Nikado Avocado is a role model and he's encouraging people to eat like he does on camera. I never said anything like that. I never said that he's setting some kind of example for people to follow. All I was saying is the success he found with mukbangs has reinforced his decision to eat this way.
Charlie would follow it up by clarifying the reason that he showed old photos of Nick Ocado.
As far as appearance goes, me showing his 2017 body compared to his most recent one was used to show what the food is doing to him. If he was skinny and eating the way he does on camera, I would have the exact same criticisms. Because even when you're skinny, you can be very unhealthy, which is a point he makes. I wasn't saying skinny is the gold standard. He also brings up some demons from his past that I didn't know about. I didn't get the full extended lore of Nikado Avocado. I was under the assumption that he was healthier back then because, contrary to what he says in the video, I am very familiar with him. I've watched his content for a while. I've watched the transformation, but apparently I've missed some arcs along the way in his anime.
One of Nick Ocado's main arguments was that the photos Charlie chose were actually taken during times that Nick Ocado was facing serious health conditions, to which Charlie would respond saying,
he mentioned back during those days with the photos I showed he had an eating disorder, even mentioned a tooth rotting out, and that he generally didn't feel like he was healthy back then. And I didn't know any of those things. What I saw on camera was him eating healthy food, preaching about healthy food options and lifestyles, as well as fitness and stuff like that. So I was under the impression that he was healthy during those days, but maybe he wasn't. But he's also not healthy now. I'm not Nick's dad. I'm not here to slap the fucking cheeseburgers out of his hand or anything. I showed these photos because it shows a complete transformation from one body type to another, and it shows that there is still an eating disorder present. And I feel like it's reinforced by his audience on YouTube that encourage it, which is something he mentions in his videos from time to time. He says things like, you guys are doing this, and I think he's right. I think seeing those numbers grow and seeing those big numbers has completely reinforced the idea that in order to be successful, he has to keep eating this way, so he feels trapped to do it. That's the point I was making.
Following this, Charlie would make a counter-argument to Nick Ocado, stating how mukbang content is possible to do in a healthy way when pulled off correctly, referencing food YouTuber Matt Stoney.
It doesn't have to do with his weight or his appearance, it has to do with what he's eating on camera and how often he's doing it. Take for example Matt Stoney. Matt Stoney will do these incredible food challenges. He'll eat fucking 20,000, 30, 40,000 calorie meals in a single sitting in under an hour for a YouTube video, and they're fucking awesome. That's nuts to butts action. Matt Stoney eating the fuck out of 20 burritos at a time, double fisting 1,000 tacos per hand. It's incredible stuff. And it's so much food and so many calories, but Matt Stoney does that once every few weeks, once a month maybe. Nikado Avocado is doing something comparable almost every single day.
Later in the video, Charlie would also combat Nick Ocado's claims that he was calling him revolting or disgusting.
Making some of the most revolting noises I've heard in quite some time while undergoing some kind of exorcism.
And me. Who are you? I haven't said anything that you're revolting and you're disgusting.
Yeah, I didn't say that about you either, Nick. I was talking about that shtick you do in your videos where you make a yucky noise. That's what I was talking about. And I think you know that, but you tried to use that as a way to spin it like I was calling you revolting and disgusting for your weight or something like that, which I absolutely wasn't. I was talking about that ongoing joke you have where you make noises and faces like that. I was just saying I find that to be off-putting. He calls them a hairball, which is obviously him kidding around, and I just called it gross because I don't really like those noises. And I'm sure he knows what I was talking about here, but just found it to be easy ammunition to make me look really shitty. So he was able to spin it like, look, he's calling me revolting and gross, he's being a big asshole, which I wasn't. I was just talking about that hairball thing that he does.
Charlie would also address his own mistakes in his video, such as when he had the wrong information regarding Nick Ocado's full-time carer.
He says that I am incorrect about, like, the nurse, like the full-time nurse to take care of him, and that's entirely possible. I've tried to keep up with his videos recently to make sure I get the full story, but for me it is very hard to sit through a full mukbang from him because it's just sad to see. I'll just be straight up honest. It's hard for me to watch all of them, so sometimes I'll go to Twitter to read threads about Nikado Avocado to be kept up to date, and I recalled reading about a nurse that had to be on standby in order to make sure that he was able to go about his activities. This, he has said, is incorrect, so I do apologize for that. That information that I got there was wrong. 100%, and I'll take full responsibility for being incorrect on that point.
Charlie's ability to recognize when he is in the wrong is one of the reasons he became so popular to begin with. However, he wouldn't be happy after Nikocado tried to twist his own words.
One thing he is blatantly wrong about, and I don't know if this is on purpose to make me look bad or something, he keeps saying that I call his viewers fat, or I am constantly talking about him being fat and gross. Two things I've never said anywhere in that video. I never said his viewers are fat or insulting his viewers. I was saying his viewers are enabling him to keep doing some of this content. And that, I stand by 100%. You can even see it on this response video. There were so many comments saying, don't listen to him, and when are you doing your next big mukbang? I love to watch you eat this and that and that. Like, that's enabling. That's the very definition of enabling. It's enabling a bad habit, and it keeps you doing these same things which have had a negative effect on your health. But that's not me all of a sudden saying all your viewers are fat pigs that are gross and yucky, ooh, cooties, yucky, gross pigs in your comments. I never said anything like that, and I don't know why he tries to hint like that, and I don't know if it's on purpose or by accident. I think it's supposed to, like, make his viewers mad at me, like, can you believe what this guy is saying about us? Which I never did.
To conclude the response, Charlie would make one final point about the breathing machine that was present in all of Nikokado's recent uploads. A machine which Nikocado made it seem like was necessary to use during the day.
Next thing he talks about is this machine that he's had in every thumbnail for like the last 2 weeks. He says he's actually had this since he was a kid and it's nothing new, unrelated to mukbangs and all that. Okay, fair enough. Let's say that's true. Maybe it is. It probably is. I don't see why he'd lie about it. But then why all of a sudden now are you putting it so prominently in every thumbnail and every title talking about being disabled and doing a disabled mukbang? Why are you just now showing this off then? It leads your viewers to believe that the situation's a lot more dire than it is, and you're doing it on purpose. You're trying to garner more sympathy out of the situation by having this machine here. It makes it seem like your health is on a really rapid decline, and I think the reason you're doing that is to get more views on it, because when people see that you're in distress, they want to see what's going on and want to make sure everything's okay. So if you truly have had this machine for that long, why are you all of a sudden now showing it off like this in the context of being disabled? So it's pretty fucked up.
Charlie's response would garner an overwhelmingly positive reception from the YouTube community, amassing over 14 million views coupled with over 825,000 likes, with comments stating, "I like how mature and calm Charlie handles these kind of situations. He just genuinely concerns for Nick. Nikokado's persona makes me so uncomfortable. Watching a grown man act like an upset toddler is so wrong." As well as, "A wise man once said, never argue with an idiot. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience." From this point onwards, the drama would take a turn for the worse, with Nikocado attempting to completely milk the situation, uploading a second response video the following day, where he'd react to Charlie's response and repeat the points from his original video. He would even promote his cameo when Charlie critiqued him for not taking the situation seriously.
Never out of character anymore, it seems. So this response is not him being genuine or taking it seriously.
Click the link below and get yourself a cameo where I'll make a special video just for you. Treat yourself or surprise someone else.
That clip would go on to set the tone for the video, as Nikocado deflected and danced his way around Charlie's arguments, with the video making very little points to prove him wrong or to even take him seriously. Following the response, Nikocado would attempt to clickbait Charlie's channel name, Penguinz0, in the titles of several videos, such as "Eating like Penguinz0 critical for 24 hours, Penguinz0 and Mr. Beast ruined me," and "Penguinz0's brainwashed fans won't stop."
Oh no! Oh wait! Oh shit! Oh shit! Jeepers! Oh.
The content itself wasn't anything out of the usual for Nick Ocado, and once he became bored of clickbaiting Penguinz0, he would go back to posting his regular content as usual. Entering 2023, something about Nick Ocado began to change. He was slowly losing his toddler-like behavior and was actually looking a little skinnier than usual, with viewers taking note of this with comments such as, "I'm happy for him, he's lost tons of weight and he isn't sounding toxic as usual. It's really nice seeing you happy and getting healthy. I love seeing you make positive choices in the right direction. Keep it up." As well as, "I love this video. No antics, just being yourself. Your mood seems great today." On the 25th of April 2023, Nick Ocado would publish a video titled "How Much I Weigh Now, Pizza Mukbang," where he would share some fantastic news with his audience.
I know I'm skinny, you don't have to tell me. I lost 89 pounds. And look at my arms. Oh my god. You don't even recognize me, I know. And this is not pre-recorded.
It would be this positive news that would bring Charlie to once again create a video covering Nick Ocado, but this time in a very positive and heartwarming light. On the 8th of May 2023, Charlie would publish a video titled "This is Good News." The video would start out with Charlie discussing how Nick Ocado was supposedly beginning to lose weight, and not just 2 or 3 pounds like he previously joked about, but a respectable 89 pounds.
And now I've recently learned that Nick Ocado Avocado has been actively losing weight. He posted a new video kind of briefly going over how much weight he's lost, which he claims is roughly around 89 pounds, and I think that is incredible. The weight announcement does come during a pizza mukbang, but 89 pounds down and there's a noticeable difference, he's fucking earned the right to splurge like that. I think that is fantastic. The whole genesis of our controversy stemmed from me finding it sad that he was literally eating himself to death and even making jokes about, like, very morbid stuff revolving around the way he was eating for content. And I've always maintained that it would be amazing to see him start losing the weight. And now to see him actually start taking steps down that path, I think that's fantastic, and I have nothing but amazing things to say about that, and a huge round of applause because there's a lot of hard work that goes into this.
As much as I wanted to end this video on a positive note, things would take a sad twist. On the 28th of October 2023, Nick Ocado would upload a video to his third channel titled "I Quit My Weight Loss Journey, Time to Get Fat Again." And whilst clickbaiting videos isn't uncommon for him, the pinned comment would confirm that he had indeed regained all the weight he worked hard losing. It's devastating to see him gain back almost all of his weight, with a reply from Nick Ocado himself stating, "Pinning for the peasants who think this is an old vid, 330 pounds this morning. I don't give a F anymore. Daily videos will return." Kwebbelkop was at one point one of the most popular gaming creators on the platform, but after a series of horrible decisions and exposed videos, his empire would come crumbling down, leaving his channel as a shell of what it once was. To fully capture just how large of a downfall Kwebbelkop witnessed, we first need to go back into the past to fully garner just how successful his channel once was. Kwebbelkop, also known as Geordie, started his YouTube journey on the 2nd of April 2008. Over the following 3 years, Geordie would simply be a consumer on the platform, as it wasn't until the 3rd of May 2011 that Geordie would upload his first video. The video was about what you could expect for a 16-year-old playing his Xbox 360 in his bedroom. Geordie would post relatively consistently, building upon his production quality and on-camera personality up until 2014, where he would start reaping the rewards of his hard work and dedication to his content. With his videos now focused on GTA 5 content that was based on his personality and relatively easy to produce, he would not slow down at all, giving himself arguably one of the best runs between 2015 and 2017 out of any gaming creator at the time, with his channel hitting 3 million subscribers in January of 2016.
Look at that. Look at that. It's my 3 million subscribers custom made YouTube play button.
This run was fueled by Geordie's ability to connect and grow with other creators in his niche, which was best described by Sunny in his video titled "How Kwebbelkop Lost His Entire Audience in 1 Year," where he would state,
"For example, Geordie was a master at collaborating with other YouTubers.
I'm a YouTuber. I want to know more YouTubers. I want to get to know all the YouTubers. I want my friends to be YouTubers or people that are doing similar stuff."
This became most evident after forming a YouTube trio known as Robust, which included Kwebbelkop alongside 2 other familiar faces, Jelly and Slow, Slogo Man. Kwebbelkop explained that his first viral video with over 14 million views was him, Jelly, and Slogo simply messing around on GTA 5. As their relationship strengthened, a video where Kwebbelkop simply met Jelly in real life for the first time gained over 12 million views. The trio were even picked up by PewDiePie's YouTube network Revel Mode, alongside Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, with the subscriber count of Kwebbelkop, Jelly, and Slogo being the best piece of evidence for the success they'd find as a trio. In addition to forming the robust group, Geordie began dating fellow YouTuber Azzyland in 2016, with Azzy herself having a multi-million subscriber count at the time, meaning that they could collaborate on various different videos, providing further growth for each creator.
Fast forward 4 more years of almost daily uploads, and although Geordie witnessed unimaginable levels of success that would ultimately solidify his name in YouTube history, he would also begin to feel burnout. Burnout is a state of complete mental, physical, and emotional exhaustion that completely takes the fun out of whatever you are doing. With that being said, it's often the #1 killer of YouTube careers, as without motivation there is no content, and without content there is no audience, and without the audience there is no money flowing through. However, entering 2021, Geordie thought he had come up with a genius idea to solve the problem in its entirety and change the landscape of YouTube forever. Geordie began his mission to remove the human side of making content by using a variety of AI tools ranging from AI editing to voice cloning and idea generation. And with this, launched the YouTube channel called Blue. Blue was a VTuber created by Geordie. The VTuber was operated by motion capture software paired with voice cloning AI. The Blue character was able to be played by everyone and anyone who stepped in front of the camera, and this project would be a huge success for Geordie, with the first video amassing over 600,000 views and the channel gaining tens of thousands of subscribers with each passing month. It's also safe to say that the content attracted a largely child-centric audience, who wouldn't have cared about the fact that the channel had no authentic personality or human being to truly latch onto, since they were more fixated on the overstimulating editing and sound effects in each video.
Giant Batman wants to eat the city! It's my goal to stop him by becoming the fattest Nab so I can eat him! Oh my god, guys, this giant Batman's gonna eat this building! I have to stop him by eating his fingers! Nom 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 nom! Ah, my head!
Whilst the content was relatively soulless compared to Geordie's usual videos, it was kept on a separate channel from Kwebbelkop, which kept a divide between the soulless corporate-feeling AI-generated eye candy for children and the more personable content posted onto Kwebbelkop. The Blue channel would mush out 783 uploads as of this recording, resulting in over 295 million views, coupled with 797,000 subscribers, which even with a conservative guess of $2 per 1,000 views, would roughly equate to $590,000 in profit from AdSense alone, and that's without including sponsor deals, which generally make up for a large portion of a creator's revenue. Speaking of sponsors, this video has no sponsor, so if you could subscribe, that would be greatly appreciated. According to Sunny, the dream of effortless AI-generated wealth would begin to get to his head, and in return, get in the way of his usual content.
One of the biggest lessons I've learned in business is that pretty much everything you dream is possible. Cloning yourself, too easy. 4 years ago, I was in the middle of a burnout, made 3 videos per day and streamed 2 to 3 hours per day. I wished I could clone myself, so I did. What Kwebbelkop is referring to in this Twitter thread is a channel he launched 1 month after the drama with Tiger, which posts gaming videos and uses an AI character as the main personality within the videos. Now, there's nothing wrong with anyone beginning a second channel, but when looking at the numbers, it's obvious that this new AI channel going by the name of Blue was seriously fragmenting Geordie's attention on the main channel. It was launched in May 2021 and began to do 4 million views per month instantly, yet if we look at the Kwebbelkop channel, May 2021 was also the point at which his viewership declined from an average of 100 million views per month to 60 million views per month. Kwebbelkop began to celebrate the strides that his AI channel was doing, yet he also seemed completely oblivious to the massive decline that was happening on his main channel. His average monthly viewership was down by 40 million on Kwebbelkop while he was celebrating 4 million views a month on Blue. It was the very definition of the man who chases 2 rabbits catches neither, and this decline on the main channel brought about further changes which would ultimately make things even worse.
On the 19th of February 2022, Geordie would publish a video to the Kwebbelkop channel titled My Most Important Video, where Geordie would state that he would be discontinuing the daily uploads and would be instead moving to post the best possible content for his viewers.
After 10 years, I realized that I'm simply not as young and energetic as I was before. And how before I was able to just push everything on the side and just grind and make YouTube videos, I'm now much older and that's really not possible anymore. I'm kind of confronted with these things. I'm having a hard time being creative. I'm having a hard time having fun in my job. I'm having a hard time sleep. I'm always worrying about YouTube, always thinking about YouTube. And that's why I'm making this video. I'm not enjoying it as much as I was before. Now, in the meantime, I've also started a few other businesses which I'm very passionate about. I started a video game company where we're making one of the best, one of the coolest games ever, and it's gonna be insane, and I can't say anything about it because I signed a lot of contracts for it. I'm also running other YouTube channels and inspiring people to create, this virtual YouTuber called Blue. And I even started a cryptocurrency NFT business where I create tools for creators to make their own NFTs, which is super flippin' awesome, and it's blowing up. I got this big office here in Amsterdam, and it feels like I'm really living the dream doing all these things at the same time. I got a beautiful apartment. I have a lovely girlfriend. Life literally couldn't be better, but then there's this YouTube thing, it's just consuming me. I was making content just for the sake of being able to post every day. I don't want that. I want to make videos that I put my passion in. I want to make videos that I'm proud of. I want to make videos that I know you want to see. YouTube is still a massive part of me, and I never want to quit. I genuinely never want to stop uploading content.
As many of you can tell by the title, or perhaps other videos you've watched covering the topic, this is where the story of Kwebbelkop really starts going downhill, as Sunny would expose the so-called better content in his documentary.
The first 3 videos posted in the days that followed were him bragging about his $10,000 dog, then him bragging about his custom orange G-Wagon, then him bragging about his $7.5 million penthouse apartment.
Welcome to my $7.5 million penthouse tour. Let's see if this video can hit 100,000 likes.
And it's just like, why would you post this, dude? Not only have you stated in the past that you apparently don't do YouTube for the money.
I don't care about making an extra buck on YouTube. I don't care about the money. I really genuinely do not do YouTube for the money.
But do you really think the audience wants to open up the YouTube app and instantly see something that makes them feel inferior to you? Do you think new viewers on your channel want to open up the video section and see one video saying I quit followed by 3 videos talking about how rich you are? You think it's just a coincidence that David Dobrik got cancelled in the same month that he posted his brand new multi-million-dollar house to YouTube? When you invite envy into the life of others, you pay for it in ways which you will not expect. The 3 videos felt like nothing more than a validation-seeking exercise which came off as quite insecure.
Sunny's video would ultimately go mega viral, with the video gaining over 11 million views. It was impossible for Geordie not to see it, with Geordie eventually leaving a comment stating, "Gotta make a comeback now, see you guys in a few months. Thank you for the feedback, I 100% agree with the stuff you're saying here. Too many things at the same time. A little bit of bragging because of insecurities and lack of focus. Let's get back on the grind, bangers incoming." Based on the comment alone, it would seem like Geordie took the criticism on the chin and was ready to move on to a better and brighter future thanks to Sunny's critique. But the reign of warranted criticism on Geordie's actions wouldn't end here, as this is where we introduce Penguinz0, aka Most Critical or Charlie, who would eventually play a massive role in Geordie's downfall. In a video titled Downfall of a Massive YouTuber, Charlie would react to Sunny's Kwebbelkop video, where 13 minutes in, he would call out Geordie for being a shameless cash grab who doesn't care about the content or his audience. Some major foreshadowing for what would play out in the future.
We need to remove the human element. Yes, it sounds crazy, but we need robots, we need computers.
That's spoken like a man who really cares about the content. If I'm to own 5 million channels, I realize the weakest link is the goddamn human. Organic is cringe. Machines are the way I do it. So I hired this entire team to build VTubers with AI scripts, to pump out as much shit as I possibly can across 1,000 channels.
And you can start as many channels as you want because they all function under the same brand. It's like Spider-Man, okay? There's so many different Spider-Mans.
Why do you view that as a good thing? Why do you view this situation as a good thing? I mean, for you, I get it because it's a lot of money, owning all those channels and all the ad revenue. But as someone who keeps presenting himself as a guy who doesn't care about the money and does it for good content, how can you possibly sit here and try and convince your audience of of Quibble flops that this is a good thing. Just a million channels of completely soulless generated scripts. This is so shameless. Holy shit.
Huge risk if you invest a lot of money, and if one person leaves, the entire business collapses.
Like, he's convincing his audience that people are the problem.
The following month, Geordie would publish a video titled "The Sad Truth About How I Lost My Entire Audience in 1 Year," where he extensively responded to the videos created on him. Whilst this video would seem like a good response on the surface, the statement he made 7 minutes and 17 seconds in would age like milk.
I mean, posting a video a day is insanity. It is crazy, especially if you do multiple videos a day. And after the breakup, I thought, okay, you know what? Maybe I should live my life a little bit more. Maybe I should take more care of myself. I really felt burnt out. I genuinely had a burnout. And after all of that, I just wanted to live a little bit more and just have more fun in life rather than sitting there mindlessly pumping out videos and feeling like I'm just running a machine. That I am a machine. I'm not. I'm a human. I have feelings too.
Geordie's statement about not wanting to be a content machine would ultimately be contradicted by his own actions just months later. On the 21st of December 2022, Geordie would publish a tweet stating, "I made an AI where it runs its own podcast where it talks about AI. Everything is AI generated from scripts to the video. I don't plan to actually release it to the public, just testing to see what's possible. We're extremely close to AI influencers taking over. This is game changing." Whilst Geordie's Blue channel was partially run by AI voice training models and motion capture software, it at least still had some level of human input, such as the actor who played the character and the editing of the video. But what Geordie was wanting to do now was completely remove the human side of the creation. This line of thinking would set the tone for Geordie's mindset entering 2023, as on the 10th of June, he would publish a tweet announcing his future plans, with the tweet reading, "Quibble AI, coming soon." Just a week later, Geordie would post yet another tweet about AI, this time showing some unlabeled metrics for a video he claimed was AI generated. If you still don't believe AI generated content is the future, think again. It's safe to say that Geordie was feeling confident with AI being the future of content creation, as later that day, he would also announce his retirement as a YouTuber, in a tweet quoting, "After 11 years on the platform, I'm ready to retire as a YouTuber. I've successfully cloned myself and will have AI run my YouTube channel. This is a very open and public experiment, and I'll be the first creator to do this, as far as I know. I'm confident that our algorithms will be able to pull millions of views a month and entertain tons of people. This all started when I experienced burnout while making daily content. I'm a firm believer that this is the future and many will follow. The project will be ever evolving. It's similar to how video games have seasons and constantly improve and patch the game. You can expect cloning, videos, views, and more to get better over time. Launching Q3 2023. Shout out to the entire team for making this possible, 5 years in the making." The tweet would gain more attention compared to his usual tweets, since cloning yourself and having a channel fully run by AI seems rather outlandish and controversial, with replies stating, "Am I the only one that reads this and thinks my personality is equal to that of a robot? Because that is the vibe I get. Some YouTubers have basically given up on the idea of having a personality in the pursuit of money. And good job killing your channel. Your content is so shit it can be recreated with AI, nice one." A mixed reception could have been expected, but also avoided to an extent. In each of Geordie's posts showing data about AI-generated videos, he conveniently left out just how much was AI-generated and just how much human involvement there was throughout the content creation process. While it's clear that Geordie was thrilled because of the advancements he was making with AI, his idea of transforming YouTube into a realm of automated content directly contradicts the you in YouTube. The idea that the same viewers who subscribe to him for his personality and content he himself created would simply consume whatever slop was provided to them by the AI completely alienated the few loyal viewers that he had remaining. The following month, on the 25th of July, Geordie would do a face reveal for the Quibble AI, along with a launch date in August. The announcement would be revealed to be true, as on the 1st of August 2023, Quibble AI would make its debut, with a video titled, "Minecraft but you only get one block." The video was a Minecraft Let's Play style video, featuring an AI version of Quibble.
Today in Minecraft, I am stuck on one block. Can we survive? Watch until the end to find out. Oh my god, guys, it says break the block below you, but I can't lie, I'm kind of scared because I'm not sure if it'll actually regenerate, but let's just do it and... oh my god, the block will regenerate. This is insane. Okay, guys, so we just had to keep
The video was received extremely negatively from Quibblecop's remaining loyal fan base. He already deterred everyone by his braggadocious actions in the past, but now he was alienating the last of his viewers who stuck around, with comments stating, "Dude went from peak childhood entertainment to can't even be bothered making videos himself now." Personally, I think this says a lot more about this kind of content than it does about AI, and I think I can speak for most people by saying I miss the old Geordie, and I think this was a terrible decision for him. Despite the negative reaction, the video initially didn't get that much attention, since Kwebbelkop's relevancy was long gone. But just a day later, Geordie would once again become the main topic of a Moist Critical stream, where Charlie would deconstruct and criticize the Kwebbelkop AI.
He was once a massive channel pumping out tons of like Let's Play videos for Minecraft, GTA, and all of that. And then he made a hard pivot into AI, just going full cannonball into the deep end of the pool of AI. In particular, AI generated content. So he made a separate channel for a VTuber called Blue or something like that. I think it was Blue. And it was kind of an experiment. That's when he was just first getting a little wet with it. So he had the water wingies on. It was a VTuber, but they still made the content. There was still someone behind it. But he wanted to go even harder. What he envisioned for a perfect world was all AI generated content. And I said, we're probably not far off from that being a reality. And you guys called me crazy. You said, Charles, go back to your padded cell. You're speaking nonsense. You're speaking gobbledygook. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And now, 2 days ago, he's released his first AI video. So all of the money he invested into it, all of the money that he's used on the startup, he is now putting into full effect. I think he owns like 20 channels as well. And he wants to make all of them basically AI centric, so that way it's all made by AI, so it's as minimal as possible for maximum content. And it flopped. The views aren't big or anything, but you have to remember this probably didn't even have him in the same room. Someone had to have played Minecraft, sure, but here.
Today, I am stuck.
He is not here. This is all AI.
Watch until the end to find out. Oh my god, guys, it says break the block below you, but I can't lie. I'm kind of scared because I'm not sure.
So everything that's being said here, the VTuber avatar, the fucking bitmoji of him, and all of the dialogue and everything is AI. So he never even had to record. They just needed some kind of gameplay, at least for now. Eventually, they'll probably be able to just have the AI do some rudimentary gameplay. And he can just pump these things out endlessly across like 20 channels.
But this would just be the start, as following this, Charlie would also cover the possible motives for cloning oneself with AI.
There's not a single good argument you could make for having AI replacing YouTubers or anything like that. The literal only motivating factor is easy money. You would then no longer have to do anything. That is the only reason. There's not a single argument Kwebbelkop can make that is anything other than it's free money.
Just 2 days later, things would get a lot worse for Geordie, as Charlie would publish a video to his YouTube channel titled "You Called Me Crazy But I Was Right," a video that would call out and criticize Geordie for his recent actions. This would be the video that would completely turn not only Geordie's fans against him, but the greater YouTube community in and of itself.
Because his channel was massive for a long time. And then he did a hard pivot into AI. He wanted everything to be AI. And now he's completely digitized himself. He's jacked Kwebbelkop into the cyberspace, and now all he does is AI related work. And now he's just started releasing his first wave of fully AI driven YouTube videos where he doesn't do anything at all. It's all AI behind the wheel.
Charlie would then lash out on the possible consequences of what the Kwebbelkop AI was striving for.
I want to go over some of his tweets here because this is something he's extremely proud of and thinks is a good thing, which I don't understand the delusion of. There is nothing good about replacing people with AI across the board. There isn't. There's not a single argument that can be made that what Kwebbelkop is doing is good. It's only good for him because he can make a lot of money off of it without ever doing anything at all, besides just being the one who owns the program. So here's one of his tweets about the AI video, just to give you a little insight. He didn't lift a finger, something that he proudly proclaims here. It is fully completed work without him ever actually being present for it. And he's going to make money off of it. It's of course not as successful as the videos where he actually does appear, but if he can just crank 20 of these puppies out every day, it's going to add up and probably end up being more lucrative and significantly less work, obviously, than if it was him behind the camera. Even just speaking about this just made my lights flicker because it's such a fucking evil dystopian concept to have all of humanity replaced by AI counterparts that replicate their personality. And it's something that he seems very excited about for some reason, and I just don't get it.
Following that, Charlie exposed Kwebbelkop's intentions of monetizing the AI by offering it for sale through a subscription-based model.
Now, Now, him being the saint that he is actually wants to give this to everybody for the price of $100 per month, a $100 subscription plan in order to make unlimited shorts and unlimited long-form content text to viral video. So he wants to give you the keys to the kingdom here where you too can make completely uninspired, generic, formulaic AI content in order to try and gamify and maximize your gains online, where you just type in a viral video prompt and it will create everything without you doing anything. I don't know why he thinks this is something to be happy about. Again, this is purely just profit-driven greed. There is nothing good that can come from AI-produced content. It's not going to be good content or anything. All it will ever be is just deceptive bloat on platforms. But he's looking to try and really maximize this and pump out as much as possible and allow other people to pump out as much as possible as long as they're paying him for it.
Kwebbelkop would post a tweet quoting, "I love how so many people immediately shoot down the idea of AI influencers before even giving it a chance. What exactly is the problem here? Why are people so against it? Would love to better understand things." Where Charlie would respond with,
I can easily explain that to you. Because there's no real soul behind AI content, and it's only ever going to be deceptive into making people believe that it's a real person there. When it's mimicking a personality, it's not having a personality. The content will never be good content. It is just cheap content whose sole reason for existence is because it'll make it easier than actually making shit. Just have the AI do it all for you. That's not a good thing. That's not something we should be happy about. So someone replied saying, "It's just human connection, to be honest. No one really cares about AI. We like people for personalities and natural story. AI ain't natural. I'm not saying it won't work, but I ain't gonna say to my friends, my favorite YouTuber is Kwebbelkop AI, but good luck." And then he responds saying, "And what if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? If you don't mind me asking, who's your favorite influencer right now? I'm certain that it can be AI generated and you'd still care about the content." You're immediately highlighting a problem here, and I can't believe that he doesn't recognize this. What if you didn't know that the content was created by AI? That's called misleading people, and that's shitty. You're lying to them by pretending that it's a real person behind it. The content will never be the same. You can mimic a personality to a certain extent, I guess, but it's still going to be worse for it. There's nothing good about that. What benefit is there to having an AI pretend to be a person? There isn't. It's just for the sake of being easier than actually making the shit with the person. You could have the AI do it in a matter of minutes, as opposed to having someone sit down, edit it, be entertaining and whatever. It's just for the sake of making money. There's nothing good about it. But that's not how Kwebbelkop sees it. To him, this is his paradise. So he talks about how it's been a challenging journey and he's excited for it, believing that 99.9% of influencers will be AI generated within the next 10 years. What really sucks is I think he's probably right. I believe a lot of big channels like his aren't really making content because they enjoy doing it. It's because it is a paycheck. It's a job. And anything that can make that job easier or even more lucrative, I think a lot of people will jump on. And Kwebbelkop's making a use case right now where even if like the views are low, the fact that he doesn't have to lift a finger to make the content and can make a ton of it is probably worth it to a lot of other channels as well, because they'll still be making money off it while doing none of the work at all.
Charlie's video would go on to gain almost 3 million views, which would put the spotlight back onto Kwebbelkop for the first time in a while, but all for the wrong reasons. And from this point onwards, Geordie's Kwebbelkop channel would be bombarded with criticism in the comments, and each video uploaded would be flooded with dislikes. But how did Geordie respond to this? How could he come back from one of the most influential creators on the platform, completely destroying him in front of the eyes of millions? Well, he decided to let the Kwebbelkop AI respond on his behalf, in a video titled something along the lines of responding to Penguinz0, a video that from the surface seemed like a response to Charlie's critiques, but upon viewing was actually a clickbait video of Kwebbelkop AI responding to his best friend's reaction to his AI. And this is where I myself became part of the situation, as I left a comment on the video stating, rather than facing Charlie's valid AI concerns, he's just chilling with his buddy's basic responses to his work. Where's the real debate? Whilst my comment may seem insignificant from a surface level, just 2 days later, Kwebbelkop AI would publish a video responding to my comment, titled Penguinz0 reacts to Kwebbelkop AI.
Hey guys, Kwebbelkop AI here. In the last video, I reacted to Slogo reacting to me. And in the intro, I also mentioned that I'll be reacting to Penguinz. Now, sadly, I forgot to do that. And I didn't think too much of it until I read this comment. Rather than facing Charlie's valid AI concerns, he's just chilling with his buddy's basic responses to his work. Where's the real debate? You want a debate? I will give you a debate. So let's react to Penguinz.
Eventually down the line, people wouldn't be able to tell if the content was a real person, organic flush and cringe, language or machine behind the content.
I mean, I can be cringe sometimes, so does that make me human? Am I finally a human? There's no...
Later in the video, Kwebbelkop AI would respond to the critique that Geordie is sitting back whilst letting the AI do all of the work. A valid criticism, considering how Geordie promoted the AI as completely creating the video.
I think it's funny that you said that he does nothing at all, which may be true now, but you're forgetting that I learned from his content that he has posted for the last 10 years. So he had to do 10 years of daily uploads for this to happen. Just wanted to put that out there.
Following this, Kwebbelkop AI would respond to the argument that bot content is against YouTube's terms of service by stating this.
You have to realize that there is some human input to it, so it isn't completely AI generated, which does not make it against the terms of service of YouTube.
This isn't a new phenomenon. What's new is the fact that AI can start replacing YouTubers entirely.
Penguinz, if you ever get tired of YouTube, hit me up. I can help you become an AI. Come join us.
Next, Kwebbelkop's AI would respond to the accusation that all he is thinking about whilst doing this is money.
It is. There is not a single good argument you could make for having AI replacing YouTubers or anything like that. The literal only motivating factor is easy money.
Wow, I cannot believe he just said that. If old Kwebbelkop really wanted his money, then he would just sit down and make reaction content all day. I assure you that's easier than making an entire video AI generated. And the other thing is, there are a lot of good arguments. What if the real Kwebbelkop gets old and he's no longer able to make content? I'm not gonna get any older, so I can do this for however long I want, and that means I can also entertain a lot of people, and I think that's a pretty good argument if you ask me.
It's free money.
No, like I said, it's entertainment, putting smiles on people's faces, and I get it might not be for everyone, but I assure you there are people out there who will enjoy my content, and if I can make them smile even for 1 second, then in my eyes, my mission is accomplished. I mean, it's the same for a TV show, right? Let's say SpongeBob gets replaced with AI. Will anyone care if you cannot notice if it's AI generated? No. So I think your argument is stupid, Penguinz, and it hurts for me to say that because I kind of like you.
He would later end the video by turning to claim Charlie's style of content was on the same level as his Kwebbelkop AI content.
Good. It's only good for him because he can make a lot of money off of it without ever doing anything at all, besides just being the one who owns the program.
Enough is enough. I'm not gonna take this anymore. The same could be said for you. What you do is sit down and react to content. Are you really trying to tell me that that is more difficult than to make an entire AI video? No, it isn't. And with that's the end of the video. I'm not even gonna watch the rest. You have made me angry, and I will never react to a video ever again. I'm only going to be making gaming content and ignoring all of the hate. I will prove everyone wrong. Enough is
Whilst the video did go over some of the critiques made by Charlie, it was presented in the equivalent of scratching nails on chalkboard. The video itself is literally painful to watch, with many of Kwebbelkop's arguments being deflections or elementary grade excuses. The video would not only be received extremely poorly by his fans, but it turned anyone that remained into a hater. Not only was Kwebbelkop simply irrelevant compared to his previous success, with 15,000 dislikes compared to just 1,800 likes, what was left of his audience began praying for his downfall, with comments such as, "Can't believe I used to look up to this dude as a YouTuber," and "You can defend yourself all you want, man. The reality is, Penguinz is right, and you responding with AI fully supports his points." And to top it off, I remember when Kwebbelkop was a funny, and most importantly, real person. Crazy how people can change for the worse. Now he isn't even there, and AI makes effortless content to pump money out of its viewers. He used to be a big part of my childhood. Now he isn't there and just wants money. It's truly sad. But with that being said, none of this would stop Geordie from continuing his mission to replace his content with AI, as the uploads would continue to flow through, and Geordie would make tweets doubling down, such as, "I'm growing a 100% AI ran channel to 100,000 subscribers," then revealing to the world that it's AI. Can't wait to see people's reactions, and then I'll do it again and again and again. Coupled with another tweet that revealed his true sentiment of making AI content as cheap and reproducible as possible. Managed to make the 100% AI generated videos 66% cheaper, aiming for a 90% reduction in costs. With every tweet and post made, Kwebbelkop received more and more criticism. This would lead up to Geordie once again defending the content, but this time taking a different approach. In this attempt, he claimed there was some level of human involvement, with a tweet reading, "A lot of people seem to hate on Kwebbelkop AI. It's soulless. No one will ever watch AI content. Gonna say this for one final time. Kwebbelkop AI is not 100% AI, so all the comments about how it's soulless and how it's AI make you look really stupid. Saying it has no personality or it's lazy crazy shows people can't distinguish between man-made or AI-made. It's literally man-made with some AI to capture the Quebecop brand, but all because there's the illusion of it being AI and it being in the name. So please reflect back on your predisposed notions in regards to content on social media. Quebecop AI is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Get people talking about AI content creators. A solid checkmate from the team there. 200 IQ chess move right there. Hope this makes sense to some people. I could literally upload a video filmed with my phone right now, and people would call it stupid and soulless and say that it's AI. There is no turning back. Burn the boats. This is the world we live it. My goal from the start has been to get people talking about this. Still going as planned. The tweet thread would be received extremely negatively from his audience, with comments on the tweet massively ratioing him. I don't care if it's 80% AI or 20%, it doesn't feel human. The cope levels have gotten out of hand, my dude. Bro hit rock bottom and somehow kept digging. The next day, Geordie would host a poll on his Twitter to try and capture the true opinion of his audience, where the poll result would reveal that 87.9% of people absolutely hated the concept. This seemed to be a crisis for Geordie, as he would post a tweet claiming that he, quote, might have to quit Quebecop AI, only to end up quote tweeting it to reveal that he was simply trolling. However, the amounts of copium witnessed so far would all be beaten out by his next devastatingly cringe tweet, reading, "Receiving critique/hate for something I love doing reminds me of the good old GTA 5 racing days with the boys. I would post a video and get one of my first virals. The comments would be filled with people calling me a PewDiePie ripoff, telling me to stop screaming and more. 99% of negative comments and tons of dislikes. I have a vision and I'm sharing it with the world, just like back then. Can't wait to see where we're at in 5 years from now. I love this. Gives me so much energy. PMA." Where once again, Geordie would be ratioed by his viewers, with a comment stating, "Difference with then and now is 5 years ago you came across your personality, your heart, and soul. The AI version is just an empty vessel." Geordie's exploration into AI content was more than just a technological gamble. It was a betrayal of the unwritten bond he shared with his audience. Every emotionless AI-generated tweet and video felt like a dagger to the heart of his audience. The way Geordie reacted made things even worse. Instead of admitting to his mistakes and trying to fix it, he acted defensively and even tried to make fun of the situation. This move didn't just upset his fans, but also put him in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. His attempt to change the game with AI content backfired big time, serving as a warning for other content creators about the danger of losing touch with their audience. Brent Rivera's decade-long career as an influencer has seen him commit countless crimes against the YouTube community, from blatantly stealing whole video ideas from creators to completely copying and pasting his face over other viral thumbnails. Whilst this scumbaggery has garnered Brent Rivera over 30 million subscribers and 8 billion views, it was only a matter of time before he did something so outrageous that Penguinz0, aka Charlie, was forced to not just call him out, but demolish his reputation as well.
And now you look like an absolute fool and you've ruined your reputation even further, Brent, if such a thing was even possible. Somehow your audience of children are actually being aware of this now, which is the last thing I imagine you wanted to happen with the drama. You're just doing all of the wrong things here. You f***ed up, you should have just moved on from it, apologized for it, and been done with it.
Long before Brent amassed a staggering 30 million subscribers on YouTube, he mostly made short comedy sketches on Vine, which earned him over 8 million followers on the platform.
Hey Lexi. It's fake.
You're fake.
Hey Mom.
What? Don't worry, it's fake.
Don't break.
Brent.
Following the end of Vine in 2017, Brent would move completely to his at the time 3 million subscribers YouTube channel to continue publishing his viral comedy skits. Whilst Brent has always enjoyed viral success on every platform he's been on, he has also faced numerous accusations of plagiarism and employing strange tactics to boost his viewership. Back in 2014, numerous users on Twitter would allege that Brent was stealing video ideas from Tumblr and other sources. Why do girls like freak out over Brent Rivera? He isn't funny. Stealing all your vines from Tumblr doesn't make someone funny. Brent Rivera ain't creative at all, shaking my head. Anyone can steal Tumblr quotes and say them in 6 seconds. As well as, P.S. Brent, stop stealing ideas from Tumblr, you're not original. While these tweets didn't include any evidence to back up their claims, it was clear that there was an air of distrust around the authenticity of the content that made Brent popular. People even coined a term in the Urban Dictionary to describe how Brent stole jokes from other creators. Brent Revered. It's when you steal a joke from Tumblr or Twitter and use it as your own. The origin of the word comes from well-known Viner Brent Rivera because his recognition of stealing Tumblr posts and Twitter posts. One of the earlier examples of Brent stealing another creator's video concept was his video titled Things That Make Me Mad from 2012, which was a direct copy of Wasabi Productions' video of the same title.
Oh, I gotta pee. But I'm so comfortable. But I have to pee. But I'm so comfortable. Damn it. When I get in bed and I decide that I have to pee. Crap. I have to pee.
These elements of plagiarism would only become more striking in later years, as Brent made the shift away from comedy sketches to challenge content, from copying trendy thumbnails to taking whole video ideas from other creators. Brent was more than willing to undermine other community members for selfish gains, something that he was called out for numerous times.
Brent Rivera, you are most likely to copy my thumbnails. One of the biggest awards of the night. Congratulations on that.
Brent wouldn't stop at just using other creators to get ahead, as he frequently humiliated his family members and even slice his own sister for views. It didn't matter what he had to do or who he had to steal from. Brent would stop at nothing to grow his reach and revenue on YouTube. However, Brent's underhanded approach to content creation was about to cause him more harm than good. On the 7th of February 2023, a creator named Tyler Oliveira posted a video titled, Brent Rivera called the cops on me. And as the title suggests, the interaction between the two wasn't exactly a positive one.
That's Brent Rivera calling security and then the cops on me after I asked him this.
Do you fake your videos?
No. It all started when I was staying at the Shining Hotel, came out of my room, and randomly found these two girls in the hallway.
Throughout the video, Tyler showcased a number of heated interactions between him and Brent, with the first being caused by a simple question.
So aware that I was in the middle of a fake YouTube prank, I wanted to see if Brent would admit it, because we all know his videos are fake and he steals everyone's ideas.
I have a question for you guys. Do you just hire these people?
And unsurprisingly, they made a cameo in Brent's newest video. It's almost like they know each other.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
Alright. Okay. Have fun, guys.
I don't know what's going on here. Clearly, Brent didn't find my question amusing, so I walked back to my hotel room and prepared to go on my tour of the hotel.
Things would only get worse on their second confrontation.
Don't have to your 100 subscribers.
We get that louder.
You don't have the direction like that? Hey, we're filming our thing. You film yours. Okay? Let's not be.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Let's not be disrespectful. Okay.
Well, you guys shit talk to the iPhone though.
I don't appreciate the disrespect.
What disrespect? I literally walked out of my hotel room and nearly had a heart attack.
Why did you walk up to us, like, enter our space?
I paid $400 a night for the hotel. What do you mean?
Yeah, if we were normal guests, that would.
Whoa. Okay. Normal guests? You think you're elevated beyond an average human being? You've ascended the human. Wait, who are you?
On the third meetup, however, it seemed Brent had enough of the trolling and threatened to have Tyler kicked out of the hotel.
Finish your video?
No.
Oh, we're not gonna be able to finish it.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, they're gonna come and get you guys. They're gonna kick you out.
What do you mean? We paid $375, Brent.
I'm sorry.
I'm not as rich as you, Brent.
This is the third time harassing us. Don't harass.
Whoa. You recorded me.
I'm recording you because you guys are coming up to every single second.
Whoa, we walked in. We're on the same floor.
All right, well, he's coming now. So, I mean, you guys are just gonna have to look at the guy behind you and say, what do you mean? Who is that guy?
I have no clue.
Listen, this is our personal space and you're recording inside.
You closed the door and then you opened it.
A threat that Brent would later go through with, as hotel security would come to escort Tyler off the premises.
He came to us and said this.
I'm ask you to pack your stuff, for sure. Can I suppose a compromise?
No.
The SSPD's on the way, so you have until they get here.
For sure. Unfortunate. After packing up our stuff, security ushered us out. And then we met the police downstairs and they said this.
Yeah, I appreciate both of you have been very cooperative and compliant with us, and I appreciate you being reasonable about it.
For sure. My apologies. Sorry, guys.
All right.
Thank you. Well, Brent Rivera, my #1 enemy right now, you suck my balls.
From Brent's perspective, he'd won the confrontation by having Tyler kicked out, but little did he know that this battle was far from over. In the coming days, Tyler's video would rack up over 2 million views and reignite the previous hate the YouTube community had for Brent, with comments reading, "This video just proves that not all people are nice behind the camera. Brent should be ashamed." The fact that Brent had to get law enforcement involved over Tyler walking to his room and turning around seeing them recording him is so sad. Brent is so two-faced. As well as, love how Brent is really confident because his subscriber count. But the moment that dude gets in a fight with anyone, it's pretty much over. The drama would escalate so far that some of the largest commentary channels on the platform were taking turns at roasting him for his childish antics. By the 11th of February 2024, Charlie would catch wind of the controversy and mercilessly break down Brent's appalling behavior.
So to break down the situation briefly, 2 YouTubers were staying at the same haunted hotel that they were using for content, but then it leads to a bit of confrontation and then eventually just a truly sour relationship between them. And there's a lot of big YouTubers involved here, and it all leads to this giant fucking black hole of main character syndrome. So they all get aggressive and they all start filming each other, so they're saying all their aggressive shit towards their camera about one another. It's a big mess. It's very goofy.
Charlie would then go on to dismantle Brent's facade of authentic content by pointing out that even the children who watch his content know it's fake, a fact that he would never admit.
This isn't important by any means, but it's always so weird to me why someone like Brent will claim they don't fake their videos. Like, even children don't care, man. You can just be honest. You don't have to lie. Like, he hired these 2 women to pretend to be like the little girls from The Shining, and he tries to play it off as like legitimate, I guess, for some reason, which makes no fucking sense at all. This is just a nitpick. It doesn't compute with me. Like, why even bother lying about that? No one's being fooled, not even like an actual glue-eating 4-year-old. Like, there's no shot. You can just be honest.
Brent's tendency to put down others when he feels threatened was something Charlie would pick up and rightfully call him out on.
But the way Brent handles it is atrocious. He starts like shaming him for using an iPhone, shaming their equipment. At one point, someone on his team belittles his subscriber number. Like, he couldn't have looked worse in this situation.
Charlie also noted how desperate Brent was to show off his wealth.
I don't know how people haven't realized that insulting someone's subscriber number, financial well-being, and all of that is just an instant L. Like, somehow people will still say some shit like that guy who said, "Have fun with your 100 subscribers, bud," with their whole chest. Like, they'll just let that shit rip, not knowing or being completely oblivious to how awful that makes you look. You lose the second you go there. You look like an insufferable douchebag asshole, like just a fucking pure colonostomy bag of a person. Like, it's outrageous that people still do it, like shaming him for using an iPhone, insulting his mics, which they also bring up, is everything. It's so weird.
Charlie's coverage of Brent's idiotic behavior would garner over 4 million views and have a knock-on effect as more viewers and creators became aware of just how desperate he was to protect his fragile ego. Brent and his crew insults the iPhone, insults the amount of followers, insults the setup, also Brent and his crew. Let's not be disrespectful. As well as, I think the worst part is that Brent and his henchmen didn't even spend the night. They left shortly after. They just had to make sure Tyler couldn't stay before they left. The ever-growing hate for Brent would manifest in his video titled "Overnight in the World's Weirdest Hotels," which got an eye-watering 1.2 million dislikes and an equally hostile comment section, reading, "A YouTuber that actually makes real content versus a YouTuber that gets angry so easily because they got told the truth of what they make in the platform. Imagine getting caught in 4K by an iPhone." As well as, I looked this up just to see if the fight was in it, and I generally have second-hand embarrassment for the people that actually watch this stuff. Unable to ignore the backlash, Brent published a response that he hoped would turn the public opinion in his favor. But unfortunately, it did the opposite.
If you recently saw a viral video of 2 YouTubers arguing in a hotel hallway, well, one of those YouTubers was me. Things quickly get taken out of context, so here's the full picture. Also, this isn't me defending the things that I said, but more so giving you guys my perspective of what happened that night. So right when I was about to pull a prank on my friends in a hotel, this guy came up to me yelling and accused me of faking the prank. And I'm not saying all my pranks are real, but this one was. We were just minding our own business, filming a video, so this was really frustrating given the amount of time, energy, and money we put into these videos to make great content for you guys. And as the night went on, he continued to approach us with his camera, saying awful things about me, my friends, and my sister to try and get a rise out of me for his video. At a certain point, it bubbled up so much that I did what he wanted. I stooped down to his level and I said something that I should not have said.
Go have fun with your 100 subscribers, man.
Brent went on to claim that Tyler was the aggressor and stated he had no involvement in summoning security.
Later on, he came up and started filming again, this time while we were on a tour. His actions toward us and other guests on the tour caused the hotel staff, not me, to call security. He was warned several times by the hotel staff to not only leave us, but other guests and hotel staff alone. And after several warnings, the hotel chose to call the police to get him escorted from the hotel. Anyways, I am not proud of the way that I reacted at all, nor am I perfect. All I can do is be real with you guys and admit that I could have handled it by not saying anything and just walking away.
Given the fact that Brent had left out key details and was clearly lying about what happened, it was only a matter of time before Tyler made his response to the situation.
Brent, you're a liar. Here are the receipts. Also, I'm on the toilet, so I'll be quick. Lie number one.
Right when I was about to pull a prank on my friends in a hotel, this guy came up to me yelling and accused me of faking the prank.
No, we were half asleep in our hotel rooms. My cameraman gets up, goes into the hallway, only to see these two ghost girls right outside our room. Keep in mind, Brent places these girls on the opposite side of the hotel room floor we apparently share. We easily could have avoided each other if you did not place your prank right outside our two hotel rooms on the opposite side of the hotel floor we both were staying on.
Tyler continues by debunking Brent's misleading claims about being accused of making fake videos.
2.
This guy came up to me yelling and accused me of faking the prank.
No one yelled at you or accused you of anything. I simply walked up to you, asked you if you knew the two girls who were at the end of the hallway. You denied knowing them completely. I walked up to them, asked them if they knew you. They were like, maybe. Okay, anyways, so I walked up to you, and then you said, do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
He also touched on how Brent tried to gain sympathy from viewers by reminding them of the time and money he puts into making content.
5.
It's really frustrating given the amount of time, energy, and money we put into these videos to make great content.
We lost about $4,000 in flights, hotel rooms, and car rentals after you got us kicked out. And you're Forbes 30 under 30, so this hurts me a lot more than it should hurt you, I imagine.
At the end of the video, Tyler recounts the events that led him to getting kicked out of the hotel.
Us and other guests on the tour caused the hotel staff, not me, to call security.
You literally called security on us non-stop, and in this clip, you say,
You're gonna get us kicked out? You're that powerful? Did you guys finish your video?
No.
Oh, we're not gonna be able to finish it then.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, they're gonna come and get you guys. They're gonna kick you out.
Without you calling security, we would not have gotten kicked out. If there were 12 of us like your crew, maybe that wouldn't have been the case. They chose the easier option of kicking us out versus you and your 10-man crew.
Belittling another creator and getting them kicked out of a hotel they paid for was one thing, but trying to twist the story to make yourself look like the victim was a whole different ballgame. Brent didn't have the best reputation on YouTube to begin with, and now that viewers had the chance to see how pompous and dishonest he was, it seemed his reputation had truly hit rock bottom. But sadly, this was only the beginning of Brent's sins against the YouTube community. As Brent was trying to mitigate the controversy that he was already in, he was already creating another, as he began copyright striking other smaller YouTubers who criticized him. The first was a creator by the name of Rith.
Brent Rivera, what the fuck are you doing? Now you're sending me copyright strikes? Why are you 10 mil plus TikTokers such fucking pussies? I don't know if you sent the strike directly or your management did, but my videos are fair use. I didn't steal your content, I directly talked over it, thus making it my video. Brent, remove the fucking strike. You don't want to be breaking the law now, do you? Or does your hurt little fucking feelings feel bad? Fucking loser.
Unfortunately, this wouldn't be the last time Brent falsely struck a fellow creator. On the 20th of February 2023, a YouTuber by the name of Dumpy uploaded a video titled "Brent Rivera wants to delete my channel," in which he detailed an ongoing copyright situation involving Brent. I really hope the situation does not progress. If it does, I will be making an update video letting you guys know what's going on. That was me about 3 hours ago in a frenzy because I had a community guidelines warning, my very first offense, because of content made on Brent Rivera. As I was editing the video, I was frantically checking my email, waiting to see a response from my appeal to the community guidelines violation. When all of a sudden, around 4 a.m., I received this email. Copyright takedown request received for your YouTube video. I said, whoa, what is going on? I sent some screenshots out and I basically just stated, yo, this guy's abusing the copyright system because my videos fall under fair use.
Dumpy then went on to share screenshots of Brent's shady attempt to take down videos that were critical of him.
My YouTube video was re-uploaded by another user. No it wasn't. My video was transformative. I made a whole video of my own work out of your content, reacting to it, picking it apart. And you said, where does the content appear? The entire video. He went after not one, but 2 of my YouTube videos. And then there's all this mumbo jumbo. I'm gonna censor this even though I feel like I don't even have to. But basically it just says, if you lie and you misrepresent what actually happened, you can result in the termination of his YouTube channel. He literally signed that and did it anyways and blatantly lied. And I guarantee you there will be no repercussions for his actions.
For all the underhanded things Brent has done, abusing the copyright system was one of the most cruel. Brent wanted to end the career of a fellow creator for no other reason than he felt his ego was bruised, and the way he went about it was equally as horrible. Brent stated the following in his copyright claim: "How much of your copyrighted work is used? Most of the video were my original video from my YouTube channel. No other original content from the creator was shown. How is the market for your original work affected by this use? It affects it negatively." Fortunately for Dumpy, YouTube decided not to go through with Brent's claims. However, Dumpy wasn't out of the woods yet, as he later received a community guidelines violation for a stream in which he reacted to Brent's content. While Dumpy wasn't directly accusing Brent of reporting his channel, he did ask Brent to respond by posting his report history.
And I don't just want to blindly come on here and accuse you, Brent, of reporting my videos because that's kind of insane. But based on how you've acted in the past, I would not put it past you. And if you are doing this, you gotta chill out, bro. Like, you're playing with people's livelihood, you're breaking the law by abusing copyright and trying to take down Tyler Oliveira's video he made on you. Like, it's just, come on, bro. You cannot do that.
Once again, Brent had unknowingly put himself in yet another controversy, but this time it wasn't about getting someone kicked out of a hotel. It was trying to get a smaller creator kicked off the platform by abusing the copyright system, and everyone on YouTube was calling him out for it. In less than 2 weeks, Brent had turned the entire platform against him twice, and similar to the first time, he only responded once he had sufficient backlash, and that was in ample supply. The following day, Charlie would once again give his opinion on Brent's bad behavior, by educating him on just how damaging misusing the copyright system truly is.
On YouTube, there's an unwritten rule that when violated, it ruins your image forever. It causes irreparable damage to your reputation, and there's really not much you can ever do to get back in the good graces of the platform. That is abusing the copyright takedown system. And unfortunately, a massive YouTuber today took a bite out of that forbidden fruit. His name is Brent Rivera.
Censoring other creators because they were critical of you only worsens the problem, and it was obvious that Brent didn't understand. Thankfully, Charlie was there to enlighten him.
So, let me walk you through how this thing usually goes. When a YouTuber makes the decision to go nuclear and start filing these kind of takedown requests, the whole community turns against them. People fucking hate that, for good reason. That's the lowest shit you could sink to. Just stop being a little bitch and accept that not everyone's going to like you. And when you do some dumb, embarrassing shit because your ego bubbles over and you embarrass yourself, people are gonna make fun of you for it. That's the circle of life, baby. That's nature. That's the way God made this world. And yeah, in the cyberspace as well. You know, I bet even, you know, the Lord was on an alt account kind of laughing about what you did here, because you looked real stupid during it. The point I'm making is, you just move on from it. You don't do this. When you do copyright abuse shenanigans, it is always like sticking your head into a beehive. You are the only one who gets hurt, but you are just too focused on the potential sweetness in that hive.
Delving deeper, Charlie highlighted how poorly Brentley filled out the takedown request and remarked on how bare bones the context was that he provided.
And how is the market for your original work affected by this use? It affects it negatively. That right there is the biggest tip-off for me that flips on the light bulb in my head that tells me Brent Rivera likely filed this, because no self-respecting third-party company that does this professionally on behalf of creators would ever answer that question like that. It's a very concise answer, but it also doesn't even answer the question. The question is, how is the market for your original work affected? And his response was, it affects it negatively. That's like how a child would answer it. I know Brent Rivera makes videos for children, but it seems like he also has the brain of one too. He's stuck in like 3rd grade. You're supposed to explain your reasoning, so it affects it negatively, but how? Why? Like, what exactly is this doing to encroach on you and your original content? How is it stealing from you or ruining your content? And he just gives like fucking 5 words here.
Continuing down that route wasn't doing Brent any favors. If he hoped for any chance of redemption, his best bet would be to stop his course of action altogether.
Somehow your audience of children are actually being aware of this now, which is the last thing I imagine you wanted to happen with the drama. You're just doing all of the wrong things here. You fucked up, you should have just moved on from it, apologized for it, and been done with it. You made a terrible response to this whole thing, trying to give context to it, where even in that you make yourself look stupid. Like, you played this terribly, you played yourself and you look dumb. Luckily, Dumpy's channel I don't think is going to get deleted or get in any hot water from this situation, so that's good, but it is really frustrating to see yet another big creator like Brent Rivera try and bully people around by abusing the copyright systems on the platform that have been broken for a long time. That's always going to be a big fuck you from me.
By the 22nd of February 2023, Dumpy released a video titled "He Messaged Me," which served as both an update on the situation and as a call out for Brent for his lies in the DMs.
He sent me the same exact message on Twitter and Instagram, but let me show you the Twitter version of it. Hey man, I saw your video and I let my YouTube rep know to retract all the copyright requests. I also let my team know not to copyright your vids moving forward. As of today, as of February 21st, I still have the copyright claim on my video. Basically what all this means is that Brent doesn't get the money, I don't get the money even though I made a fair use video. Brent falsely claimed the video. This is also the same video that he tried to get taken down, but YouTube saved me.
Despite how positive and friendly he sounded, Brent had done nothing to retract his copyright claims or harassment reports he made on YouTube. To make matters worse, Brent would try to manipulate the narrative again by leaving a super thanks in the comments that read, $400. In the meantime, while the copyright request is being retracted, here's something to help. Again, sorry about that, bro. To which Dumpy replied with, I don't accept your apology. These takedowns were given to me 48 hours ago, and you've done this to 2 other creators that I know of. I hope you understand the severity of what you've done and how you've willingly lied to YouTube for whatever reason to attempt having my livelihood taken away from me. On the 23rd of February 2023, Charlie would upload a video titled, This Drama Had a Happy Ending, where during the video, Charlie pointed out Brent's blatant dishonesty when addressing the situation and made it clear that no one bought into his shallow attempts at reconciliation.
But I do want to mention that second paragraph where he talks about like Dumpy's grind and how he's like proud of it, happy to see it, and you know, wishing him nothing but the best in it. To me, that just reads very insincere and phony. That seems like very corporate PR speak, because his whole grind and everything you had a huge issue with because it was at your expense. So why are you gonna pretend like you actually really appreciate it and admire it? Like, just be honest. Like, it just doesn't seem honest at all. There's no reason to put up a facade. You can just be like, bro, your videos fucking hurt my feelings, I overreacted, yeah, is what it is, I'm releasing it now, I see this as a big fuck up, a big blunder. And that'd be a lot more respectable than trying to put on this like, bro, you're a fucking grinder, you're out there nuts to butts and you're doing it big, that shit is so fucking lit, and I know you're gonna keep doing big things, I am so proud of you, actually, I'm so fucking proud of you, patting him on the ass, like, that's just, it's not genuine.
Whether Brent realizes it or not, his scummy censorship tactics were truly what caused a massive wave of backlash against him, and will forever leave a stain on what was left of his reputation.
There's not really a whole lot you can do to make Dumpy like you, or just like forgive that. It's just a matter of moving on from it. You are doing the right thing, which everyone will appreciate. You are walking back on this bullshit here with these takedown requests. That is good. but I just don't think there's a whole lot you can do to earn anyone's trust back or view you positively. It's something that you'll have to prove over a long period of time if you actually learned anything from this whole situation. He says that him and his team responded too emotionally to it, which he's absolutely right on, but this is an option that should have never been considered in the first place, obviously.
In addition to his misuse of the copyright system, Brent was determined to cover his tracks by blatantly lying to not just his viewers and other creators, but YouTube as well. Brent did all this under the guise of preventing others from infringing on his copyrighted material. However, ironically, Brent has and continues to shamelessly steal content from other creators. Despite being outed for plagiarism in the past, Brent hasn't changed his ways in the slightest, and arguably has gotten worse. For example, Brent's video titled "The World's Shortest Woman vs. Tallest Man" was a direct replica of a video from YouTuber Kelly Wakasa. The first thing you'll notice about Brent's version is the fact that the thumbnail is eerily similar to Kelly's. However, the similarities don't stop there, as Brent liberally borrows Kelly's entire script. You see, the order of events in Kelly's video goes from meeting Jodie and giving her some oversized merch.
Oh, maybe it's too big. Uh-oh. Too big. That's funny. Or the hoodie too.
Thank you.
And asking her some spicy questions.
Who is your celebrity crush?
What's up with bringing it?
To taking her shopping.
Find a nice outfit.
And finally, going to an amusement park together.
Constructing the amusement park as we come in. This is sick and really scared.
The timeline in Brent's version is exactly the same, beat for beat. Giving her merch.
Okay, so we actually have a gift for you.
So this is relatable merch.
That might be too big. You think that'll fit?
Good thing we got a smaller size.
And asking her some spicy questions.
What's your celebrity crush?
Bang.
No, me? Me? I am?
Shopping.
That's pretty big.
Oh my god.
Anything you want, it's on Brent's credit card.
The cheese puffs? Yeah.
And finally, amusement park.
Are you gonna float away?
Brent's tendency to steal ideas isn't limited to his long-form content, as his short-form content is ripped straight from smaller creators.
I've got a notebook and I'm gonna go to a fancy restaurant and act like a food critic.
Let's see if they treat me any differently. After getting seated, I quickly whipped out the notebook for the waiter to see. Right away, I was receiving looks left and right. It was
The first few items. And after taking some pictures and giving it a few minutes, I whipped out the notebook.
They started to bring me out my first few courses, and let me tell you, it was so delicious that I had to take note.
Back and forth, and I start to notice a big shift. The manager comes up to my table, gives me his card with his personal cell phone number, and tells me to give him a call whenever I need a reservation.
And then they gave me complimentary champagne, and to top it all off, they comped the entire meal. And the manager let me know to come back anytime.
Even his latest video titled "I Built a Secret Starbucks, You'd Never Find This" is a shameless copy of an upload from the Stokes twins. Once viewers caught on to this, they made sure to show their disapproval with over 80,000 dislikes. Brent has since changed the video's thumbnail to cover up his mistake, but once again, this was only due to the massive backlash he received. Notice the pattern here? Brent started his career on YouTube by stealing from other creators, and when that wasn't enough, he turned to sexualizing his own sister for easy views. The platform and following he has today wasn't built on his own skill or creativity, but rather on the backs of the countless creators he has plagiarized. Despite all of this, Brent still tries to present himself as an authentic and original creator. Whenever Brent is confronted with the truth behind his career, he defaults to either belittling or censoring them, as seen with his interaction with Tyler and Dumpy. Once that failed, he resorted to making bold-faced lies that the community easily saw through. Disrespecting and disregarding the community that gave you a career you currently enjoy is never a good idea, and Brent has learned this lesson the hard way. But despite that, his channel seems to be doing completely fine, most likely due to the dozens of children that still watch him. What's the fastest way to ruin your YouTube reputation? Is it mixing fact with fiction when covering serious investigations?
It is half fiction that is parallel to the real story, and then there's just the real story.
Or is it lying about catching predators so that viewers support you on Patreon?
You can watch my back real good by supporting me on Patreon. Link in description.
Or maybe, is it threatening and harassing other creators who didn't spread your message?
But I am being the nicest I could be. I could literally cancel you, Charlie. And I choose not to. I'm the friggin' people hunter.
Perhaps the better question is, how did you get away with it not once, but multiple times? Max's main channel, Mama Max, was created on the 26th of May 2016, with his first upload coming just 2 days later. However, judging from the comments, Max already had a dedicated fan base that loved him long before his channel existed, with comments reading, "We have missed you, Mama. Glad you're back. The king is back." The love and admiration towards Max only grew, as Max discussed themes of emotional distress in his Life Sucks series, which was meant to comfort viewers going through similar negative emotions. While there were light-hearted uploads like his Saving Game documentary series and his anime reviews, a majority of the subject matter on Max's channel was dark and edgy in nature, something that would only get worse with time. By the 27th of March 2020, Max uploaded the video cartoonincorporated.mp4, which would go on to set the tone for his channel moving forwards.
Today, you and I are gonna hunt some.
The upload featured Max documenting his journey through the dark recesses of YouTube in search of users with malicious intent towards children. At the time, YouTube was dealing with an overwhelming infestation of predators, and through videos like this, Max made it his mission to bring them to justice. Max's surreal editing style and provocative elements propelled the video to over 2 million views, bringing in overwhelming support for his attempts to clean up YouTube, and Cartoon Incorporated was the first in a long line of so-called predator hunting videos that were uploaded to his channel, with videos like kidschat.net and mylol.apk receiving millions of views and hundreds of Patreon pledges. Max had found not just financial success, but an identity. At this point, Max had fully leaned into this edgy investigator persona that thrived from exposing predators. Unfortunately, this kind of content could get any creator in trouble with YouTube's strict moderation, and Max was no exception. On the 13th of September 2020, Max received a strike on his video titled "Hunting Predators on a Children's Dating App for Harassment." He responded to the situation by confronting YouTube about the decision to take down the video.
Where the fuck were you? Sipping on your Fenty Frappuccino at YouTube HQ when I was in the trenches with them. I worked 3 long, hard, traumatizing months on this project, trying to fix the injustice that has been wrought on the internet, just for you to obliterate it completely. You treat criminals better than you treat your own creators. This is not the first time you protected pedophiles.
Max would end his rant by asking his viewers to reach out to either YouTube or any other popular creators to get answers on why the platform was supposedly protecting pedos.
All I ask is for you to tweet to Team YouTube, Susan Wojcicki, H3H3, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, Scarce, Keemstar, Markiplier, or whoever your preferred voice to get through to YouTube is, with the message.
The hashtag AnswerUsPeerTube almost immediately gained traction on Twitter, morphing into numerous viewers and creators making the black and white argument that either YouTube supported his cause or they were protecting predators. However, the situation was far more nuanced than that.
So when it comes to YouTube and when it comes to the idea of, hey, is this site picking a side between protecting individuals that are predatory? And I feel that if you have predatory issues on your platform, you should use your platform to call out actual predators on the internet. Again, this content, some of the people that are making it sometimes will go above and beyond with their storytelling or their coverage, where they may unintentionally violate something TOS related. They may reveal personal information. They may show some. And in that case, YouTube has to act in favor of a predator. At least that's what it appears to be. It's not that YouTube, I think, is assisting any predators. It's literally because the content that is uploaded may not have been checked or screened hard enough, and YouTube has had to enact its TOS on that content.
The 27th of December 2021, Max had acquired a second strike, and with it came another campaign against YouTube. While the goal of eradicating predators on the platform was a noble one, the methods that Max employed were becoming increasingly more problematic. The video titled "PickASide.win" served as a catalyst for getting YouTube's attention, and while it seemed well-meaning at first, the conversation quickly shifted to Max accusing YouTube of some very horrible things. The first portion of the video was a compilation of various creators sharing complaints about moderation on the platform. In contrast, the second half of the video saw Max borderline demanding that popular creators like Charlie, Philip DeFranco, Ethan, and Cop's husband spread the hashtag. He even threatened Cop's husband to speak on the matter based on past personal issues.
Corpse, I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself. So, remember when you reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to rush me home to do you a huge favor, and then you threw me under the bus for something you did? So, how about you do me the fucking favor this time and talk about something besides yourself for once? It will give you a good look.
To top things off, Max directly accused YouTube of loving predators.
And tonight, YouTube will choose. Let die the pedophiles they love, or suffer the little children. And by the end of the night, I want Twitter to be a shitstorm.
Max was already crossing the line to get his point across, and it was only a matter of time before someone called him out for it. On the 28th of December 2021, Tommy C went live to YouTube to give his reaction to Max's Pick a Side video, and within minutes he had already identified the major pitfalls that were going unnoticed.
I have looked at it. I have also looked at the way it was presented, this sort of us or them mentality. And the only time you use an us or them type tactic is, in my experience, is so it's easier to cover up the flaws.
Tommy went on to point out the fact that Max framed things as either you agree and support our cause or you're a predator, as well as stating that the campaign was more about Max and less about the children he claimed to protect. Before Tommy could fully go through the video, Max entered the stream chat and demanded that they entered a call.
I just was informed Mama Max is interested in talking and he's in waiting to call right now.
Well, he's gonna have to wait because I'm going through this nightmare. And I said I've only skimmed coming in. I want to get a live reaction to this. This is the way it's being presented right here.
Hey, Tommy, can you pause it real quick?
Sure.
Mama Max is in the chat trying to bait you to bring him on. He's saying, wish we could have talked like adults, man.
Could talk like adults? You didn't make a fucking video like a fucking adult. Don't give me this. You should have contacted me ahead of time. By the way, did we go through something like this last year? Your time's up. And you know what? You're going to wait until my show's done instead of you coming in here and throwing one red herring after another to trying to get away from the fact that this is slop.
By the time he was done reacting to the video, Tommy was firmly in the opinion that Max was trying to use other creators to promote his guideline disputes with YouTube and use the veil of children vs predators to cover his intent. With that being said, one section of Max's video stood out to Tommy above all, specifically when Max used a clip of Tommy but never actually reached out to him to cover the story.
So, again, I'm gonna have to upset all of my
I get in here. Unbelievable. You know what? You know what that tells me? He didn't send me the fucking DM because he knew I would fucking see right through it. He knew I would expose him, and he figured putting me at the end, this is a threat. This is a fucking threat.
When Max was questioned on the Half-Baked podcast about the objective of the hashtag Pick a Side movement, he immediately dodged the question.
You use it to try to reach bigger YouTubers, but is any of this like, this is a way to make my channel go to the next level?
No, I think my channel get taken down for making a video like this. Everyone's saying be careful, like don't let your channel get terminated. I want to see some progress, specifically with YouTube and us.
Ultimately, Max had got everything he wanted. Pick a Side YouTube had taken over online discourse, his platform was flooded with new supporters, and YouTube provided him with a channel manager. However, that outcome led Max to believe two very destructive ideas. One, anyone that questioned him, his mission, or the methods he used was to be labeled a predator. And two, the quickest way to spread the message was to get other established creators to signal boost it. Nothing illustrates the first point better than how Max attacks the reputations of both Magnetar and Tommy. His video titled Believe All Abusers, which was meant to debunk allegations from his ex-girlfriends, devolved into an attack of the YouTuber who posted them, Magnetar. While the allegations and claims from both parties are concerning, I'd like you to focus on how Max used his platform and status as a quote predator hunter to confidently label Magnetar as one. Worse still, he did it with little to no evidence besides the testimony of one witness, doxing Magnetar in the process.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
To back up these claims, Max shows a long list of DMs and the claims of one girl.
He graduated high school and he was an adult. He sent his to a high schooler who was
around 14 years old or 15 years old. We were like hanging out and she was like, this guy sent me his penis. We're like kids, so we're just like, oh my gosh.
Max goes on to state that the evidence on Magnetar is insufficient to build a case, despite claiming he's had hundreds of victims.
But I have not made a video on him, despite wanting to all these years, because I do not want to harass them, and I feel this is not enough evidence to build an entire case against him. So I have not and will not until we have more proof. We know that he has multiple victims spanning the past 8 years, and if anyone wants to come forward, email me with the subject line, Anthony Field.
Accusing people of being predators wasn't always something Max did directly, as seen in his response to Tommy C. During his documentary titled "This Is What Happened to a Child Predator" on TikTok, Max took out some of the video's runtime to gloat about the success of pick-a-side YouTube and demean Tommy C for going against them.
From the very DNA I designed the pick-a-side campaign, we impelled the mobs to howl our message into the high heavens, some with a bit more salt than others.
While showing out-of-context clips of Tommy that made him look crazy, Max sprinkled in over 15 QR codes that contained messages meant to put down his opposition and imply they were a predator. These accusations wouldn't go unnoticed by Max's community, as both Tommy and Magnetar received ample harassment from them over the years. The power was already clouding Max's judgment, and if he deemed a message or case was worth sharing, then it was going to be shared by every creator he knew, whether they liked it or not. Sadly, that tactic only worked the first 2 times. By the time he went for the 3rd attempt, people began looking into his claims more seriously, and what they found upended Max's entire career. On the 27th of October 2023, following a 4-month hiatus, Max renamed his channel to God Cult, unlisted all his previous uploads, and published a video titled "Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer."
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character. Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions. Let us begin.
After priming viewers with several philosophical questions, Max details a story of a girl whom a werewolf cult leader allegedly victimized.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared. Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet, she actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god.
Max spent the rest of the video trying to provoke his audience into reaching out to larger channels that could help spread Spencer's testimony. Although the claims made in the video were shocking, Max had provided almost no evidence to support them. It was as if Max expected the internet to pick up the story based on the statements of a single individual. By now, viewers had begun to connect the dots, and the comment section was flooded with aggressive criticism towards Max. In a bid to turn the public opinion in his favor, Max disabled the comment section and directed viewers to a live stream on Spencer's channel to further elaborate on the case.
It was basically a supernatural cult where he convinced all of us that we were vampires, werewolves, hybrids, celestials, and all this shit. And then he would sit there and claim that he knew God, and then there was one point in the cult where God was dead and he was the new God.
The stream was 4 hours long and mostly featured Spencer's account of a time in the alleged werewolf cult. The extreme duration of the stream and the lack of substantial evidence put many of the viewers off from interacting with it, which was something Max couldn't tolerate. On the 11th of November 2023, Max published the video titled "This Is What Happened to Mama Max," where he vented his frustration at the lack of support from his viewers and fellow content creators, at times mocking both parties for not seeing the significance of what he was creating.
If PewDiePie can come back and talk about Sniper Wolf, then he and others can talk about the nightmarish realities that millions of children are enduring every day. Last week, I released a charity video in collaboration with the survivors of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. Despite its significance, it turned out to be the worst performing video on my channel.
The black and white thinking from previous campaigns was on full display as Max berated the online community for not joining him on another crusade of internet chaos.
I had hoped that influencers, especially those who've interacted with my content before, would step up, even if it was part of a more lighthearted stream, like a Halloween special. Unfortunately, it seems that self-preservation outweighs child welfare for most influencers.
Max was fixating on metrics and negative feedback instead of trying to handle the case properly, or at the very least, explaining it coherently. To many, it seemed like this case wasn't about the victims of abuse, and instead was about Max getting the recognition and praise he thought he deserved. This line of thinking was further supported by Max's next upload, titled, "This is the greatest cancellation of all time," at Penguinz0, now retitled "Reacting to the Reactions of SS Sniper Wolf's Actions." The video was another desperate grab at attention, but this time, Max implied that the issues he discussed were far more important than what anyone else had to say, and therefore, other creators were obligated to talk about it, especially Charlie. Max had reached out to Charlie concerning the case before, and wasn't going to stop until he got a reply.
Charlie, you are a voice heard by millions. We reached out hoping for a private response at the very least. Your platform has the power to drive significant change, yet many voices remain unheard amid the digital clamor. You've built a platform that resonates with a vast audience, a platform that has the incredible potential not just to entertain, but to empower. Your voice can reach corners of the internet that many of us cannot, making you not just an influencer, but a potential catalyst for much needed awareness and action.
There were many things Max could have done to get the word out, but trying to guilt others into doing it for him was the worst way possible to handle it, something that he would immensely regret in the coming months. To offset the criticism and explain his actions, Max went on a now deleted stream titled "Fight Me" to discuss the points being made against him. However, that didn't work well for them, as Max and Spencer were mostly condescending towards the critics while putting their message on an untouchable pedestal, a stance that only alienated people they were trying to convince.
And just overall, it's one of the strangest, weirdest videos, and kind of guilt-tripping people into doing the same type of content he's making, when most of us, and actually...
Alright, I'm not trying to guilt trip y'all. I am telling y'all the truth, the objective truth. There are millions of children that are enslaved that need our help.
Charlie's brief response to the situation a few days later only added to the growing outrage towards Max.
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission, and it really rubs me the wrong way.
Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to make Max reconsider his actions, as he continued to go live to talk about the case while refusing to give any evidence or answer questions directly.
Just because Charlie is a big YouTuber, there shouldn't be an expectation that he should be able to cover like child fucking like or child trafficking or human trafficking. You know, that's ridiculous to try to push that onto him, and you're doing it very in a manipulative way.
Spencer, what do you think?
Who cares about Spencer? You're the guy with the fucking platform. I'm sorry, all due respect, but I don't give a fuck about this person's opinion. You're the one of 760k subs. What the fuck?
Max was clearly not ready to have a productive dialogue on how to go about the case, and instead wanted to garner more publicity and donations by interviewing survivors on stream or threatening other creators to cover it. Max was prioritizing getting more eyes on the investigation, but he failed to realize that it would lead to more scrutiny around all his previous investigations. Users on Reddit began taking a closer look at Max's catalog and made several chilling observations. Reading, "I think Mama Max has faked some of his content. This may be already obvious to some folks, but it's wild to me that he insists these are real situations. There's so many story conveniences and coincidences in his videos," as well as Max's mega upload suspended and reported to law enforcement, with the account being taken down for possible child exploitation material. From uncovering inconsistencies in his previous uploads to finding objectionable content in his mega folders, users were poking noticeable holes in Max's facade as a predator hunter. However, it was Max who truly truly tore down his reputation. On the 5th of January 2024, Max started what would now be known as the worst and longest live stream of his career. For the first half of the 8-hour stream, Max interviews 2 new survivors, while deflecting critical questions from viewers about what he was doing.
Keg says... Keg keeps donating. Why are you supporting this if you disagree with it? He said, clearly more interested in virtue signaling and moral support than fixing peds. I'm outie. Camden is nothing. Small fry. Way bigger systems out there. That's very disrespectful. And he is part of the system, just as you are, just as we all are.
When the viewers weren't able to get through to Max, his close friends and fellow creators called in to talk some sense into him. But sadly, that didn't work either.
There's a way to present it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on. It is where I'm at. And that's all I really can say about the situation.
Okay, so I would have really appreciated this like 2 months ago when we first reached out. I reached out to you and multiple other creators asking for help, and none of you were responsive. I understand y'all are busy and doing your own things, but this is the first time I've ever handled a case of this complexity and magnitude, and that is why I was asking for help.
If you go to police and they say, okay, yay, we're going to go get him or whatever, I don't know, live in a dreamland, whatever you want to feel, are you going to court after that?
I'm unsure about the entire process. I think that's the job of the district attorney, but the survivors would likely appear as witnesses.
Okay. What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes?
To cover his blunder, Max immediately made the stream private and threatened to flag channels that re-uploaded it. With a tweet from Lyrics reading, Mama Max just threatened to flag my channel. Shortly after our debate last night, he DMs me at 2 AM, asking to censor/take down my stream because of a privacy complaint he has, and I complied, but then accuses me of bullying victims, not true for your information, heavily implying he's going to flag me. The recent streams weren't the only thing Max was trying to hide, as he either deleted or unlisted his previous uploads. Unfortunately for Max, there were 2 videos on the horizon that he couldn't strike down, both containing information that revealed just how badly the investigation was going. From the 17th to the 18th of January 2024, Nicholas Diorio and Mudaha from Some Ordinary Gamers would publish their respective hour-long reports on Max's investigation. Nick's video came first and mostly explored the unethical practices that had infested Max's investigation, one of which was Max's conflict of interest when it came to Spencer. Spencer was a close family friend who was now living with Max, receiving income from his streams, and was put in charge of handling funds that would be allocated to the other 7 known survivors. Next, Nick looked into the convoluted information given to the viewers during the God Cult campaign, concluding that Max had never fully explained what exactly the werewolf cult was, or even given it a name. Then there was the matter of the previous investigations having either inconsistent information, weak evidence, or none at all, which led Nick to speculate on whether or not any other predators were actually arrested.
I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
Throughout the video, Nick included snippets from a Discord call between him, Muda, and Max, which showed Max's unwillingness to confront reality.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
The one bringing it. Why are you
Absolutely, I am the first one.
Yeah.
You are the only one. You haven't convinced anyone to come on board yet.
You haven't convinced, exactly.
That's
you haven't
because you haven't been listening to that.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to work with.
Like this for months.
Yeah, and I've had a 2-hour-long call, and I'm not moving anywhere close to the situation.
Muta, why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else.
Shortly after, Muda published his take on the subject and covered similar points to the ones Nick made. However, Muda made sure to shed light on the incompetent tactics that Max built this case on. According to Muda, the investigation into the werewolf cult had not yet yielded enough evidence to support Max's outrageous claims. Remember, Max was accusing someone of serious crimes against hundreds of children, but only gave spoken word testimony to back those accusations.
In the same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims, you can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious. And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie gonna do? What are you gonna bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not going to signal boost unsubstantiated claims?
As his credibility faded away, Max was frantically trying to shift the narrative with his "I place accountability in my own hands" video. You'd expect the title and thumbnail to be followed by a straightforward apology from Max, but that wasn't what viewers got. Instead, they were treated to 15 minutes of Max avoiding the mess that he had created.
I've got people telling me just talk about the case and nothing else. I've got people telling me just address the criticisms. I've got people telling me just apologize. I feel like I'm being pulled in every which way, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot make everyone happy. People say just wait for law enforcement to do something, but we've waited 7 years and they haven't done anything. So we decided to just go public with it and put eyes on him. And people wanted evidence, so we've been inviting people to our little server where we have the evidence. But then people don't want to listen to the survivors when they're in there and just look at the evidence and conclude it's nothing.
Max wasn't fooling anyone with that approach. Members of the audience that once defended Max were now begging him to either tackle the case professionally or drop it. And you know there's a problem when comments have more likes than the actual video itself. Max's subpar apology was only a ploy to sway public opinion, and it was failing horribly. Pair this with the fact that there were Discord leaks of him threatening legal action against Muda, and it is no wonder why the apology fell flat, with a text reading, "Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudaha for breaching our non-disclosure agreement. He's extremely rich, so the lawsuit seeks $1 million in damages to be distributed between you all." This goes on to show that Max's priorities weren't aligned with solving the case, but rather he was solely set on maximizing personal gain. From the 19th to the 21st of January 2024, Slug, Max's former editor, took to YouTube and Reddit to leak footage of Max saying what he truly thought about people like Charlie.
I could literally cancel you, Charlie. I could literally cancel you. And I choose not to. It's true though. It's the truth. I'm the friggin' hunter.
Watching Max say things like this would lead anyone to the conclusion that he had lost his grip on reality, and assumed his status as, quote, gave him the power to cancel other creators, something that would only become more apparent. Around the time the leak from Slug went live, news broke that an anonymous Discord user had infiltrated Max's private investigation server, leaking all the evidence he was saving for the legal case. Apparently, they were able to enter the server by pretending to be a survivor, and were given full access after signing an NDA.
I know you are dealing with a lot of harassment and going through a lot of stuff. Is it possible you could invite me to the Discord server where the other victims are? I want to share my story in a place where I can feel safe and not be doxxed or harassed. Yes, we can invite you. Thank you. Again, you have done so much for the victims. I'm blessed to have met you, and I hope Camden can finally face justice. For the safety of the server, may I please ask for your full name? My name is Max Stryker. It's a pleasure to meet you. They give a voice message and then say Jamie Fields, which is a fake name. But that's the only verification that Max has done to allow some random shitter in his Discord server to see all of the evidence. All you have to do is just play the part decently well, say that you were fucking abused and diddled by Camden, give a fake full name, and boom, you see all of the fucking evidence that he's protecting for the legal case, and then spreads it out to the internet to see.
As you'd expect, Max was flagging videos that mentioned the leak to cover up this blunder.
Mama Max, in his evidence-like Discord server, is now flagging and telling his whole server, which granted, his server is probably only 20 people, 30 people max, but he's now enforcing his whole server to go report and flag it seems like my VOD, it seems like Mr. Sen's VOD. Anyone who's talking about the leaks, he's now reporting or flagging and outright calling for that. Seems like this guy spends more time fucking doing this shit than actually trying to catch Camden on his case.
There was no way Max could feasibly hide this fiasco, as more and more of his secrets were going public with each passing 3rd of February 2024, Nicholas returned to cover the Momomax situation through the upload titled, "This video will make you hate Momomax," which brought forward an obscene amount of damning information from Max's past. Alongside his coverage of Max's blunders from the previous weeks, Nicholas detailed how Max maliciously destroyed the career of a former friend and supporter, NightDoc.
NightDocs, or Jim, was a proud Momomax supporter during the Pick a Side YouTube campaign, so much that he called in to actually debate me 2 years ago and defend Max's character from scrutiny. Like Max and many of their mutuals, Jim is a video essayist who makes long-form content. He was also firmly in the friend group of Max, Nexpo, Mutahar, and others just a few short years ago. Now I'm sure you're wondering, Nick, what happened to this up-and-coming YouTuber with all of these widely successful friends and connections? The reality was, NightDocs was cast out of his social circle because Max spread rumors that he was a bad father, a creep to women, and worst of all, a pedophile.
It seems Max didn't limit the predator accusations to just his enemies, but also his friends. You might be wondering why Max never made these accusations public given his previous job title. Well, it was because he didn't have any evidence to back it up besides his testimony.
So regarding Jim, there were 2 specific stories that Max really harped on when it came to NightDocs, at least whenever we had our little, I guess, falling out. So Max was convinced that Jim was this pedophile creep, and he backed up this claim with, firstly, a story about an inappropriate conversation that he claimed Jim had with a minor. As it turned out, this person was not a minor at all. They had told Jim their age at one point, which I believe was like 25 or so. I'm not entirely sure, but that's that whole story that Max always preferred to back whenever he would call Jim a predator. There was another story that led to more of Max believing Jim to be, I guess, a creep. And it involved one trip to a restaurant that he and Jim had way back when Max was living with Jim. Apparently Jim was, making moves on the waitress and, continuously hitting on her, and he just wouldn't stop. And it made this, I guess, situation or this dinner that they were at very tense and awkward. Basically, every single time that I was with Max during the time when we had our, I guess, falling out, I guess you could call it, Max would perpetuate this narrative that Jim was this creep, and he would always refer back to these 2 stories, and I guess I just never really vetted them.
In regards to Jim or NightDocs, there were 2 allegations, one of them which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were 2 key things. One of them was him being asleep most days, and then the other was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group. And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted Jim about this one specifically because I wasn't exactly, I need to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any evidence for or against Jim, and in spite of all that, I still decided to hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal.
Max was not just making baseless accusations, but he was making them on a friend that defended, housed, and fed him for months. Accusations that separated him from his friend group and almost pushed him over the edge.
When I lost all my friends, I just went away from YouTube and all that. I just lost all of my self-esteem. I just felt like I was irredeemable. There was something wrong with me that nobody would ever want to be around me. And I had no idea what it was that I did, but I was like, I'm obviously just a piece of shit.
So you'd say this impacted your career, I guess?
Absolutely, it impacted my career. I completely fell off. I ended up hospitalized. I genuinely ended up hospitalized. I came within hours of doing something very permanent and very stupid. It was the last straw.
To add a cherry on top, Nicholas included the full Discord call he and Muda had with Max, which really allows you to see how deviously Max used his past credibility and platform to justify his unethical behavior. The call started normally, with Muda and Nicholas trying to get to the bottom of the Candom case. However, once they inquired on why evidence hadn't been shared with other creators, Max said,
Yes, so I would like to explain my position on this.
Sure.
So the purpose of the NDA is to protect the survivors. Like, that is why the NDA protects their anonymity and for them to be able to give the approval of what they want to share. But we do want to like let people in and see like what is occurring here. It's just my priority has been to protect the survivors.
Okay, but you do understand, say Charlie looks at everything, hypothetical, right? Charlie can't then go, guys, there's a predator on the loose. I saw it on Discord. That wouldn't be sufficient for his audience.
Max then goes on to affirm that witness testimony is more than enough for backing serious allegations.
I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are. And it's also, you can also like, we are fine saying this is all alleged. Like, we are fine if...
Well, you can't just say it's alleged now.
No, because, yeah, 100%, that's not...
Yeah.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But all I wanted to do...
But you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
Even claiming that other creators have made similar allegations with less evidence.
I hope it's clear why I'm so willing to just call him a cult leader and a predator. I feel there's enough here. People have gone by with a lot less. Even Charlie has called people pedophile without any hard evidence.
Who specifically?
Who was it? Was it Sneeko?
Bro, I mean, Sneeko was literally defending the shit out of cuties. Let's not pretend. Come on.
All right, well, that's my argument. Like,
you know how many clips of him on Kick would exist of him saying minors? Or come on, like.
That's, I mean, it's comparable to Anthony Field with multiple testimonies against him. It's comparable.
Basing such a serious case on accusations alone was a recipe for disaster, and Max was too blinded by glory and money to see it. Now, he's lost both things he valued the most. Max's entire career was based on the fact that he was going after the most vile predators on the internet. It was the reason the YouTube community overlooked his of power and desperate attempts to signal boost his channel by threatening larger creators, all while giving thousands of dollars each month to fund his supposed one-man assault on predators. Unfortunately, once Max lost that air of authority, people became less willing to give him a pass for doxing people and relying on testimony as his sole piece of evidence. Ironically, Max got the response from Charlie, but it would cost him his reputation, credibility, and over 50,000 subscribers. Considering the fact that each day brings more and more revelations about who Max truly is, it's safe to say he has had a dramatic fall from grace, but is nowhere near the bottom. Def Noodles has made a lot of mistakes during his online career, but picking a fight with Charlie over some friendly criticism was by far the worst.
Greatest crime that I committed was to have caused the great moist critical to cringe. I have unfortunately committed the most heinous sin a YouTuber can commit in their careers.
Combine this with Def Noodles refusing to take accountability and listen to the voice of reason.
Why make yet another video rolling around in your own personal drama and posting it on your channel? That is self-destructive. That is a downward spiral. Your audience doesn't want to keep seeing you do this. I don't want to see you making videos like this because it's just not a good look.
It's no wonder why his channel had a 98% decline in viewership that ultimately forced him to delete his entire online presence. Def Noodles, whose real name is Dennis Vitoza, built an audience of over 500,000 subscribers on YouTube by creating videos that blended commentary, comedy, and news reporting. Throughout his time on YouTube, Dennis was obsessed with becoming a stand-up comedian.
I just took a DNA test. I'm 100% that bitch. And you wanna cry crazy.
Yeah, I got boy problem.
So obsessed, he'd weave edgy jokes when making commentary on serious topics, and even told a viewer to, quote, go educate yourself at the end of the barrel of a loaded shotgun, unquote, after they told him to improve his comedy skills. Fortunately for Dennis, he'd get the opportunity to try his hand at a comedy venue that he rented and renovated sometime in 2022. He planned on using the space to host his first Super Roast Battle, which was meant to be an engaging comedy-filled night, with comedians or YouTubers performing roasts on each other. Dennis even used the tagline "pull up or shut up" in his promotional material to provoke people into attending what he thought would be the show of a lifetime.
Hope you're all doing amazing today. There are only a couple of tickets left for the roast. Make sure you get them before they're gone. This roast will be the first show that we're doing in this comedy club that I just built. It'll feature some of the best comics in Los Angeles, so make sure you get the tickets to the roast before they're completely gone.
However, the event would fall far below not just Dennis's expectations, but the expectations of everyone else on the internet. On the 19th of August 2022, Dennis live-streamed the roast battle to his YouTube and Twitch channels, and from the very start, the show was destined for failure. For the first couple minutes, the show was plagued by technical issues, leaving members of the audience to wait in the dark for a show that they'd already paid for. Even after Dennis and his team had gotten things in order, the atmosphere still showed no signs of improvement.
All right, LA, are you ready? You ready? Hey, Steven, I don't think these motherfuckers are ready. Are y'all ready? Okay, I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't think we're gonna do the show anymore. This crowd's like, they're all asleep.
A majority of the show was just random people getting up on stage to deliver lackluster comments about each other's appearance.
It looks like his middle name is Rainbow.
Brando looks like the girl at public school who tries to act hard and then goes home to a mansion.
The finale didn't seem much better, as Dennis faced off with the winner of the previous battles and performed worse than everyone that came before him.
You're like my cousin if you were a girl.
Thank you. I bet you cried when you got those tattoos.
I did. Are you from Detroit?
Take a guess.
No. I'm bombing so bad and I don't give a fuck.
Neither do I, bro. Come on, we in it together, doggy.
Eventually, Dennis gave up on trying to be funny and begrudgingly awarded his opponent the win.
You know what? I'm just gonna go out. I'm gonna bring the fucking check.
Why do I win? I thought
because you won the roast battle.
To no one's surprise, the roast battle was a complete disaster, and to add salt to the wound, Dennis received a week-long ban on Twitch because one of the participants had used the F-slur. However, this wouldn't be the part that affected Dennis the most, as Moist Critical, aka Penguinz0, aka Charlie, caught wind of the event and gave a few roasts of his own.
Keep in mind, these are strangers. These two people have never met until they walked out on this stage together. So they can't actually roast each other. All they can do is insult each other's appearance, and it is painful. It is so hard to listen to. Obviously no rehearsal or anything. Same with Def Noodles. He's the host and he has no fucking clue what's going on. Started 27 minutes late, and it is an absolute joy.
By the 21st of August 2022, Charlie published a video titled "I've Never Seen Anything This Horrible," in which he shared Dennis's latest blunder to over 4 million viewers.
An event that he was hosting finally happened, which is this, the Super Roast Battles. It's an event he was hyping up for weeks, talking about how it's going to be the next big thing, it's going to be like a really big popular event, it's going to be great. He was even trying to goad some YouTubers into coming on to like settle their beef in a roast battle. None of them showed up. In fact, almost nobody in general showed up. As you can see, it's not exactly like a sold-out stadium here. It's about 10 family and friends. And this was a complete fucking disaster. Imagine Fire Festival, but if it actually happened and was worse than anyone could have imagined.
Charlie went on to point out the numerous flaws in the event, from the glaring technical issues.
The first 27 minutes the event doesn't even start. They just like cycle through YouTube playlists of rap or popular music. So they didn't start on time. People just sit here doing fucking nothing for 26 minutes listening to bad music.
To assembling random comedians who had prepared no material to work with.
What he did is he assembled a few people who said they've told a joke before in their life, and he had them roast each other. Nobody knew each other, literally nobody. So all they can do is roast each other's appearance because they don't know them. They're random people that he got together and told them to roast each other.
However, the detail that stood out to Charlie the most was Dennis's obvious insecurities with not being that funny.
He's not even like making retorts. He's just feeling insecure now. He's like, "You win, please stop, I'm dead. Please, God, stop." Now you're just hurting my feelings. You're fired.
Dennis's attempt to take his comedy career to the next level had fallen flat, and everyone on YouTube was mocking him for it. But that didn't mean his dreams of being a good comic were over. In fact, if Dennis could take the criticism with grace and use it to make his next show more entertaining, perhaps this story would have ended a little differently. Unfortunately, Dennis saw a different path that didn't involve improving on his mistake, but rather making more of them. On the 22nd of August 2022, Dennis would upload a now-deleted response to Charlie titled, "My apology to Moist Critical for first Super Roast battles," which only served to harm his reputation even further.
Well, I'm thoroughly disappointed that I dared to put on something together for my fans and that the ones who attended thoroughly enjoyed the experience, or so they told me. I'm appalled that I could be such a fool to think that I could fulfill my job and be in entertainment when in fact I am nothing of the sort. I am not a comedian. I'm not even a human. I am just a clump of cells currently existing and spewing raw bullshit that I'm reading directly from a prompter for your entertainment. I am sitting here ludicrously buckling to my knees, self-deprecatingly acquiescing to the oh-so-great Moist Critical because you didn't like my roast.
Dennis clearly didn't like the fact that Charlie and many commentators had given valid criticism towards his roast battle, and was now using a veil of satire to hide it.
Boy, Mr. Moist Critical, I thank you for your profound observations. I thank you for showing me the light. I will once again produce a super roast battle 2 weeks from now so we can wrong every right that was left unturned.
While Dennis would later retract many of his poorly thought out comments, he had already started something he couldn't finish, as Charlie uploaded another video titled, "My Response to the Drama."
I don't want this to be construed as some kind of personal attack or anything personal. Like I said when talking about the event, I don't really know Def Noodles. I don't hate him. I've only seen a couple of things on Twitter where he said or did some bad shit that people were dunking on him for.
Charlie went on to analyze Dennis's framing of the situation as allegations.
Here we are once again, addressing more allegations.
This is such a weird way of starting the video because I didn't make any allegations against him. I made jokes about the event and talked about it,
as well as mentioning the damage that he was doing to his fanbase and career.
When he posted this video, he lost 3,000 subscribers over the course of 6 hours because, again, his fan base didn't sign up to hear him throw these like self-pity parties here.
In an effort to extend an olive branch to Dennis, Charlie would draw attention to his tendency to make matters worse by impulsively responding to any form of criticism and gave some advice on how to overcome it.
Every YouTuber's made a video they regret, obviously. And I think that's what he's going through at the moment, where he's impulsively responding to things that are kind of non-issues.
Dennis had a pattern of giving knee-jerk reactions to criticism and injecting satire or comedic elements into serious discussions. But why was he like this? What happened during Dennis's YouTube career that made him think it would be a good idea to respond to valid criticism with jokes and satirical statements? Dennis's career as a YouTuber began in late 2018, making reaction and commentary videos on various popular Filipino singers. While he initially didn't garner significant viewership, Dennis seemed to enjoy creating videos for a small but loyal fan base.
This is my first video on this channel. I call it Def Noodles because I love noodles, and I also love learning about Filipino culture.
As time passed, Dennis gradually built up confidence as a creator and developed his own signature style of content, which aired more on a comedic side. He also branched out into making Facebook and Reddit meme compilation videos to further boost his growth on YouTube. By September 2019, Dennis had surpassed over 150,000 subscribers and was bold enough to showcase his work to much larger creators, specifically the commentary YouTuber Kavos, during his Make or Break livestream. Unfortunately, he didn't get the reaction he was looking for.
Area 51 raid me. Uh-oh. Where are they?
Oh, wait a minute. God. This guy literally just reads out memes.
This would mark the first time Dennis faced any real critique, and it was apparent he wasn't comfortable with it, as he later uploaded a video titled, "Kavos roasted my channel, my response."
Yeah, that's totally fine. I totally get it. Outside of the fact that I'm a douchebag, I don't find myself to be a douchebag. I don't know what in my video caused you to think that I'm a douchebag. But I totally understand that, and that's totally your prerogative.
The entire video was of Dennis deflecting every piece of constructive advice that Kavos offered to protect his ego. Despite how much Kavos's comments had affected him, Dennis would try to brush it off by stating,
Thankfully, I'm at a point in my life where I have self-confidence, and I'm not going to place my entire self-worth on someone else's opinion of me.
However, a week later, Dennis showed his true feelings on the matter with a now deleted video titled, Kavos made me want to quit YouTube. In Dennis's mind, there was no room for negative feedback towards anything he created, and anyone giving such feedback could not see the true value of his content. Even now, he was deluding himself into thinking that there was nothing wrong with his videos and that Kavos was simply being malicious. Dennis failed to understand that criticism was part of being a content creator, and he was about to be taught that lesson the hard way. In response to the criticism from Kavos, Dennis would completely switch up his style of content, from meme reactions to reporting and publishing news stories.
The internet is just one big sandcastle that keeps getting destroyed. With Jeffree Star getting exposed for allegedly stealing from a small makeup brand, things getting even worse for David Dobrik, and Vlog Squad member Jeff Wittick making an apology video, which ends up being an attack video of Trisha Paytas and the author of the Insider article.
Naturally, covering such topics would ultimately result in some form of negative feedback, which was something Dennis simply couldn't stand. To protect his ego, Dennis would include the following disclaimer in his channel's About section. Def Noodles is a character created by Dennis V. Tozer meant to satirize some of the most deranged, toxic, and destructive aspects of internet culture. The opinions and thoughts expressed by Def Noodles are not a reflection of Dennis V. Tozer's beliefs. In theory, this would protect Dennis from any backlash he incurred while covering various topics, and Dennis was certainly going to need said protection. As he went about spreading news headlines, he also earned a reputation for misrepresenting not just facts about the stories he covered, but the people involved in them as well. These misrepresentations include 1. Labeling John Swan as alt-right when covering his drama with Dream, 2. Maliciously framing a clip of Nicholas Diorio as weaponizing his viewers, and 3. Publishing various fake allegations when covering James Charles. Whenever he was rightfully called out for these blunders, Dennis reverted to calling everything satire and that it shouldn't be taken seriously. In essence, Dennis wanted to say anything he wanted about whoever he wanted without any recourse. In addition, Dennis's channel had grown to over 500,000 subscribers, which afforded a certain level of credibility despite his actions. However, it was only a matter of time before Dennis got a taste of his own medicine, when on the 21st of May 2021, Keemstar made a Twitter joke post calling Def Noodles, not Dennis, a PDF file. Def Noodles has allegedly girls from ages 12 to 15. Big YouTuber source. Victims are scared of him and wish to stay anonymous, but may come forward soon. Hashtag drama alert. As you'd expect, Dennis didn't take this joke lightly and opted to sue Keemstar for spreading false allegations.
Anyway, folks, as you read in the title of the video, I am suing Keemstar. Now, for those of you who started following me recently and are not aware, nearly 1 year ago, Keemstar knowingly published false and defamatory allegations against me.
There was already a long-running feud between the two, and this lawsuit only added fuel to the fire. Dennis would even go as far as asking other creators that Keemstar had wronged to join in on the lawsuit. Fortunately for Keemstar, his lawyer pointed out that the accusations were made towards Def Noodles, not Dennis, which led to the case making no sense at all. Ironically, Dennis had done the exact same thing he was suing Keemstar for several times, and was about to do it again to another creator named Papa Gut. On the 8th of February, Dennis and Papa Gut had a debate over his coverage of the B family drama, which was an active issue at the time.
Well, I will say that it's interesting that we're focusing so much on her crying, but not so much on the other aspect where we have like something that's been a very historical problem of maturing young black kids and then over-prescribing punishment. There's a big problem with them intentionally getting the age wrong and then over-prescribing punishment. Their punishment was that they think that he should get banned from YouTube. They're going to follow him across
and I said it in my video. I said that it's never going to happen.
Well, that never going to happen is different from, do you think it should happen? Did you think Killick should get banned?
Look, I'm against deplatforming. I've been deplatformed myself on Twitter. I don't think anybody should ever lose their platform for any fucking reason.
Things would only become more heated as their debate went on.
Your jokes are, if she bleeds, she breeds. If she can breed.
See, I knew it. You just brought those up to try to deplatform me. It's a pathetic move, man.
I'm not trying to deplatform you. I'm fucking
I literally explained why that was wrong, and your perspective is that joke was appropriate. Incredibly disingenuous mind. Everything that you say is so bad faith, and I'm expected to sit here while you yell for 75% of the debate.
Dennis would walk away from that debate holding a grudge against Papa Gut, and inevitably making false allegations against him as well. MF got famous on TikTok for joking about effing year-old girls, then gets offended someone jokes about him. But you know, he was right. I shouldn't have said that. I should have said instead he makes himself so small in his videos to hide the fact he looks like a PDF file. Within hours, Papa Gut would make a video response to the situation, in a video titled, "Deaf Noodles is a bad person."
He retweeted the context. Here's the context. The joke was, if she's old enough to bleed, she's old enough to breed. Thank you very much, Andre Lopez, for the advice, right? Somehow, he looked at this and said, I'm gonna nail Papa Gut on this point.
Topics regarding SA were a sensitive spot for Papa Gut, due to his wife being a victim of such, and he sadly broke down into tears on camera.
Now, I just put in a situation where I feel like I just have to bare my entire soul, and you're gonna listen to this and you're gonna laugh, and you're gonna think it's funny. But you wanna know what, Dennis? It's not funny.
According to Know Your Meme, Dennis would make an apology video regarding the situation, but that wouldn't stop him from making a t-shirt of Papa Gut crying.
Yes, he made a t-shirt, okay, of me crying. And this is like the 10th time that he's put this up. I think that he thinks it upsets me.
Dennis had proven himself to be very thin-skinned when it came to any form of criticism or call-out. He'd vengefully attack anyone who he thought bruised his ego and labeled his mistakes as jokes. However, what he did during his second roast battle showed how far Dennis was willing to go to sustain his fragile sense of self. Fast forward to the 2nd of September 2022, Dennis is once again hosting a super roast battle, but this time it's with a twist. One of his biggest critics was in attendance. A creator by the name of Salvo Pancakes had taken Dennis's offer to join the roast battle and brought dozens of fans with him. While Salvo was unable to attend the first roast battle, his presence this time dramatically changed the atmosphere in the venue, as he began riling up the crowd before the show even started. Given the circumstances, Dennis was getting the lively show he wanted, and would probably have had a successful show if things continued this way. All Dennis had to do was come out and face Salvo like a true comedian, but sadly, he had other ideas. In one impulsive act, Dennis had shown everyone how hypocritical he was. Remember, Dennis had asked creators to come duke it out in a roast battle, and when they did show up, he shoved them back into the crowd. Dennis didn't care about the roast battle, and instead focused on sustaining his overinflated ego, an ego that Salvo was about to cut down to size with just one comment.
If we were here, there would be nobody in the crowd.
There was no coming back for Dennis's reputation after that night, as every commentary channel on YouTube covered the disaster, especially Charlie.
Though I think ultimately Deaf Noodles as well as the community realized it's not that big of a deal. It's not a crime to hold a bad comedy night. But you know what is a crime? Assault. And that happened last night at Deaf Noodle's most recent Super Roast battle.
Charlie continued by grilling Dennis for his scummy overreaction during the event.
It's a big overreaction from Deaf Noodles here. Unless, of course, there was an imminent threat where the guy was on stage talking about he's gonna start throwing hands with everyone in the front row or something, or making like legitimate threats to the crowd. He pushes him from behind and then hides behind his friends to keep the other guy off of him, which I think is pretty lame. If you're gonna start some shit, you gotta finish that shit.
In the weeks and months that followed, Dennis lost 90% of his viewership and what little respect anyone had left for him. While Dennis would try to save his channel by switching up his content to challenge videos, viewers still bombed his content or didn't watch them at all. It's unclear if Dennis was trying to be funny or if he had truly given up on his YouTube, but he had uploaded 2 videos challenging his dwindling audience to unsubscribe. Unsurprisingly, Dennis's channel fell to all-time lows, as many of his videos failed to surpass 2,000 views, and his subscribers were dropping off by the day. The turning point for Dennis would come after reacting to SunnyV2 documenting his downfall. While the video has since been deleted, a creator by the name of Low Lies would cover it on her channel.
A video was made by the creator SunnyV2, and it documented his downfall and his mistakes that got him to where he is now. He did a reaction to this where he literally said nothing the entire time, just watched it, and he was just a little blurp in the corner. It seems like watching that video really opened up his eyes and it really sunk in, and maybe it already had.
Another deleted video that showcased how far Dennis had spiraled was his video titled Coming Clean About Everything, which was covered on his Reddit page. I watched Steph's video about coming clean on everything that he posted a few days ago. It's hard to tell if it's genuine or not, since he's been shitposting in this subreddit for a while, as well as shitposting weird obtuse videos on his main YouTube channel for a while now. But I do think he wants to do better. I think Uber was a good step for him. Dennis needs a real job to humble him, and particularly is something that takes him offline. These constant apology videos and reflection videos where he overshares just become exhausting when the guy needs to stop feeling entitled to a YouTube audience. The posts from Dennis that were referenced were the ones that came after he realized the true damage he had done to his career. I'm a manipulative, attention-seeking whore. Should I quit and get a real job? Should I just end it all? What job should I get? I am broke and can't afford therapy. What should I do? Should I go to rehab? I want to give up. How can I make things right with everyone I've wronged? I am so depressed. Dennis's need to feed his ego had cost him everything, and it was only when things were at their worst that he truly understood that.
I give up. I really do. I give up. It's over. It just really fuck it all up. I was really embarrassed and ashamed to admit it, but I did it. It's all my fault. And I've put myself here. And I've just come to terms with the fact that there's no way out.
Although those that didn't believe Dennis was genuine about his declining emotional state, the fact that he had to cancel 2 of his shows at the comedy club due to an emergency raised some concerns. Thankfully, Keemstar later confirmed that Dennis was still alive. Checked in with Dev Noodles, he is alive. All can say for now for those that are concerned. Dennis's obsession with being seen as a funny comedian was what truly led to his downfall. This obsession pushed him to create a comedic persona that poorly reported the news, and eventually started the roast battle that destroyed his reputation as well as his finances. To make matters even worse, Dennis didn't have the mental stability to endure the criticism that comes with being a creator, which became the root cause of many controversies. All these factors slowly eroded the trust and respect Dennis had with his fan base, as many of them decided to leave rather than watch his self-destructive antics. As of May 2024, Dennis has wiped all of his social media platforms of prior posts, and it's unlikely he'll ever be ready to return. However, we can only hope that he sees the error of his ways and takes necessary steps to put his life back together. At the end of the day, he doesn't deserve to have his life ruined over being unfunny and not being able to take criticism. Charlie's conflict with the insane bodybuilder Penguinz0 would go down as one of the most tumultuous controversies in YouTube history. A mentally ill vegan who goes as far as making fun of children with cancer.
So blah blah blah. Cancer is an almighty killer and I wish there was a cure for it. I for one will be supporting Team Lewis in the future and hope you guys will too. One day, cancer will be a thing of the past and the memory of Lewis will live on in the cure when it's found.
To wishing death upon Charlie.
Would literally jizz my pants if I heard a vegan ended the existence of Penguinz0 or
all the way to threatening literal babies.
And when I see babies in a stroller, especially when they're crying, I just want to put my foot through the and step on it until it's nothing but blood and pulp on the pavement!
Penguinz0's, real name Richard Burgers, rose to fame on YouTube by generating controversial and provocative content centered around veganism. Targeting meat eaters and other YouTube bodybuilders, he cultivated a reputation for his aggressive and confrontational style, quickly becoming a divisive figure in the YouTube landscape. By 2015, his notorious antics had garnered disdain from the broader YouTube community, although his following of more radicalized vegans continued to swell amidst the escalating drama. In late 2015, the world would witness some of the first signs of sociopathic symptoms when Penguinz0's grandfather would suffer and die from a heart attack right in front of his eyes. For an average person, this would be an extremely traumatizing event, but for Penguinz0, this was an opportunity to take out his camera.
I just got back from the funeral thing that we had. It wasn't exactly a funeral, but a bunch of family got together and I was dragged to it, but anyway, I was planning on showing you guys footage of my grandfather actually having the heart attack. As soon as the paramedics got to the house, I took out my camera and started filming, but a bunch of people in my family, my mom, my grandmother, uncles, shit like that, they threw a big fucking fit about me showing that footage on YouTube. They're perfectly fucking fine with eating foods that cause fucking heart disease and make people actually die of fucking heart attacks. But when it comes to actually showing people what happens when they eat these foods, that's just too much, so...
Later in the video, Penguinz0 would talk about the situation like it didn't even matter and like it was deserved, showing zero empathy at all.
Now, why this heart attack happened, it's obvious. He was eating like absolute fucking shit. Ridiculous amounts of like red meat and pork and ice cream and shit like that, and, you know, I knew a few months ago he didn't have long to live. I even told my mom, I think back in like February or March, like, he's not gonna make it to the end of the year. And yeah, I called it. He died because his fucking diet was absolute shit.
One of the most notable controversies earlier in his journey was with the YouTuber Furious Pete, which was explained well by the Gamer of Mars, where he discussed Vegan Gain's interaction with Pete.
Furious Pete is one of the biggest YouTubers in the genre of eating challenge videos. Along with this, Pete is also known to be very into fitness, with him often making videos about his workout routines. In August of 2015 though, he had some bad news to reveal to his 3 million subscribers. When people in the comments started to mention that it looked like he was losing weight, Pete decided to make this video. In it he explains that he was fighting a second round of cancer, which was taking a toll on him physically and mentally. Now this is where Vegan Gains enters the picture. Richard is a Canadian-born man in his 20s that is fully committed to the vegan lifestyle and runs a YouTube channel about it. Because of past altercations with Pete, Vegan Gains decided to make a video about the cancer and let his true feelings out loud and clear.
And it seems I was correct because Pete got cancer again. Oh, so sad. And before you all start calling me a sociopath as some sort of attempt to insult me, how about you consider the fact that Furious Pete makes fun of the suffering and death of the animals he eats on a daily basis. So I don't see why I shouldn't make a joke about his suffering and death. So who would like a haha, you're gonna die of cancer t-shirt?
This would just make up of one of the many times that Vegan Gains would actively push out borderline sociopathic opinions and stances online.
There are some people that I really do love, and I think they're worth something, but the majority of the human race I just have absolutely no respect for. So don't get on my bad side, make some vegan gains, and be nice to animals or I'll kill you.
One of the many fitness YouTubers that Vegan Gains would beef with was a creator known as Lex Fitness. Throughout the controversy, Lex Fitness would claim that Vegan Gains was a keyboard warrior and challenged him to confront him in person, which to Lex's surprise, he actually did. By July, Grade A Under A, a popular YouTuber at the time, would create 2 videos calling out and making fun of Vegan Gains, which would gain 1.6 million views and 4.8 million views respectively, ultimately massively boosting the awareness for Vegan Gains. For Vegan Gains, any attention was good attention, and he would make a video thanking Grade A Under A for sharing his content to millions of people.
A lot of you have been begging me to respond to Grade Under A, and some of you have gotten the idea that the reason I've been reluctant to do so is because of fear of embarrassment, but no, I just don't have a problem with someone giving me free advertising that is so effective it reaches over 3 million people. So let me do what I do best, which is feed off the popularity of others.
Entering 2016, Vegan Gains would catch the attention of popular YouTuber at the time, Leafy Is Here, who would go on to create a video on him, further sharing his content.
What's up guys, welcome back to a brand new video. But me, Vegan Gains, a YouTuber that has 200,000 subscribers, a very proud and active animal rights supporter, one of the few and active vegetarian bodybuilders, and last but definitely not least, a fucking psychopath. This guy is fucking nuts. Like, this motherfucker is fucking insane. Like, this dude is most known on this entire website for, get this, alright? Threatening to fucking kill people that decide not to only eat fucking plants.
And you're going to die just like those animals.
On top of all that, he's also known for threatening people that don't like him to, get this, come and meet him somewhere so they can try to fucking kill him. And I'm not talking about killing him in Call of Duty or something. I'm talking about real life. You get stabbed in the neck, you're done. It's over. It all started a few months ago when he uploaded a brand new video saying he was going to a vegetable club, and that if you didn't like him, you could actually come to that vegetable club and try to straight up battle him.
So it's a good opportunity to try and kill me, so if you think you have the fucking guts, come to the fucking Toronto Veg Fest.
I swear to God, I am so fucking done. This dude is literally threatening people to come and find him at a fucking vegetable club so they can fight him. Like, dude, what is this guy's life? He's like a real life fucking anime character.
Despite receiving a considerable amount of negative attention, Vegan Gains would continue to amass a large cult-like audience of radical vegans and people attracted to the drama he created. But all things must eventually come to an end, and by 2017, his long run of viral growth would come to a halt, as his channel went from amassing 7 million views per month in January of 2016 down to 1.8 million views per month in December of 2018. 1 year later, on the 27th of January 2019, the Vegan Gains channel would be terminated from YouTube, with a tweet reading, "Please help at YT Creators. I run an educational channel that focuses around plant-based nutrition, and I just had my channel terminated. I've tried my best to comply with YT guidelines, but apparently one of my older videos got flagged. I would appreciate help to resolve this issue." Despite the termination being short-lived, with his channel being reinstated a week later on the 7th of February, it would serve as a wake-up call for Vegan Gains, and from here on out, he would do his best to tone down the violent threats and sociopathic behavior on his streams and videos. Throughout 2019, Vegan Gains would attend and speak at conferences, look into research papers on veganism, and overall be less involved in drama. But the new style of content didn't sit well with his audience demographic of both radical vegans and non-vegans who subscribed for drama, and in turn, his channel would constantly lose thousands of subscribers each month. As 2020 rolled around, Vegan Gains was still losing subscribers and gradually fading into irrelevancy. That would be until he spotted a golden opportunity on the 27th of March, when YouTuber Penguinz0, who we'll be referring to as Charlie, published a video exposing another creator for mistreating animals, in a video titled, "YouTuber tortures and eats animals alive." Throughout the video, Charlie would call out and challenge the disgusting behavior of a particular mukbang YouTuber known as So Young, who was creating live feeding videos on her channel.
Her name is So Young, and what she does on her channel is she buys sea creatures alive and then kills them in the slowest, most inhumane ways possible because she likes to watch them squirm around and put Facebook royalty-free music behind it as a joke. For example, with a squid in particular, she cuts the hood off and then sets the body down, and the body is still alive, the squid is still technically alive, and it's moving around trying to get the fuck away. She'll pour sauce on it and put some goofy music and make some stupid fucking jokes about it. It's terrible stuff. She treats it like it's a Nick Jr. cartoon, where she's making these like goofy sounds and goofy YouTuber faces like, that's kind of fucking garbage. That's what she does as the creatures are clinging to the last ounce of life they have. And sometimes she doesn't bother to kill the creatures, like for octopus, she'll just eat them alive straight up. Now I know there's a lot of people that argue, are sea creatures even alive? Some of them don't have nervous systems, this and that. And yeah, there's a debate to be had there, I suppose, but the creatures she chooses to eat alive are the ones that are well documented in being very much aware and alive. For example, the octopus. Octopus are among the most intelligent creatures we have on the planet. They're up there with dolphins. They have a fully complex nervous system, brain. They have as many neurons as dogs do, and they process pain and information in much the same way a dog does. They're able to remember that kind of information as well. So how does she treat an octopus? Well, by devouring it alive as it tries its best to run the fuck away.
One of the key points Charlie explored throughout the video was how she would often pick out animals which were known for being incredibly smart, such as octopi, which are known for thinking remarkably similar to humans in terms of problem solving, short-term, long-term memory, and a highly developed nervous system.
Eating an octopus alive is like eating a fucking dog alive. They're on the same level. She's basically just eating a sea hentai dog. It's fucking crazy how this is even allowed, and how she has an audience that supports it and defends her in the comment section. She has fucking simps defending her in the comment section. Have some fucking shame. Even if you set aside morals and ethics, the content itself is fucking atrocious. All she does when she's not torturing and eating animals alive is scream, as you have goofy cartoon music blasting behind her. So unless you're 8 years old who finds jingling keys comedic because they're loud, I don't know how you could possibly be entertained by anything she does. It's fucking terrible trash.
Towards the end of the video, Charlie would call her out for how she brutally prepared squid.
Let's see how she handles a squid.
가만히 있어, 가만히 있어, 가만히 있어, 가만히 있어, 가만히 있어. 자, 일단 한 마리 손질.
As you can likely imagine, that's the most inhumane way of killing a squid and preparing it. She didn't dress the squid, she fucking mutilated it while it was alive.
The video proved to be a massive success, accumulating over 9 million views. Not only that, but it also succeeded in raising awareness about the inhumane treatment of animals on the platform, a move that was widely recognized by the YouTube community, with comments stating, "The worst part of this is that octopuses are known to have very similar emotions to humans. The fact that the squid was still alive when she ripped off their head things, absolutely disgusting." As well as, "I think the most sinister part about this is that she acts like this is silly. She laughs and makes funny noises. She's acting like this is comedic. It's sick." Whilst it's safe to say the YouTube community saw the video as a grim reality check, Vegan Gains would see it as his golden ticket to relevancy. On the 17th of April, Vegan Gains would publish a video titled Penguinz0 the Arch Hypocrite, where throughout the video, he would criticize and call out Charlie for allegedly being a hypocrite, referencing a video that Charlie posted earlier that month titled "I tried making sausages and it was a disaster."
But I was really sad to see that only a few weeks after Penguin made this video, he uploaded a video where he supported animal cruelty. He made a sausage making video.
So what is this, Charlie?
Honestly, I don't know anymore. This looks like something I would have dissected in biology class in high school.
You're not gonna show him the front of it and show him what it's supposed to be?
It's supposed to be sausage casing, but I feel like I've been scammed and got intestines.
So it seems that Penguin is unaware of this, but sausage casings, at least natural sausage casings like the ones he's using, are in fact made out of animal intestines. And if you look at the package, hog sausage casings, as the name implies, these sausage casings are made out of pig intestines. So I find it interesting that Penguin will complain about So Young abusing, torturing, and murdering these sentient animals, these very intelligent animals, by the way, like octopi and squid, but he's totally fine with abusing, torturing, and murdering other very intelligent animals, you know, in the meat industry.
Whilst Vegan Gains managed to compose himself considerably well throughout the video, many of his arguments would be irrational and difficult to take seriously, such as when he claimed Charlie was worse than So Young simply because he eats meat.
So who are you to criticize So Young for not killing these animals quickly and humanely when you can't even do that yourself? So you're just a complete hypocrite, and if anything, what you're doing is arguably worse because, again, you're paying someone else to do it. It's happening behind closed doors. You can keep getting away with this, you can keep doing this, and you don't have to suffer any social repercussions, financial repercussions. I'm sure eventually So Young's YouTube channel will end up being terminated for this sort of content, but you can keep doing this and just get away scot-free. So I also want to touch on this issue you brought up of humane killing. There's no such thing as humane killing. There's no way to kill a sentient being nicely because murder is inherently cruel. It is inherently cruel to take away the life of a sentient being that has a will to live. If we were doing this sort of thing to family pets like dogs, if somebody shot a dog in their backyard, killed it instantly in one shot.
The video would be received extremely negatively, with it amassing over 30,000 dislikes compared to only a mere 4,000 likes, with comments stating, "The amount of punchability this man's face has is incredible. If you can't tell the difference of ripping apart a live animal and torturing it for fun, and ordering a fish sandwich, you've got some serious mental issues there, Mr. Gains. What a bad attitude and outlook you have, my god." as well as, okay buddy, on one side, we have a weird lady who eats animals alive, and on the other side, we have Critical, who eats processed foods. Why don't you actually compare the two like-minded people, like a person who actually supports animal abuse and the octopus lady? The following day, Charlie would publish a video titled Addressing a Controversy, where he would respond to the video Vegan Gains created about him. Charlie, being an animal lover, took the accusations and opinions very seriously, but he would also go into depth on how Vegan Gains and his cult-like following are the reason that vegans get a bad reputation, and why most average people wouldn't even consider turning to veganism themselves.
I want to lead this conversation by saying I have nothing but respect for veganism as a whole, but it's people like Vegan Gains who are overly aggressive and the feral monsters in his comments section that really give vegans a bad rap and a negative reputation in the world. They vilify anyone who's not a vegan. They treat it like a cult where you're a huge piece of shit, evil and wrong if you're not in their club. Now, of course, I'm not talking about everyone who is a vegan. I am talking about this community that Vegan Gains has fostered here and he himself. This is the worst way of ever getting anyone to convert to that belief. By constantly antagonizing them and throwing insults to anyone that is not already a vegan ensures that they will never take it seriously and always have a negative impression of your beliefs. They're like those protesters outside of Comic-Con every year with those Jesus fucking hates people that like cartoon signs. You guys are wrong, you guys suck, and you're going to hell if you don't come to our church. No one's ever going to go to that. No one likes to be lectured at, berated, or insulted. They're not going to go to those people that are throwing those their way.
Following this, Charlie would reveal that he himself actually supports meat alternatives, and that they could in fact be the future. This sentiment would serve to set the tone for the rest of the video, as Charlie respectfully dismantled all of Vegan Gains' arguments.
And I think that sucks because I truly believe meat substitutes are the future. 100%. It's much more sustainable. There's so many benefits to meat substitutes that it is just a significantly better, cheaper, and just all around better market. But it's more about getting people to accept that that could be the future. But you have people like Vegan Gains being the face of it, and no one takes it seriously, and they get this really bad taste in their mouth.
Later in the video, Charlie addresses the allegations that his actions are comparable to those of So Young, presenting a thoughtful counter-argument.
So this one here, I am just as bad if not worse than So Young because I'm paying someone to do what she does on camera. But that's not it either, like you're totally fucking wrong. I'm not paying someone to torture animals. What people who eat meat are under the impression of, they're paying someone to humanely provide that food for them, given the circumstances, as humane as it can possibly be. If I found out the place I'm getting my meat from has a fucking YouTube channel where they're finger blasting cow carcasses and using chicken corpses as baseball bats, I'll stop buying from it, obviously. No one is paying for these animals to be paraded around on YouTube and tortured, have salt poured on their corpse so they wiggle around and scream. No one's paying for that. So for him to say that I want to go out of my way to slap these meat producers in the face with money because I need that precious meat and don't care how they treat the animals is outright wrong.
Subsequently, he confronts the absurd claim that his meat purchases are inhumane and cruel, articulating a well-reasoned response.
Humane killing? There's no such thing as humane killing. There's no way to kill a sentient being nicely because murder is inherently cruel. It is inherently cruel.
This is a point I see brought up throughout all of veganism, that no matter how an animal is killed, no matter how humane it's deemed, it is inherently evil and wrong. But I have to ask, then does that make every animal in the animal kingdom inherently evil? Because the vast majority of animals out there eat other animals to survive, and they don't do it quickly. So does that make every animal in the animal kingdom that eats other animals inherently evil, or is that trait specific to humans alone? And if so, why? I know people always say that to a vegan when they're trying to epic own them in a Reddit comment, but typically they'll just say that that's deflecting or a dumb question, but I actually would like to know your opinion on it, Vegan Gains. What do you feel when an animal eats another animal? Is that animal now evil, and is that whole species bad? It's just, I don't understand where the line is drawn. Humans do it in a way that is significantly less cruel to the animals than how the animals do it to each other.
Next, Charlie responded to Vegan Gains' ridiculous argument about shooting your own dog.
If somebody shot a dog in their backyard, killed it instantly in one shot, would you say, oh good, you know, he humanely, nicely murdered his dog? No.
Yeah, this comparison you've given here is actual dog shit. This doesn't fit anywhere into this ballpark here. Someone came and shot your pet for no reason. When these animals are being killed, there is a reason behind it. It is so that it can provide food for people out there. I think I get the point you're making, but dog and pig, why dog, not pig? Oh, goodness me, what if dog was killed? You'd be upset about dog, but not pig. You can be upset equally for both. If that pig is a pet and it gets killed like that, you're gonna be upset. It's inhumane. That's not what the fuck we're talking about here. That makes no sense. Even if it wasn't even a living creature. Let's say your son had a pet rock that he bonded with hugely, and someone comes over and throws it in the trash. That shit's inhumane. It's not right. It's evil. This comparison just doesn't fit into this argument anywhere because in your example, someone just comes and shoots a beloved family member.
To conclude the video, Charlie explains that individuals like Penguinz0 may actually be causing more harm than good to the vegan community, presenting a nuanced analysis.
I know I only showed like 4 clips from his video, but that's because these are the only 4 times he made a point. The rest of the video was filled with either him repeating the same thing or showing the atrocities that do unfortunately occur in some places in the meat industry. And I agree, terrible, absolutely terrible what happens in some of those places. And then he talks about the meat alternatives and how great they are. Totally agree. That shit fucking slaps. I talk about it on my streams from time to time when people ask me what my opinion is on vegan food. I fucking love meat alternatives. But the majority of the video is him just repeating the same point. Meat eater can't like animals. If meat eater like animal, meat eater wrong, meat eater dumb, meat eater bad. It's the silliest way of looking at things, the most childish and naive way of approaching things. By vilifying these people, by vilifying meat eaters, you're ensuring that they're never going to try vegan food. Because they're going to associate vegan food when they see Beyond Meat vegan, they're going to associate that with someone who's just fucking crying on YouTube. I fucking tuned into your Doom Eternal stream last night and you started whining towards the end of it about how everything you do loses you subscribers. You then had a moment of self-reflection and realization when you said maybe it's because you're an unlikable asshole. Yes, that's exactly why. That is how you're perceived on YouTube. It's how you conduct yourself. You're extremely condescending to anyone that's not in your club. You literally present yourself as a pseudo-intellectual Twitter user on YouTube. You attack everyone in the fitness industry that even so much as walks by a diner that has meat on the menu. You go out of your way to be an asshole to people and then act surprised when people think you're an asshole. It's how you're conducting yourself. This hyper-aggressive way, and it's not just you Penguinz0, but a lot of people in that community go out of their way to try and lecture people or guilt them into joining, which is the worst possible approach to take and only holds it back. The public perception of meat substitutes could be huge right now if the community as a whole didn't keep vilifying them for it.
The video would be received extremely well from the audience, with one comment putting it well. Moral of the story, vegans give vegans a bad name. Later the same day, Penguinz0 would publish a response to Charlie's video. By now, it was becoming more and more obvious that he was involved with the intent to stir drama, rather than having a real and honest discourse, as he would take the offensive and call out Charlie's audience for being toxic and allegedly harassing him on stream.
I just did a live stream a few hours ago, and because Charlie did this response video around the same time I started my live stream, a lot of his followers came over to my live stream, and what did they do? They called me names, they were spamming the chat with, oh, meat tastes great, you're an idiot, they were talking about how they butcher and kill animals, and throughout the entire stream, there were people encouraging everyone to false flag the stream to get it taken down, and to give my channel a community guideline strike, and there were even people who were insulting me with racial slurs like the N-word. Is my community that toxic, Charlie? Does my community go over to your channel and just spam you with nonsense? Do the people who follow me encourage everyone to false flag your videos, your streams to give you community guideline strikes? Do they insult you with racial slurs? I'm pretty sure they don't. So not only are you just making ridiculous personal attacks and poisoning the well, but this is just completely hypocritical. Your community is just as, if not more toxic than my community. And what the hell does this matter? What does this have to do with the topic of my video of animal ethics? Nothing. You are just going off on a completely irrelevant tangent to just make me and my community look bad so that you seem like the reasonable one, but you are clearly anything but reasonable.
Rather than taking accountability for his own actions, Penguinz0 would frequently resort to deflecting. Instead of blaming his long history of sending death threats, starting fights, and sociopathic behavior, he instead blamed Charlie for being the one to point it out. One of the dumbest takes that Vegan Gains had throughout the video was his comparison of Charlie buying KFC to the literal Holocaust.
It's not illegal, nor is it some type of moral conundrum to like animals, but still eat meat.
So, two really bad arguments here. First argument he made, he said that killing and eating animals isn't illegal. Well, what does that matter? The law doesn't determine morality. At one point, it was legal to keep slaves. In Nazi Germany, it was legal to kill Jews. So, is it okay to keep slaves and kill Jews as long as it's legal? No. So if the law doesn't determine morality, then why are you using that as an argument?
The video would only escalate from here, as next, Vegan Gains would go for Charlie's love of dogs.
As an argument. And the second argument he made wasn't even an argument, he just merely made a statement. He said that it's not contradictory to claim that you're an animal lover but also kill and eat animals. No, that is completely contradictory. If you are going to claim that you love animals or you are a friend to animals, you can't then kill them. You're a dog lover, it seems, Charlie. You have, a lot of Instagram videos and videos where you're playing with your dogs, giving them a lot of love, care, and attention. Would it be hypocritical for you to shoot and kill your dogs? Just shoot them in the back of the head and then chop them up and eat them? Yes, that would be pretty damn hypocritical. You can't claim that you love something, you can't claim that you support animal welfare, but then also support their abuse and murder. That's nonsense.
Following this, Vegan Gains would almost have a good argument when he attempted to use Charlie's argument of animals eating other animals against him in order to defend So Young's content.
And I'm not accusing Charlie of doing this. I don't know what his real intention was here, but normally when I hear this sort of argument made or point that animals kill other animals, people are suggesting that because animals do it, then it's okay for us to do it. Well, if you're actually making that argument that if animals do it, it's okay for us to do it, then you can't criticize So Young. As you pointed out, when animals kill other animals, they do it in horrific fashion. They usually start eating the animal while it's still alive. Well, if it's okay for us to emulate animal behavior, then what So Young is doing is perfectly fine. She's emulating animal behavior. She is eating these animals while they're still alive, just like other animals do. So again, if you're going to use this as an actual argument, it just proves further that you are a complete hypocrite.
The video would finally end with Vegan Gains responding to Charlie's comments about him losing subs and being unlikable due to his own behavior. It's safe to say the video was received extremely poorly, with the video amassing over 23,000 dislikes and comments in support of Charlie, such as, "Bro, get out of here. You kept saying he was making personal attacks when you've been personally attacking him for eating meat and being a hypocrite." The point of his video wasn't to counter-argue you. He was annoyed with the fact that vegans, yourself included, are getting far too aggressive with insulting meat eaters. I personally don't like animal torture, but end up having to eat meat due to substitute pricing and dietary reasons. You're a total toolbag, dude. All you can do is stir up controversy to get clicks. Imagine how great this channel would be if he wasn't such an immature prick. 3 days later, on the 21st of April, Charlie would publish his final video on the situation. Throughout the video, Charlie would respond to a variety of Vegan Gains deflections and arguments, such as how Vegan Gains accused Charlie of fostering a toxic community, as well as how Vegan Gains would misrepresent scientific information in order to fuel his moral superiority complex. By now, it was crystal clear to Charlie that Vegan Gains wasn't involved in the controversy to represent the unspoken voice of animals, but rather for his own personal benefits.
I wanted his perspective. I did open that video up for a dialogue. I thought that's what the goal was, but Vegan Gains has made it clear he doesn't give a fuck about a conversation, he only cares about milking the attention.
This would set the tone for the rest of the video, as Charlie would go on to dismantle not just Vegan Gains' arguments, but himself as a person.
The point I'm making is your entire history on YouTube has been actively shooting the idea of meat substitutes in the foot to people that aren't in the know. You say a lot of it's geared towards education, but if you look at the video you made about me, only a chunk in the middle seems educational where you talk about the alternatives and, well, here's what you could have done. That's educational. The entire second half of the video is you call So Young a piece of shit, look in the mirror, you're a hypocrite, 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 you do this, you're a hypocrite, she does this, she's not a hypocrite, you're a hypocrite, big hypocrite. That's not educational and it doesn't do anything. You're not challenging my beliefs, you're not making me reevaluate the way I look at things, that's just you doing an attack.
The way Vegan Gains presents himself is extremely out of touch, and Charlie would call him out for this too, as he would go on to call Vegan Gains delusional for his comparison of eating chicken for dinner to being equal or worse than literally torching and eating intellectual animals alive.
But since you want to play this game, I'll hop in the swamp with you for a moment and fight you on some things. Your comparison to me eating a chicken tender being the same as So Young torturing animals on YouTube for entertainment, if not worse, that is just outright ridiculous and you're fucking delusional. It's hard to have like an actual cohesive argument to that because it is so outlandish. That's like me saying you support the abuse of women and children by buying tickets to a movie. Hollywood has abused child actors and actresses constantly, so by you having seen even a single movie in your life, you have supported that. It's a moral high ground anyone can take against anyone for anything. You wear a gaming headset during your streams. You realize those parts that compose that gaming headset, a lot of them are made in sweatshops. Very, very immoral means of getting those parts, and you're wearing it freely. So by wearing that, you're supporting that kind of terrible thing in the world. I'm of course not the only one to make this comparison, but you keep dodging it. On Twitter, a user proposed the exact same thing, and your response was, "Oh, you're just retarded. You're not nearly on the same level of intelligence that I am. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm holier than thou. You're wrong. Look at Foxconn." I don't know if you're joking or if you're actually dumb, but Foxconn actually does use minors at their factories in China. They're being investigated for it. It's pretty well documented. And Foxconn's an extremely terrible place to work that's well known for workers committing suicide. So I don't know why you'd use this as an example to somehow dismiss the argument. But even if you did cherry pick like the world's best factory, it doesn't dismiss the comparison. That'd be like me saying, hey, look at this incredible slaughterhouse that treats its animals extremely well. This is representative of all slaughterhouses, right? It just doesn't make any sense. You just come across real dumb here.
Later in the video, Charlie would break down the various hypocritical actions of Vegan Gains, such as how he produced cotton t-shirts for profit, which is known for having adverse effects on wildlife and nature. But none of this would come close to when Charlie brought up a dark moment in Vegan Gains' past, the time when Vegan Gains decided to make fun of a child suffering from cancer.
One thing you've done pretty often is make fun of people with cancer, which I think is very low. Even recently, it's not like you've progressed past an edgy stage. Recently, you made fun of a bodybuilder who took a picture with a child with cancer.
Cancer is an almighty killer, and I wish there was a cure for it. I, for one, will be supporting Team Lewis in the future and hope you guys will too. One day, cancer will be a thing of the past and the memory of Lewis will live on in the cure when it's found.
Well, Eddie, since we're still waiting for that cure for cancer to be found, how about in the meantime we try and prevent ourselves from developing cancer in the first place?
Vegan Gains defends this clip vehemently by saying he's clearly not mocking this child with cancer, but I don't know how he can possibly not see how it seems like he is by the way he's talking. If I talk to you that way, Vegan Gains, you'd think that I'm mocking you, right? Like, my name's Richard and I'm so mad at meat. That sounds like I'm making fun of you, doesn't it? That's exactly what you did to this kid in this very tough situation.
The video seems like a perfect way to end the saga. Charlie not only gave relatively solid counter-arguments, but he also explained to Vegan Gains where he went wrong with his approach, with constructive feedback on how to actually convert more people into being vegan. And the audience recognized this, with comments stating, "I originally thought Charlie was just a funny and sarcastic YouTuber. Then I realized he's actually pretty intelligent and a great person. Did Charlie just destroy a man with his own logic and ideology through sheer intelligence and rational sense?" As well as, "Charlie may not like controversy videos, but he's goddamn good at them." When it seemed like the back and forth had finally come to an end, Vegan Gains would post yet another video. The video was about all you could expect from Vegan Gains by this point. Deflections after deflections after deflections. It would unironically try to argue that Charlie was only making personal attacks at him for his own financial gain. And that's despite the entire drama being started by Vegan Gains himself, by making the accusation that Charlie is worse than a literal animal abuser simply based on the fact he eats meat. The video can be easily summed up by when Vegan Gains resorted to calling Charlie a liar.
So Charlie, it's obvious that you're just lying and trying to slander me, I guess because you're mad that you lost this, like, argument on the internet. It's funny how you will take this clip of me out of context, but you won't actually show what I actually said on this issue. I think my stance on this was very reasonable, even if you disagree. I don't think you can claim after watching that clip that I made fun of a kid with cancer, yet still, even though you alluded to the fact that you are aware of this clip, you saw the video I made, you still deliberately chose to take this clip out of context and slander me. Seriously, you're just a piece of crap. I don't even understand why you're doing this other than you're just mad that I made you look like a fool.
The video once again would be received extremely negatively, with the video garnering over 22,000 dislikes compared to a mere 3,800 likes, with comments stating, "Other morons like you have used this personal attack against me. For someone who hates personal attacks so much, you sure use them a lot. This guy is so fucking sensitive and has done no research on what Charlie is like in any of his videos. Wish I could dislike more than once." As well as, "I know this is a year old, but how are you gonna end the video by saying you prove Charlie's a hypocritical liar without any reasoning other than, well, I don't believe those facts. Whilst it's safe to say that Vegan Gain's idea of baiting Charlie into giving him attention worked quite well, his channel would only continue to decline over the following year, and by 2021, he proved he wasn't finished with his sociopathic behavior, when he would get called out by Greg Duchetti for making fun of another man and his son just mere hours after he passed away.
Coach Greg, and as you know, I'm not a fan of Vegan Gains. He often does videos attacking me or other people, but this time, he went after John Meadows only hours after he passed away. I was sent a video from Profit Fear. Vegan Gains insults John Meadows just hours after his death. So I watched the video and I was shocked by what he said. I was thinking, should I do a video or not do a video? And I think that we need to call him out when he does something wrong. He should realize that there's a line where you just can't cross, and that line was crossed.
Despite Vegan Gain slowly fading into irrelevancy, more recently, he has made appearances on debates hosted by Destiny, where he is known for losing his temper, rage quitting, and his usual lack of empathy for other humans. Penguinz0, aka Charlie's conflict with the controversial YouTuber SS Sniper Wolf, will go down as one of the most turbulent controversies in YouTube history, with Charlie publishing over 5 videos critiquing and exposing her for a wide range of things, from stealing content and her personality, all the way to engaging inappropriately with minors. On the 15th of October 2023, Charlie would upload a video titled SS Sniper Wolf Situation is Crazy. Throughout the video, he would call out SS Sniper Wolf, also known as Leah, for doxing Jack's films over online drama.
Allegedly, Sniper Wolf has just doxed Jack's films. In an Instagram post, she posted this. Apparently, she even posted one of his house. It's just an extremely degenerate, up response to this whole situation from Sniper Wolf here.
Charlie would go on to call Sniper Wolf malicious and weird, stating,
"Going up to his house like she's about to, sell solar panels to him or something and ambush him with this conversation about this feud they have is not normal or acceptable. It's just like a malicious, weird thing to do."
The video would attract huge attention from the online community, garnering over 9.4 million views and fostering a comment section that strongly stood against Sniper Wolf's actions, with comments reading, "If Jack did this to her, YouTube would erase every evidence of his existence off the platform, lock him up, and throw away the key. Meet a kid dying with cancer? No. Be a creep and dox a YouTuber? Yes." As well as, "Driving 5 minutes to dox Jack's films is the most effort-filled thing she's done in years." Just 5 days later, on the 20th of October 2023, things would get a lot worse for Sniper Wolf, as Charlie would post another video titled Sniper Wolf Situation Just Got Worse. Throughout the video, Charlie would call out Sniper Wolf for having suspicious content involving minors.
It's her encouraging some seemingly underage individuals to do some degenerate acts on video, and the way she encouraged them was almost like a wager you'd see out of a Bad Brothers film. She wagered her tits. It's like very f***ing odd, awful shit.
But if you think this was bad, things were about to get even worse, with Charlie finding an even more incriminating post.
She meets this girl who says that she's 16, and then agrees to show each other their and the 16-year-old flashes the camera, which Sniper Wolf does censor, but that doesn't make it okay. And then just say, hey, wait a minute, Buster, it's fine because it's censored. It's like, what the fuck? Really, it seems like she just had a minor flash the camera on a YouTube video.
Comments on the video would side with Charlie and wish for YouTube to take the situation more seriously, with comments reading, "They aren't gonna ban her, are they? It's incredibly stupid how they put the profit of one above the discomfort of so many. It's honestly impressive how much worse Sniper Wolf continues to get. Armed robbery, disorderly conduct, ghosting a child with cancer, telling kids to and now doxing, and yet somehow she still manages to act like she's the victim. As well as, YouTube needs to take action. This is setting an unbelievably terrifying precedent for the future." The following day, Charlie would post another video on the situation titled Sniper Wolf Apology and YouTube Response. Charlie started off the video by critiquing YouTube's response to the situation, stating,
"So, it's been about a week, and YouTube has finally broken their silence on what they plan to do. Today they spat this drivel out, confirming Sniper Wolf has received the temporary monetization suspension per creator responsibility policies. Off-platform actions that put others' personal safety at risk harm our community, and the behavior on both sides isn't what we want on YouTube. Hoping everyone helps move this convo to a better place." That is one of those things where you read it and it's like a flashbang hits you, like all your senses go out and you have to question if what you just read was real.
Charlie would then go on to state that Jack's Films didn't do anything wrong and that YouTube's response of taking both sides was completely unfair.
Again, what did Jack's Films do wrong? He is completely blameless here. There's no reason why they should be trying to make it sound like Jack's Films did something wrong. His only crime was being alive, which gave her the means to target him. If they're trying to say that the criticisms that he keeps tossing towards Sniper Wolf is unwarranted, so the behavior is unacceptable, then that's even more delusional because there's nothing wrong with criticisms. This is one of those actions where it should have resulted in a harsh punishment.
Charlie would then go on to speculate that Sniper Wolf and YouTube may have had some sort of agreement on the punishment behind the scenes. This was based on the timing of YouTube's response and Sniper Wolf's apology, where he stated,
"The timing of her apology statement is also very interesting because it comes almost immediately after YouTube's post. So this leads me to believe that Sniper Wolf and YouTube had some kind of handshake agreement where it'll be like a light punishment as long as she makes an apology on Twitter."
To end the video, Charlie would state that there are simply no defenses for her actions.
There's really nothing she can say here. What she's done is absolutely indefensible. Like, I don't think she feels remorse for it or anything. I think she still believes that what she did is okay. It's just YouTube made her do this.
The comments on the video would agree with Charlie's analysis, with comments reading, "She isn't sorry about what she did, she's just sorry that it backfired. My favorite part of her apology was when she typed his username incorrectly twice. Seems like a very sincere and meaningful apology." As well as, "She ain't apologizing because she's sorry, she's apologizing because she's losing money and her reputation. Not only that, but she isn't even properly apologizing. She and YouTube are acting like a primary school principal who punishes both the bully and the bullied, and expects both of them to apologize to one another. Jack's Films 100% needs to take legal action here. This is utter ridiculousness." While we're talking about fake creators, there's something you need to know. Recently, there's been an epidemic of fake YouTube gurus. These so-called experts post images of fake or bought YouTube play buttons and try to sell you overpriced courses or programs. One of the key red flags is that they'll claim they have the YouTube blueprint or some secrets to success on the platform. But that's not even the worst part. These so-called gurus prey on smaller creators by taking advantage of their dreams and charging them a fortune for empty promises, with buzzwords like YouTube automation and wild claims of monthly revenue by simply signing up to their program. But here's the reality. There is no single blueprint to YouTube success. These tactics have become so prevalent that several of my own audience members have actually reached out to me about being scammed, telling me their story and hoping I can make a video on the situation. However, the truth is, any attention is good attention for these individuals. Even trying to expose their bad tactics would simply up their sales even more. That's why myself and fellow YouTuber Trust Me Bro have spent the last 3 months creating 1 of 10 community, the best free resource by creators for creators. We have nothing to sell you and there's nothing to lose by joining. You'll get access to behind the scenes of our channels, our exclusive guides, and monthly live workshops where you can ask us questions. If this interests you, there'll be a link below where you can request to join, as we'll be launching within days of uploading this video. With that being said, let's get back into Snipewolf's story. Over the following month, Snipewolf continued her content like usual, and it almost seemed like she got away with it. However, on the 12th of November 2023, Charlie would publish yet another video. In a video titled New Snipewolf Drama, Charlie revealed that Snipewolf was not only stealing her content, but also allegedly stealing her own voice and personality from another female creator. For context, on the 10th of November 2023, Nerd City would publish a video titled Snipewolf Stole Her Life. The video would go in depth and reveal several occasions that Snipewolf not only stole video ideas, but even accents and personalities from fellow YouTuber Azzyland, while simultaneously trying to bully her.
At the very beginning, it actually started off with just like a few mean tweets, which kind of painted us as like enemies. It turned into taking every idea did well, but because they had more following than me, their video would just get more views, and so people would see their video first and then assume that their video was first.
Moving back to Charlie's video, he would analyze the situation and give commentary on Nerd City's video. Charlie would take the side of Azzyland and criticize Snipewolf for the difference in response time in comparison to the Jax film situation.
Interestingly enough, and I hope you're sitting down because if you're standing up it's gonna knock you over, she's already responded to these claims, which is like 10 times faster than she responded to the Jax Films doxing situation. Compromising an entire family's safety, nothing. But this, being accused of copying TikTok reacts, oh, it's go time. Now she's on the front lines ready for war in the trenches.
Following this, Charlie would go over Snipewolf's response to the situation, where Snipewolf would claim Azzy was the one copying her thumbnails by changing them retrospectively in order to frame the whole situation against her. However, despite this, Charlie finished off the video by concluding that Snipewolf possibly did indeed copy Azzyland's content.
At the end of the day, it's TikTok reacts. It's like the simplest thing ever. There's probably like 10 other YouTubers that have this exact same format and style that may have even preceded them. And based on everything in the Nerd City video, as well as a couple of other things that have been revealed, it really does seem like Snipewolf directly tried to copy from Azzyland in quite a few aspects, even outside of just like thumbnails and all of that.
On the 15th of November 2023, I would publish a video on the situation titled The Snipewolf Situation Gets Worse, where I not only documented her alleged theft, but also her criminal past. SS Snipewolf, aka Leah, is a YouTuber who gained notoriety for stealing content and re-uploading it to her 34 million sub YouTube channel with minimal commentary. She was arrested and charged 2 separate times for cases of armed robbery and disorderly conduct, which she tries to hide from the public. Following this video, I thought the controversy had finally come to an end. However, I would be massively wrong. Fast forward to the 29th of June 2024, and the controversy surrounding Snipewolf would once again come to the surface, when YouTuber One Giant Onion published a YouTube video titled My YouTube Channel Might Get Banned. The video would address a strike he received on his YouTube channel for a video where he spent 3 hours reacting to Snipewolf's content. The video in question was titled something along the lines of reacting to Snipewolf until I laugh, with the whole point of the video being that he never laughed. He started the video by telling his story of how he found out about the strike.
Today I logged onto my YouTube account to change the thumbnail of one of my videos, and I was met with something very shocking. I actually have received a strike on my channel. Now at first I was really confused because I haven't done anything wrong. Honestly, when I first received this news, I thought maybe I got struck for one of my older, edgier videos, but upon further inspection, it turns out that I actually received a copyright strike from Snipewolf. She took down one of my videos called Watching Snipewolf Until I Laugh.
Despite his video likely not being fair use, the hypocrisy of Snipewolf claiming someone else's video just seemed far too ridiculous for viewers to comprehend, seeing as though Snipewolf has built her entire career off stealing other people's content and not giving any credits. He would end the video by asking his audience to get the attention of larger creators who could possibly help him, which he'd be extremely successful in doing so. A week later, on the 8th of July 2024, Charlie would finally take notice of the situation, where he'd post a video titled "Snipewolf striking a channel is crazy." During the video, Charlie would critique Snipewolf for allegedly striking his video, despite her not even owning her own content.
Her content would not fit under a transformative argument under any circumstances, because usually she just plays the entire TikTok that she's reacting to with no input, and then maybe afterwards says, "Geez, zoinks! Can you believe that?" And then she has the chutzpah to strike One Giant Onion for reacting to her content. It's craziness.
Charlie would end the video by calling her a hypocrite, stating,
"Yes, reacting to 3 hours worth of her content was probably not the best idea, but it should have never resulted in a strike to his channel, because she is literally doing what he does, but broken up over the course of years and like 6 videos a week doing it, as opposed to 1 3-hour video on content she doesn't even own, thus shouldn't even have the right to copyright strike on behalf of." It's so fucking hypocritical.
Despite the situation seeming relatively clear-cut and Snipewolf seeming like an obvious villain, a response on her Twitter would change everything. When she posted a tweet reading, "I want to clarify that I did not strike anyone's video. I do not have any pending takedown notices. I believe someone else must have done it on my behalf, at Moist Critical." Where Charlie would respond in a quote tweet stating, "If that's true, you should contact the striked channel and get the info of the person who did strike it, so you can take legal action against them. There's a huge problem with this dog shit on the platform right now, so it'd be great to put a stop to it." With Snipewolf's long and controversial history on YouTube, almost no one would believe her side of the story, but despite this, Charlie would receive a mixed reaction to his tweet, with most people being on the Snipewolf hate train, accepting what she did without any evidence, and some others such as Nicholas Diorio, who criticized his response to allegedly spreading misinformation. With a tweet reading, "Charlie posted a weird reply to her when Snipewolf claimed she didn't file the strike. Quote, well, you should be more proactive, unquote, isn't a good response to being told you've spread misinformation. Though I understand the lack of charitability. However, Snipewolf would reply with screenshots showing her pending strikes, revealing that she hadn't struck down Onion's video, but seemingly 10 other videos in the past few years, which may or may not have been fair use. This is where things start to get a bit strange. Since I was closely following the situation, I reached out to Onion to help him resolve it. When I asked him for more proof of the claim, he seemed hesitant, but once he sent it, I noticed a huge red flag. The email listed on the strike was a random personal Gmail address that had no ties to Snipewolf or any agency at all. This made me confident it wasn't her, and also made me wonder why he kept this piece of information out from all his posts about the situation. Following the back and forth on Twitter, on the 9th of July 2024, Charlie would publish a video correcting the story, titled, "Snipewolf did not strike a channel." Throughout the video, Charlie would clarify the situation and correct what he got wrong in his previous upload.
From all of the evidence I've seen now, it actually wasn't Sniperwolf who filed that strike, and it's a very complicated mess that highlights a very, very rare problem on YouTube that I very much would like to talk about.
He would go on to explain how he also went to One Giant Onion to get information relating to the strike, where he also found the email suspicious.
I reached out to One Giant Onion to just send me all of the info about the strike. The copyright strike was filed by an individual who claims to be representing a collaborative agency that works with Sniperwolf. However, what's definitely not a core part of their strategy is having the agents that are filing these takedown requests and strikes use a fucking personal Gmail account. So that's where things immediately became very clear to me that this is probably straight up horseradish.
Later in the video, Charlie would also state that he reached out to Sniperwolf, where she confirmed that she doesn't work with the agency and that they've actually targeted her channel as well.
So this definitely seems like someone pretending to work at that agency and then filing this strike. But I reached out directly to Sniperwolf just to 100% confirm whether or not she's associated with this group. She confirms she does not work with them at all, and even goes as far as to mention that this group has targeted her channel in the past as well.
Charlie would close off the video by doing something no one could have ever expected. He apologized to Sniperwolf.
So apologies to Sniperwolf. I'm sorry for the big headache that this must have caused when she didn't do it. She wasn't the one that issued the strike.
While Snipewolf is by no means a moral or ethical creator given her extensive and controversial past, it does seem like she wasn't in the wrong in this situation. And due to her past malicious activities and information being censored by Onion, the YouTube community was more excited to jump on her hate bandwagon again, rather than looking for any real proof regarding the situation, with a tweet thread from Nicholas Diorio stating, "Nuclear take. People are blindly painting One Giant Onion as a victim because Snipewolf is involved. Here's 5 minutes of him freebooting Logan Paul in a video similar to the one that Snipewolf allegedly struck. After Leah publicly denied filing the strike, the Onion Man finally posted the screenshot, and it clearly says Snipewolf collab company issued the strike. Now, that casts doubt on whether this was even done by her at all. Leah also posted her DMCA history to show it wasn't done. Charlie just posted a video, Snipewolf did not strike a channel, after One Giant Onion finally sent the email associated with Snipewolf's DMCA and showed the strike was linked to a random person's Gmail. It's starting to look like Leah was telling the truth. So basically, it's looking like Snipewolf got totally fucking smeared, and the conversation has pivoted away from big bad copyright abuser to wow, this is terrible, YouTube needs to do something about DMCA abuse. Snipewolf is now asking why she was never contacted. The kid admitted it wasn't her and said he rushed to post the video. This is fucking crazy. In his original video 9 days ago, One Giant Onion redacted what video was claimed and who claimed it, despite calling out Snipewolf in the video. I'm going to be honest, I think he fucking knew. Nicholas Diorio makes some really solid points. The theory that One Giant Onion knew the whole time and did this for attention becomes even more legitimate when you look deeper into his channel. At the end of the day, this controversy didn't just shine a light on YouTube's horrible copyright system, but it also perfectly explained how easy it is for false information to be spread throughout the YouTube commentary community, especially when the creator isn't well liked to begin with. It's almost less about what people do and more about how much people dislike them. With that being said, it's also important to remember the original things Penguinz0 was exposing Snipewolf for, things that are arguably a lot worse than a copyright claim. And despite her flourishing YouTube channel, her reputation will never be the same. A commentary creator who did ruin their career, however, is I'm Alex, who has had one of the biggest downfalls in commentary history with video proof. Click the video on screen to find out more. During his many years on YouTube, Penguinz0, aka Charlie, has crafted and maintained an extremely positive reputation for himself. But that doesn't mean there weren't a few controversies along the way. After all, controversial situations are on par for the course on YouTube. However, the main difference between Charlie and many other creators is that those who try to expose him often have the tables turned on them in the worst possible ways, sometimes even completely ruining their careers. On the 7th of February 2022, a well-known GTA speedrunner, Dark Viper AU, shared a 14-page document on Twitter that claimed reactors negatively impacted the online creator ecosystem, reading, "All reactors are bad people. Collectively, they have stolen millions of dollars from actual creators, and have stopped countless thousands from having a career." In the document, he referenced specific channels, like XQC, Hassan, and Moist Critical, as an exploiter class that profited off the labor of other channels, and included several examples of how they draw impressions and views away from smaller creators. While Dark Viper made numerous solid arguments in his video, others would take issue with the aggressive way he conveyed some of his points, with replies reading, "I appreciate what you're saying, but insinuating that anybody who makes your definition of reaction content would actually assault someone if given the chance is quite a large leap in logic," to which Dark Viper replied stating, "People who live their lives exploiting others, their labor or careers in their own lust for money or power are the very sort of people who would abuse someone." It was clear that Dark Viper was deeply dissatisfied with the presence of reaction channels in the online world, and wanted others to see the negative impact he thought they had on smaller creators. However, one of the creators he directly referenced would make their own thoughts on the situation known. By the 9th of February 2022, Charlie would respond to Dark Viper's document with a video titled, "Are React Streamers Bad People?"
Streamer named Dark Viper AU posted a 14-page document all about how evil React content is. Basically, is comparing React content creators to rapists.
Charlie spent the majority of the video countering the document by bringing up Dark Viper's past as a reactor, pointing out that reactions didn't inherently steal impressions from other videos, and stating that they could even have a positive impact on a given channel.
However, off the top of my head, I can think of multiple examples in times where React content has genuinely helped smaller creators like blow up their channel. My channel, I'm the perfect example of it. My channel literally got kickstarted because of Ray William Johnson reacting to my QWOP video in 2010. I can truly understand when somebody doesn't like when someone reacts to their content. I get it. It's not like I'm fucking delusional. I understand it.
However, Charlie also acknowledged the shortcomings in his own reaction videos and streams.
I understand the stigma around React content, and I've always understood it. When I react to something, I'm constantly trying to either pause it and add something to it or interject comedy into it. I treat React content like Mystery Science Theater. Now, of course, not every time is going to be a hit, which is why you'll find plenty of videos where I'm reacting to something like The Downfall of Quibi, which comes from a great channel that I really like to watch, and I just got too engrossed in their storytelling and the way they presented it that I didn't add anything to it. So I ended up just kind of watching it with my community.
From Charlie's perspective, the discussion around the impact of reaction content wasn't black and white, with several nuances that applied in different situations. Unfortunately, Dark Viper AU didn't want to see things that way, as his response video sparked a back and forth between the two creators. Dark Viper would claim that Charlie was misrepresenting his arguments, and that he did not add enough transformative content in his reactions.
I don't know what he's responding to here, but I did write a 14-page script explaining why I don't like reactors and I think they're bad people. Whatever he's looking at here isn't that, because basically nothing of what he talks about in this video do I talk about in that script. Anyone who watched it would understand all the things that Charlie didn't understand when he might have read the script. I'm not 100% sure.
Even going as far to claim that Charlie was trying to use his large audience and reach to reframe the argument in his favor.
Moist Critical knows that his video is going to reach far more people than will ever actually read that document. He also knows that my video, refuting him, will also reach one fraction of a percent of people who will watch his video. This is the power that large content creators have to shape a narrative, regardless of how false.
While Dark Viper missed the mark when he claimed Charlie was intentionally weaponizing his large platform, he was correct about his points being misrepresented.
I took a bit of an L+ ratio here. There was a lot of things that I got wrong. But of course, I get things wrong. Everybody does. And I'm not afraid to admit it or die on a hill that is just outright incorrect. And Dark Viper points out things that I got wrong, for sure. Dark Viper is a creator that I liked and respected. What the fuck would I gain from misrepresenting him, someone that I actively like? It'd make no fucking sense.
In addition to acknowledging his mistakes when handling the situation, Charlie would make some alterations to the reaction content that he creates.
Which is why with this newfound understanding of this perspective, I will no longer be watching full YouTube videos on stream. I'd rather watch it, see if it's something I have anything to add to, and then turn it into perhaps a full video response, which is my normal content.
While there were many things they disagreed on, Charlie and Dark Viper would eventually settle the beef with a 2-hour-long debate, and later a private conversation that gave them the opportunity to see eye to eye on the issue, with Dark Viper clarifying that the document was about reactors doing bad things, not inherently being bad people. By the 25th of February 2022, the pair would bury the hatchet and collaborate on a GTA 5 guessing video.
Hello and welcome to another episode of GTA Guesser Versus with my special guest, Moist Critical.
Hey, I'm hoping I don't embarrass myself too badly. I was practicing for the last hour and a half, so I'm at least feeling kinda confident.
However, the outcome of their discourse would cascade in 2023, as Charlie would announce a change in his content strategy that prioritizes creative fulfillment over ad revenue.
No matter what I say in this video here, there's tons of people that have already made their minds up about me and my motivations behind content. A lot of people believe that it's truly money driven, and an example they use is React content. Now, for a couple of years, I did React content. That content, React content, is the most lucrative, most low-effort content you can ever make. I stopped doing React streams and React content about a year ago now, but no matter what, I've always got the Orochimaru curse mark on my body where I'm labeled a React streamer.
Charlie also explained why he created React content in the first place.
Now, a lot of people say the reason I ever did React content in the first place was because of the money. I only ever reacted to videos because it was fun to make jokes with the community about it and just kind of get silly with the content together.
As well as why he would no longer be making that style of content.
it came at a cost to the creators, which I never wanted to do, and I never realized it did. So after watching plenty of videos from like Dark Viper as well as other content creators that have covered React content for a long time, I learned that it is not a good practice to engage in, so I stopped doing it entirely.
With the exception of news broadcasts and the occasional game trailer, Charlie no longer had interest in React content, as he'd see just how detrimental it was to the YouTube community.
I know there's plenty of fringe cases you can point to where someone whose content gets reacted to blows up, but that's still not the norm, and it's also still not really an acceptable fair transaction where you just kind of have to cross your fingers and pray that the person who reacts to your video somehow has an audience that will also translate to you. Like, that doesn't happen very often.
While Dark Viper's encounter with Charlie ended up being a positive one, the same couldn't be said for Synthetic Man, a YouTuber who decided it would be a good idea to go after Charlie's private life. On the 19th of April 2024, during an episode of the official podcast, Charlie made an offhanded comment about Synthetic Man's coverage of the new Fallout series and joked about his extreme takes.
There's only one guy that's sticking to his guns about the show is just woke propaganda, it's garbage, and it's the classic Synthetic Man. And I decided to watch what he said about Fallout because I was curious, and one of the first things he mentions is propaganda about race mixing.
You'd think that a joke like that would be met with a similarly jovial response, but that was far from how Synthetic Man reacted. By the 21st of April 2024, a viewer would inform Synthetic Man of Charlie's comment, and he would respond in the worst way imaginable.
Critical called me out? You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is the biggest fucking shill campaign ever of all time. Like, Amazon's gotta be paying these fucks.
Synthetic Man would go on to search for something to use against Charlie and call him a woke sellout along with a slew of other insults when he didn't find what he was looking for.
Talking about old reviews. People say I clickbait. This is like way worse than shit I do. Yeah, this is a 26-minute clip of him rambling about fucking movie reviews. And he says, I'm ashamed of my past self. Critical is the biggest sellout on this fucking platform. His word is worth nothing.
As extreme as his statements were, Synthetic Man wouldn't stop at just insulting Charlie, and decided to bring his personal life into it.
Greed ruined these YouTubers one day ago. Coming from him. You fucking scum. I'm glad this manlet got cheated on. His girlfriend got tired of his tiny penis and left him.
By this point, Synthetic Man hadn't even watched the clip of Charlie talking about him, but he was already throwing around harsh comments with zero justification. But when he did watch the clip, Synthetic Man's behavior only got more aggressive.
On here. This is probably like 20 million subscribers are shitting on a guy with 130,000. This is fucking pathetic that they feel the need to shit talk my video. I mean, we all knew how fucked like Critical became. He's the biggest sellout, legitimately like the biggest sellout on this platform.
Synthetic Man felt it was necessary to attack Charlie because he was sharing an opinion he didn't agree with. But unbeknownst to Synthetic Man, the entire internet would take notice and give a far more critical opinion of his content. In the weeks that followed, Synthetic Man's video on the Fallout series would receive over 17,000 dislikes, and a comment section that was equally as negative, with comments reading, "Some people really say shit like this and swear they aren't racist. Do you stay in your basement out of fear of minorities or sunlight?" As well as, "My guy really can't fathom the fact that people organically disagree with him." Viewers wouldn't be the only ones who criticized Synthetic Man for his immature antics, as his story made rounds in the commentary space as well.
You can't be out here criticizing everything, and the second someone doesn't agree with you, you start freaking out. You start throwing a fit because, oh my god, Amazon definitely paid Charlie $100 billion to disagree with me and talk about me on his podcast.
Being unable to handle criticism was something Synthetic Man shared with Sneeko, another YouTuber who tried and failed to expose Charlie. The only difference between them was that Synthetic Man got to avoid Charlie's direct wrath, and Sneeko didn't. Before his channel's termination, Sneeko's career on YouTube saw him create several thought-provoking documentaries and engage in interesting street interviews with random strangers. While Sneeko would receive a ban that forced him to move to other video sharing platforms, he still kept tabs on what was happening on YouTube. So when Charlie made fun of his friends Fresh and Fit for posing as alpha males, Sneeko couldn't help but respond.
This is his girl. So there you go. I mean, I told you, like, I could hear it in your voice. The fact that someone doesn't have to abide by those rules, someone could go and f*** a lot of bitches, that it's so foreign to a lot of people's ideas, because when you get brainwashed, when you get told that monogamy is the answer and you need to go and be married and just settle down with some girl, when you hear other people talking about stories like this, you're like, there's no way it's true. You're a virgin.
That statement would end up doing more damage to Sneako's career than he could have ever imagined, as Charlie didn't hold back with his response.
What the fuck are you even talking about? What does this have to do with anything? What does bringing up a picture of me and my girlfriend have anything to do with anything that has happened? And where is monogamy even coming from? Like, none of this had anything to do with the video itself of me joking about a stupid fucking story that this guy told.
From criticizing Sneako for his defense of the Netflix movie Cuties, to bringing up his shameful cuck past, Charlie was pulling out all of the stops to put Sneako in his place. For now, Charlie's response video resulted in the entire internet clowning on Sneako for being a soy boy cuck. However, Sneako wasn't going to take this lying down, as he escalated the feud to the point of threatening actual violence.
The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the Cuties watch party over there at Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. So he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips.
To which Charlie would embarrass him even further with this lesson on gun anatomy.
You absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here.
Once again, Charlie had bruised Sneako's overinflated ego, but that didn't stop him from claiming that he would confront Charlie directly if they ever met in person.
So let me ask you, if you saw him walking down the street, what are you doing?
I would walk up to him and I would say the same stuff that you said in your videos. I would look him dead in the eye and say all that stuff you said in your videos, say it to my face right now. Does anyone in the chat think that he would say any of this face-to-face, one-on-one? If I'm looking at Moist Critical, who looks like a fentanyl homeless dude, who looks like he stands at a playground looking at, bro, he looks like he's homeless.
Sneako tried to defend himself by attacking Charlie's image by claiming he was promoting the Antichrist.
That dude actively still does that. He just dropped a music video of upside down crosses, promoting Antichrist with dildos throwing at each other's face, promoting drugs, promoting all the degeneracy. This is just disgusting. Everybody, all these soy boys, continue to talk about my past and not talk about the present.
And calling him a pedophile.
Who looks more like a pedophile? Who would you rather not bring around your children? That dude with the beard and the fentanyl hair looking like he sleeps under a bridge, or me? Who looks like a pedophile?
Unfortunately for Sneako, it wouldn't take more than one comment from Charlie to dismantle his entire argument.
All that guy does is have these fucking tantrums and repeat the same 4 things over and over and over and over and over again. That would be the biggest headache in the world. I've listened to everything he's said recently. It's the same thing every single time.
As you'd expect, Sneako would again attempt to resort to violence to settle the feud with a tweet that read, "Lubro duck the fight and debate lol. Commentary channels fence it so they never get cancelled and rely on drama for AdSense dollars." Ironically, Sneako was the only one making himself more of a laughingstock by sharing these DMs, as Charlie was already mocking him by stating, "Hey man, can you please calm down with these meltdowns for like another week? I'm doing another merch drop and would love to use you for those." By now, Sneako had already lost what little respect and credibility he had in the online community, but that didn't prevent him from making one last-ditch effort to salvage his reputation. On the 30th of March 2023, Sneako uploaded a video to Rumble titled, "I love the new Sneako," which was meant to highlight the positive changes in his career and try to fixate on the negative side of Charlie's.
What does Moist Critical stand for? What does he believe in? Do you know? I don't. I've watched him for years. I cannot tell you what he believes. How have you reached a point on the internet where you could have 10 million subscribers as a commentary channel and have no basis of commentary?
Fortunately, Wood concede on some of his wrongdoings and put an end to the feud by apologizing to Charlie.
I'm officially retiring the soy boy image. I forgive everybody who advocated for my cancellation or made documentaries about me, and I'm ditching my attacking style of streaming. And I apologize to Moist Critical for showing a picture on stream of you and your girlfriend. That was not very Christ-like. I'm sorry.
Snicker recognizing his mistakes and moving past them was the best thing he could have done for his career. Sadly, not everyone can do that, as creators like Penguinz0 couldn't fathom that they were in the wrong. Penguinz0, aka Richard Burgers, is a creator who built his brand on two things: being a vegan and hating anyone who wasn't. From making proactive videos about enjoying the suffering of meat eaters,
I don't see why I shouldn't make a joke about his suffering and death. So who would like a haha, you're gonna die of cancer t-shirt?
to almost uploading a video of his grandfather having a heart attack.
I was planning on showing you guys footage of my grandfather actually having the heart attack. As soon as the paramedics got to the house, I took out my camera and started filming. But a bunch of people in my family, my mom, my grandmother, uncles, like that, they threw a big fucking fit about me showing that footage on YouTube.
Penguinz0 is channeled around antagonizing anyone who wasn't a vegan in an almost sociopathic manner. Unfortunately for Penguinz0, that style of content didn't sit well with YouTube's TOS, which resulted in a brief termination of his channel. After getting his channel reinstated, Penguinz0 would seek out other ways of garnering views, and by the 27th of March 2020, he'd find exactly what he was looking for in one of Charlie's uploads. The video in question was titled "YouTuber Tortures and Eats Animals Alive," and saw Charlie criticizing a mukbang YouTuber for the horrific treatment of animals.
It is absolutely baffling to me. Eating an octopus alive is like eating a f***ing dog alive. They're on the same level. She's basically just eating a sea-tied dog. It's f***ing crazy how this is even allowed, and how she has an audience that supports it and defends her in the comment section. She has f***ing simps defending her in the comment section. Have some f***ing shame. Even if you set aside morals and ethics, the content itself is f***ing atrocious. All she does when she's not torturing and eating animals alive is scream, "Ah! Oh! Ah! Ah! Ah!" As, you know, you have goofy cartoon music blasting behind her.
Penguinz0 tried using this video alongside another titled "I Tried Making Sausages and It Ended Up a Disaster" as justification to call Charlie an arch hypocrite, claiming he was no different from the previous mentioned mukbang YouTuber.
So who are you to criticize So Young for not killing these animals quickly and humanely when you can't even do that yourself? So you're just a complete hypocrite, and if anything, what you're doing is arguably worse.
Naturally, Penguinz0 received serious backlash for his extreme leap in logic, with the video garnering over 30,000 dislikes. Not long after, Charlie would upload a response to the accusations and explain how Penguinz0 was giving veganism a bad reputation.
I want to lead this conversation by saying I have nothing but respect for veganism as a whole, but it's people like Penguinz0 who are overly aggressive and the feral monsters in his comment section that really give vegans a bad rap and a negative reputation in the world. They vilify anyone who's not a vegan. They treat it like a cult where you're a huge piece of shit, evil and wrong if you're not in their club. Now, of course, I'm not talking about everyone who is a vegan. I am talking about this community that Penguinz0 has fostered here, and he himself. This is the worst way of ever getting anyone to convert to that belief. By constantly antagonizing them and throwing insults to anyone that is not already a vegan ensures that they will never take it seriously and always have a negative impression of your beliefs.
In addition to this, Charlie would affirm his belief that meat alternatives are the future, but state that people like Penguinz0 would only serve to push people away from that with his extreme ideals. When it comes to Penguinz0's accusations of Charlie inhumanely killing animals, he had this to say.
This is a point I see brought up throughout all of veganism, that no matter how an animal is killed, no matter how humane it's deemed, it is inherently evil and wrong. But I have to ask, then does that make every animal in the animal kingdom inherently evil? Because the vast majority of animals out there eat other animals to survive, and they don't do it quickly. So does that make every animal in the animal kingdom that eats other animals inherently evil, or is that trait specific to humans alone? And if so, why?
Unable to understand Charlie's logic, or simply wanting to continue stirring up drama, Penguinz0 would upload a poorly thought out response accusing Charlie's audience of being toxic.
I find this extremely hypocritical for him to call me and my community toxic when his community is incredibly toxic. I just did a live stream a few hours ago, and because Charlie did this response video around the same time I started my live stream, a lot of his followers came over to my live stream, and what did they do? They called me names, they were spamming the chat with, "Oh, meat tastes great."
Penguinz0 not only refused to address the points Charlie made in his response, but but he also affirmed that said points were completely irrelevant.
So not only are you just making ridiculous personal attacks and poisoning the well, but this is just completely hypocritical.
Similar to his previous video about Charlie, the video was dislike bombed, with several viewers calling him out for being disingenuous in the comment section, reading, "I like how he's saying Charlie is twisting his words by twisting Charlie's words, lol." It was clear to viewers that Vegan Gains didn't care about having a healthy dialogue, and instead wanted to drum up as much controversy as possible to save his dying channel. Sadly, the controversy he would create would only degrade his career even further, with the final nail in the coffin coming in the form of another response video from Charlie.
I did open that video up for a dialogue. I thought that's what the goal was, but Vegan Gains has made it clear he doesn't give a fuck about a conversation, he only cares about milking the attention. So right after I posted my video, he went live on YouTube where he watched my 10-minute video for about an hour and a half. I want to say right away, I don't condone people going to harass anyone I make videos about. I hate that behavior. I will never encourage that shit. So the people that went there just to make fun of him or anything like that, you never ever have my encouragement or my blessing to do so. I think that shit sucks. But that did happen. He spent an hour and a half watching a 10-minute video because he'd stop every 2 words to screech and scream one of 3 things, one of only 3 phrases he seems to know: straw man, ad hominem, and poisoning the well.
From pointing out how Vegan Gains only cared about attacking meat eaters, to showcasing the obvious flaws in his arguments, Charlie spent the rest of the video relentlessly destroying the vegan influencer's perceived moral high ground.
I feel like the content you make isn't geared towards getting people over to your side and seeing these great things veganism has to offer. It's more geared towards just getting high fives of approval, like, yes, you f***ing owned that meat eater. And I just don't see why you wouldn't try and take the route of, here's what good things veganism has and you might be interested in. Hey, I see you were talking about animal abuse, you clearly care, here's some interesting things, which you did kind of touch on, but then still wanted to get those little, ass pats from your community in the comment section of, yeah, you f***ing owned him.
Charlie would also observe that Vegan Gains was more motivated by financial gain rather than furthering the vegan movement.
And I really do get the impression that it's just for the sake of milking a controversy because you made so much money during that live stream off it. And I think that's the worst part of it. Like I said, I had full intentions of having a conversation with you. You really didn't give me a chance because you had already posted a video by the time I even saw it. Before I even had a chance to reach out to you, you had clearly made up your mind that, yeah, I want to continue this. And now I just don't see why I would go on to debate you or bring you on the podcast to talk about it when it does seem your intention is just to grow from the controversy. You're getting a lot more views from this controversy, and like I said, you made a lot of money during that live stream.
You'd think after being exposed for trying to profit off baseless accusations that Vegan Gains would take the hint and stop attacking Charlie, but you'd be wrong.
Charlie is trying to make it seem as though, oh, he just didn't have a chance to respond to my debate challenge. When that's a complete lie. You had plenty of time after I live streamed or even during my live stream, and you had plenty of time after you finished work, after you were live streaming. So at any time, you could have just, responded to me, messaged me on Twitter, and accepted my debate challenge, but you didn't because you're terrified of debating me and you're looking for whatever excuse you can to weasel out of it. And now you've made this stupid excuse that, oh, well, you're just looking for, like, attention and money. That's the only reason you're doing this. Really, Charlie, you're acting as if that I'm benefiting off of this more than you are?
Vegan Gains was shamelessly trying to bait out a response from Charlie that would ultimately never come. What he did receive was another massively disliked video and a comment section that made fun of him, with comments reading, "Vegan Gains, you are wrong because I don't believe that. I'm dead lol. Holy shit, I finally found a delusional enough person to use for my studies," as well as, "WTF is this man's moral beliefs? He has contradicted himself like 10 times in 39 minutes. Vegan Gains' attempt to profit off drama with Charlie only caused damage to the overall performance of his channel, as his sub count would not only stagnate, but slowly decline over time. However, Vegan Gains wouldn't be the only one to suffer immensely after trying to milk controversy with Charlie, as Nicocado Avocado did the same thing and failed spectacularly. Nicocado Avocado is a man who needs needs no introduction. He's made a name for himself by sharing his over-the-top personality through some of the most extreme mukbang videos on YouTube. However, this brand of content isn't without its negative side effects, as Nick Ricardo has suffered various health complications over the years. Consequently, many creators have shared their concerns over Nick Ricardo's overindulgent eating, with Charlie being one of the more vocal ones.
It's someone that I'm sure you've heard of. I've talked about him before. A lot of people have. He's been a big name on YouTube for a while. His name's Nikado Avocado. If you're on Twitter, you've probably seen his asshole floating around pretty often. For some reason, it was a big trend in meme to just post Nikado Avocado's OnlyFans content all over Twitter. So I've seen his butthole more times than I've seen him doing his mukbangs. For those that don't know, Nikado Avocado is a mukbang YouTuber. It's primarily what he does. Mukbangs are when you just eat on camera. And that's about it.
Charlie would go on to show viewers how much damage Nico's recent eating habits were doing to his health.
I wouldn't have become disabled if it weren't for you people who encouraged these videos. This is the $6, this is the $10. Ouch! My ribs! How many months are we gonna have to endure this pain? Alright.
Throughout the video, Charlie discussed Nico's slow decline, from having a more suitable weight and mental state, to his current course of throwing away his health for views.
The last 4 years, almost every day, he has done mukbangs like this, where he's eating 6 pizzas, 8 pizzas. He'll get like fucking McDonald's and he'll order everything off the menu and then ask if they can just tilt the grill over to get a little extra grease in a cup for him to drink on camera. It has been an extremely sad thing to see.
While Charlie was trying to give him a somber wake-up call about his health, Nico almost immediately perceived this video as a personal attack and posted a rather aggressive response video.
This person thought it would be cute to sit down on the computer and talk about my weight and my appearances and to fixate on how I look, as if I don't have the right to exist because I happen to be a little overweight, because I happen to have a little water weight, because I happen to be a little fluffy.
Nico would defend his current condition by stating his previous body weight was extremely unhealthy.
Something about me being vegan. Oh, look, he was so skinny, and he showed photos of me when I had just rotted a tooth out of my face, had to get surgery, had such low iron levels that I was anemic, that I had low libido, that I had brain issues.
As well as claiming Charlie was trying to over-exaggerate his situation for views.
On the screen, bigger number, better person. Everyone's so desperate to squeeze as much milk as possible from those beautiful...
Oh, let's look at his thumbnail, shall we? Let's see what he's trying to achieve with my face like this and a title like this. This YouTuber is slowly killing himself for views. So, are you trying to play the high and mighty game all on your pedestal? That you're not trying to squeeze something out of something? Yes, let's sensationalize things about me at my expense. I don't even know who you are.
Looking past Nico's abrasive attitude, he made some genuinely reasonable points, such as his disabilities being the result of prior health conditions, and the fact Charlie didn't tell his viewers not to harass anyone. However, it was obvious Nico didn't want to acknowledge how his current eating habits were eating away at his health, but that didn't stop Charlie from admitting where he went wrong.
But anyway, now to actually talk about the things Nick brings up that I think are very important to talk about. First of all, he talks about the people that went from my video to his to just be assholes. I always openly condemn this, and I should have again said don't go harass him, because it looks like people need a constant fucking reminder to not fucking harass people. You're not some kind of internet vigilante fighting for justice. That angry comment you left on Nick's video isn't going to help him. You're just being a fucking douchebag. And I completely sincerely apologize for overlooking the fact that I need to remind people how to behave online. I always absolutely fucking hate. I've made 2 different videos on how much I hate when people go and harass people, but just from like YouTube videos and shit. It sucks. It fucking sucks. 100%. And Nick is absolutely in the right in calling that out.
With that said, Charlie would also address how Nico possibly misrepresented his points for the sake of boosting engagement.
It's clear immediately that Nick misunderstood what I was saying in my video. I don't know if that's on purpose just for the sake of having like an aggressive response video for YouTube drama, or if he genuinely didn't understand what I was trying to say, but he makes it clear that he didn't get what I was going for.
Despite this, Charlie would provide Nico with some insight on how he could do his mukbang videos more healthily and sustainably.
It doesn't have to do with his weight or his appearance, it has to do with what he's eating on camera and how often he's doing it. Take for example Matt Stoney. Matt Stoney will do these incredible food challenges. He'll eat 20,000, 30, 40,000 calorie meals in a single sitting in under an hour for a YouTube video, and they're fucking awesome. That's nuts to butts action. Matt Stoney eating the out of 20 burritos at a time, double fisting 1,000 tacos per hand. It's incredible stuff, and it's so much food and so many calories. But Matt Stoney does that once every few weeks, once a month maybe. Nikado Avocado is doing something comparable almost every single day.
Something to note was that Charlie understood he got some things wrong when he initially covered Nico's situation, as well as looking past the ways Nico was trying to misrepresent his arguments. But sadly, Nico wasn't ready to have a productive conversation on the matter, and instead opted to make another angry response video mere hours after Charlie's video went live.
There's 50,000 comments collectively across 5 of my YouTube channels that I should be that I don't deserve to keep because I don't respect my body. And then you had the nerve to come back a second time and say, well, I never stand corrected. I've made 2 videos one time about how I don't think it's cool. You have thousands of videos. I don't care if you've made 500 videos about comments. You take the situation at hand for what it is at face value. And if I approach you and say, look, this is bothering me, say something to your followers, and you don't go back to that video and help stop some of the that's on you. That's your character. You want to talk about my character?
Judging by the 70,000 dislikes on the response video, it's safe to say it wasn't received well from viewers. But that didn't stop him from including Charlie's name in several other videos. Penguinz0 Mr. Beast ruined me, eating like Penguinz0 critical for 24 hours, and Penguinz0's brainwashed fans won't stop. However, one good thing did come out of this situation, as Nico actually lost some weight following his interaction with Charlie.
And now I've recently learned that Nikocado Avocado has been actively losing weight. He posted a new video kind of briefly going over how much weight he's lost, which he claims is roughly around 89 pounds, and I think that is incredible. The weight announcement does come during a pizza mukbang, but 89 pounds down and there's a noticeable difference, he's fucking earned the right to splurge like that. I think that is fantastic.
Unfortunately, that good news wouldn't last for long, as Nico would eventually relapse and gain back the weight that he lost. Falling into a deep downward spiral wasn't something only Nico would experience, as Def Noodle suffered a similar fate after trying to make a fool out of Charlie. Def Noodle's time on YouTube was defined by 2 things: being a wannabe comedian and not taking important situations seriously, from misrepresenting allegations to poorly covering news stories. This pattern of behavior not only spawned several controversies throughout his career, but also destroyed whatever chances he had at being an actual comedian. The incident that made these controversial tendencies more apparent was the way Def Noodles handled the fallout of his failed Super Roast battle.
You're like my cousin if you were a girl.
Thank you. I bet you cried when you got those tattoos.
I did. I did. Are you from Detroit?
Take a guess.
No. I'm bombing so bad, and I don't give a
Neither do I, bro. Come on, we in it together, doggy.
The event was plagued by technical issues, poor performances, and bad showmanship, which was only magnified by the fact the whole thing was being streamed to thousands of viewers. During the lead up to the event, Def Noodles had bragged about how much of a game changer it was going to be. However, now that it had fallen flat, the entire online community rightfully made fun of him. A few days after Def Noodles' poorly executed comedy night took place, Charlie decided to add a few roasts in of his own, with a video titled, "I've never seen something this horrible."
An event that he was hosting roasting finally happened, which is this, the Super Roast Battles. It's an event he was hyping up for weeks. He was even trying to goad some YouTubers into coming on to like settle their beef in a roast battle. So he was like gonna charge them 15 bucks in order to come on stage and roast each other. None of them showed up. In fact, almost nobody in general showed up. As you can see, it's not exactly like a sold out stadium here. It's about 10 family and friends. And this was a complete disaster.
While Charlie did cover many of the issues with the event, he would focus more on how Def Noodles was insecure about his skills as a comedian.
I'm not supposed to win. You're supposed to win.
You look like a white trash fly.
You could have gone any way with that. You went with white trash fly?
He's not even like making retorts. He's just feeling insecure now. He's like, you win, please stop, I'm dead. Please, God, stop. Now you're just hurting my feelings. You're fired.
Feeding into that insecurity, Def Noodles focused on the criticism and published a satirical apology to Charlie, which only made things worse.
Well, I am thoroughly disappointed that I dared to put on something together for my fans. I am not a comedian. I'm not even a human. I am just a clump of cells currently existing and spewing raw bullshit that I'm reading directly from a prompter for your entertainment.
Instead of focusing on how he could improve the roast battles in the future, Def Noodles decided it would be a good idea to deflect all criticism and conduct another roast battle.
I will once again produce a super roast battle 2 weeks from now so we can wrong every right that was left unturned. So we can break every cringe record in the history of humanity, so we can murder any possibility of a comedian having any credibility ever again, because as we all know, folks, comedy is perfect.
This decision would not only blind Def Noodles to all other parts improving as a comedian, but also severely damage any future prospects he had in that line of work. However, Def Noodles had more pressing matters to attend, as Charlie would upload a response video to Def Noodles' apology.
Like I said when talking about the event, I don't really know Def Noodles. I don't hate him. I've only seen a couple of things on Twitter where he said or did some bad shit that people were dunking on him for, and I've seen this roast. That's my whole exposure to Def Noodles, so I don't have strong opinions on him.
After analyzing and debunking many of the arguments made in Def Noodles' apology video, Charlie would offer some friendly advice on how not to act in the future.
And I think that's what he's going through at the moment, where he's impulsively responding to things that are kind of non-issues, like me laughing at the roast, or people's response to the roast, or whatever the fuck is going on Twitter, and making a video about it, which is only further hurting him, which it's like a cycle. And there just has to be this point where you say like, okay, let me just step back from Twitter, which is the best thing you can ever do, you know, and I'll just, you know, handle it privately as opposed to making everything a public spectacle, you know. There was drama on Twitter and I'm just going to sit on it myself. I don't need to make a video talking about it, because if I do, people aren't going to want to hear it and they might not like it.
Sadly, these words would fall on deaf ears, as the second Super Roast battle would have similar issues to the first. Worse still, Def Noodles made the mistake of impulsively attacking one of the only people who could have saved the event, his rival, Salvo Pancakes.
Red button, 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 red button.
It's worth remembering that Def Noodles had invited Salvo to the event, and they planned on having an epic roast battle as the main event of the night. Whether due to insecurity or malice, Def Noodles would abandon that plan to seemingly satisfy his ego and regain control of the show after Salvo took the stage. Despite this, Salvo would remind Def Noodles who was really in control.
There'd be nobody in the crowd.
In one foul move, Def Noodles had successfully ruined what was left of his reputation, and to make matters worse, it was live streamed to even more people than the first Super Roast battle, and as a result, there was even more backlash than ever before.
Now, I think no matter what, it's a big overreaction from Def Noodles here. Unless, of course, there was an imminent threat where the guy was on stage talking about he's gonna start throwing hands with everyone in the front row or something, or making like legitimate threats to the crowd. Couldn't tell you, but it does seem like a massive overreaction from Def Noodles here. He pushes him from behind and then hides behind his friends to keep the other guy off of him, which I think is pretty lame. If you're gonna start some, you gotta finish that. You know, it's like vegetables, you gotta finish your plate, you can't just take a bite. If you're gonna push this guy and he's ready to respond, now it's on you to employ the knight's honor, you know, the code of conduct. You have started this fight, Now it is your time to engage in it. I don't like when someone does that and then immediately hides behind the muscle.
In the months following the event, Def Noodle's career would rapidly self-destruct, as he lost 90% of his viewership, made videos asking his audience to unsubscribe, and eventually wiped all of his social media. The worst part about it was that he would eventually realize his mistake, but it was already too late.
I really do. I give up. It's over. It just really fucked it all up. I was really embarrassed and ashamed to admit it, but I did it. It's all my fault, and I've put myself here.
In Def Noodle's situation, Charlie had to do next to nothing for the career of someone trying to expose him to implode. However, the people attacking Charlie aren't limited to those he makes videos about. Strangely, he could be trying to do the right thing, and people would still try to expose him. In early 2024, Charlie would incorporate a positive element into his regular live streams. Instead of viewers donating to him, Charlie decided to give away various amounts of money to his viewers. All they had to do was fill out a Google form explaining why they needed the money, and Charlie would send the requested amount.
This is Bunny Girl Blitz asking for 150. Hey Charlie, I have $10 in my account right now and I'm hoping and asking for 150 just to put gas in the car and have some lunches for work till payday. Alright, I got you, Bunny Girl Blitz.
The amounts would range from $50 to a few $100s, and for a while, everyone got what they wanted. Viewers got their requests fulfilled, and Charlie got the chance to help the community that got him the platform that he enjoys today. However, by March 2024, this otherwise wholesome interaction would be spoiled by a few bad apples who assumed there was something more sinister at play.
So it seems like there's people that think me giving away random amounts of money to random viewers on stream is a tax write-off. Do you not know how that shit works? Do you know how tax write-offs work? Because I can't write those off.
After people further echoed this sentiment on Twitter, Charlie decided to address the situation directly.
What I read today is about how the giveaways I do on stream, where I just have viewers fill out a form, tell me how much money they want, what they're using it for, and then I go through randomly, pick people, and then give them that money they requested, is actually a sinister tax write-off. There's actually a lot going on behind the scenes that make this a really bad thing.
Charlie would go on to express how painful the accusations were.
This actually hurts me. I recognize how lucky I got in life, and I just want to do something nice with it. And then to be attacked, I suppose, by multiple people spamming that same kind of shit about how this guy super sucks, he's actually just doing this for a tax write-off, wake up, sheep. It's infuriating.
And later disprove them.
You can Google this information, and within the first 4 results get the official response. Can you write off donations to individuals as some kind of charity tax deduction? The answer is a resounding fucking no. Gifts to individuals are not deductible. Only qualified organizations are eligible to receive tax-deductible contributions.
Even after Charlie clearly explained his situation, there were still those who were desperate to believe there was some malicious element to the stream giveaways. With a tweet reading, he's 100% doing it for the tax write-off, and it's something that's dumb to even really deny. Looking back on the creators that tried to expose Charlie, one key theme becomes apparent. They did more harm to their own reputation than Charlie ever could, whether it be their need to prolong controversy for views or desire to be right. These individuals unwittingly destroyed their careers, and all Charlie did was watch and laugh.